takes place to bring that relationship, bringing it onto an even keel. That's something we'd have to wait and see. I don't have an update on whether that meeting has been scheduled at this juncture, but there is certainly a sense of anticipation. Tanima.
Right, Vishnu, let's go back to talking about Ukraine and how it is actually one of the main agenda points. The war in Ukraine is one of the main agenda points in G7. So Ukraine being at the center stage in G7 in terms of Zelensky's demands, not just with vis-a-vis India, but also in terms of the West, in terms of the Western democracies, leaders who are representing that there at G7. What could be some of the demands that Ukraine has of those leaders as well?
Well, if you're talking about Ukraine, let's just talk about what the ground situation in Ukraine is. Number one, Ukraine faced a renewed Russian offensive, particularly in the north and the northeast of the country, near their second largest city, Kharkiv. That took place about a month plus back. The Ukrainians lost further territory over there. The Russians have been particularly persistent also in the Donbass region, which is further to, and Luhansk region, which is further to the east of the country. But those are areas where which they've occupied since 2014, and they continue to push westwards. The Ukrainians were fighting them, recapturing small amounts of territory as well. However, there was a renewed Russian push, and there was a real sense that Ukraine had started to lose the war a couple of months back. It was then that the United States pumped in or cleared a landmark defense deal worth billions and shipped, and those shipments have started coming in, artillery, ammunition, ballistic missile systems, surface-to-air missile systems, all sorts of air-launched munitions as well. They've pushed through training of Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter aircraft, and all in all, that situation around Kharkiv has certainly been stabilized. The Russians haven't gained anything. And there is clearly a sense that Ukraine, which was militarily almost on the verge of beginning the process of a military collapse, well, that has been staved off, and it seems quite clear that Ukraine will be able to continue, where they were, at least in terms of the fighting. The Ukrainians are absolutely clear. They don't want to stop fighting. They want to continue fighting for every inch of their territory. However, they need the assistance of the West to keep doing that. What Vladimir Zelensky would be extremely worried about are the politics in Europe and America. Remember, the United States faces an election. If Donald Trump comes to power with his statements thus far on how he sees the war in Ukraine, there could be a reversal as far as America is concerned. That would be disastrous for Ukraine. The French president has actually announced snap polls, and he's just done that very, very recently, and therefore that is something that might concern the Ukrainians as well. Why? Because with the rise of the east I beg your pardon, with the rise of some elements in the European Parliament, there is a sense that there could be trouble as far as Ukraine is concerned, because with new leaders and their policies, whether Ukraine would continue to enjoy that support or not remains to be seen. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak goes into elections also in a couple of months from now, and therefore again, whoever comes to power in the United Kingdom, in case it's not Sunak, who's been a strong supporter of Zelensky, again, that's something that Zelensky would be worried about. It's quite possible that Russia is playing the waiting game as far as Ukraine is concerned, waiting to see and outlast all the political changes which may be in the offing in America, in the United Kingdom, in France and elsewhere.
Vishnu Shom there reporting from Italy on the G7 summit currently underway. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to another one of our top stories, and NEET aspirants have knocked on the government's door now, seeking government intervention amid all the irregularities, all the reports coming in of the mess that this medical entrance test exam is in. The latest is that the NEET aspirants, students as well as their parents, have in fact met the education minister in the national capital just a short while back. They have in fact sought a re-examination for all candidates. Remember, this comes in just a day after Supreme Court had in fact asked the National Testing Agency to withdraw the grace marks which were awarded to a little over 1,500 students, and had asked for a retest to be conducted of only those students, since there were irregularities being reported with that. But now the students here, of course, a delegation of students which went in to meet the education minister. There are shots of those students' delegation on your screens right now. They met Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. At the same time, we are given to understand, in fact, Dharmendra Pradhan himself, the minister, has posted on his social media handle saying that the government is committed to protect the interests of NEET aspirants and that no child's career will be left in jeopardy. So the students, of course, are still pushing for cancellation of the exam in a totality, for a retest of all candidates, since there were so many reports coming in of paper leaks as well as other irregularities. Let me go across to my colleague Vedant for more. Vedant, you were interacting with those students just a short while back before they went in to hand over their memorandum. What were some of the demands that the students had placed?
Well, Tanima, importantly, remember it was a delegation of 10 NEET aspirants which met the Education Minister. Earlier, of course, it was seeming almost unlikely that the Education Minister would be able to meet the delegation. But once they went inside, the Education Minister did end up meeting them. What is their charter of demands? Well, they say that one, re-examination should be held for all 24 lakh candidates, which of course seems a bit of an unreasonable proposition, but that is in their charter of demands. In fact, the students also demand a CBI investigation into the paper leak issue. What's important is that students across states, whether it's students from Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh, of course here in the national capital, they say that paper leak happens to be one of the most pressing issues and that needs to be systematically dealt with. Though of course the National Testing Agency has said that all these are just allegations of paper leak, and that in fact did not happen. Some question papers got mixed up, some students were given lesser time, and all of those will be remedied with this bid to hold a re-examination for those students who were awarded grace marks. But students say that this is not enough because ultimately it will be unfair, because those students with grace marks have been given an option to take the re-examination. Some of them might not end up taking the re-examination. So ultimately they say that it's unfair. The other important thing, Tanima, here is that the timeline seems to be the same right now. 23rd is when the re-examination could take place. 30th is when the NTA would release the results of this re-examination, and on the 6th of July is when the counselling process will begin. Now remember, the Supreme Court has pushed the date to the 8th of July, which is 2 days after the counselling process actually begins on the 6th of July. So a bit of a setback there for some aspirants there. They say that there has to be some sort of a blanket solution to this, but of course the Education Ministry reassuring the students that nobody would be disadvantaged, nobody would be wronged, is what the Education Ministry says. In fact, NTA sources also say that there are multiple reasons, including a comparatively easier question paper that might have led to several students getting higher marks this time.
Vedant there, thank you so much for joining us. And earlier, as we mentioned, Vedant spoke to some of the students, part of that delegation. Listen into that.
The NEET controversy continues to rage, and here in the national capital, a delegation of candidates has actually come to the Education Ministry. They wish to seek time with the Education Minister. Let's get a sense from them. आप अपना नाम बताइए.
मेरा नाम विकास है सर.
जी, आप नीट के कैंडिडेट रहे, कितने आपके मार्क्स आए थे?
मेरे 629 मार्क्स हैं.
अब देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो है ये बोला है कि 8 तारीख को सारी याचिकाएं सुनवाई होगी सबकी, और 6 तारीख को कहीं ना कहीं काउंसलिंग जैसे पहले होनी थी वैसे ही होगी. आप इससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है? आप लोग री नीट की डिमांड कर?
यस सर, बिल्कुल सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है, क्योंकि सर 1563 की बात नहीं है, बात हमारे पूरे 24 लाख की है. सबके साथ स्कैम हुआ है और बहुत स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे जिसने 4 साल मेहनत करके मार्क्स लाए हैं, उन्हें सीट नहीं मिलेगी तो क्या होगा?
आपकी कौन सा अटेम्प्ट था?
मेरा सर 4th अटेम्प्ट था. 4 साल की मेहनत है मेरी.
तो आप चाहते हैं कि 24 लाख बच्चों के लिए री नीट हो, पूरा एग्जामिनेशन?
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, सभी के लिए होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो लोग चीटिंग करके इतने नंबर लाए हैं वो कैसे बचेंगे? वो उनको सीट मिल जाएगी.
ठीक है, आप ये बताइए, आप यहाँ कन्नौज से आए, उत्तर प्रदेश से, आपकी क्या मांग है? आप सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि 24 लाख बच्चों के लिए री नीट हो.
यस, बिल्कुल 24 लाख बच्चों का री नीट होना चाहिए. और हम लोग जब यहाँ पे अपनी बात को उठाना चाहते हैं तो इतनी पुलिस लगा दी जाती है. आप खुद दिखाइए, ये पुलिस दिखाइए जरा. इस पुलिस को वहाँ लगाना चाहिए था ना जहाँ पेपर रखा गया था. इस पुलिस को पेपर वाली जगह क्यों नहीं लगाया गया था? उस दिन कहाँ सब लोग चले गए थे? उस दिन नहीं किसी को ध्यान था कि पुलिस लगानी चाहिए यहाँ पे. आज यहाँ पुलिस लगाई है हमारी रखवाली के लिए. हम तो यहाँ पर दंगई करने आए हैं, हमें तो दंगई बनाया है.
ग्रेस मार्क्स वाले इशू पे उन्होंने बोला है कि री एग्जामिनेशन होगा. क्या आप उससे
इशू था? छोटा इशू था. आप ये पुलिस वाले सर लोगों को देख लीजिए जरा, ये लोग कितने आए यहाँ पे.
आपकी मांग क्या है?
यहाँ पे हमारी मांग है कि दोबारा से पेपर होना चाहिए, और बिल्कुल भी इस चीज पे सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है.
सीबीआई जांच पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है कि एकदम तुरंत ऐसे डायरेक्टिव नहीं इशू करा जा सकता और 8 तारीख को होगा, तो अब 6 तारीख से काउंसलिंग फिर से होगी कहीं ना कहीं, अभी तक जो लग रहा है। तो आपको लग रहा है ये इनजस्टिस है बच्चों के साथ?
बिल्कुल इनजस्टिस है, क्योंकि जब काउंसलिंग हो जाएगी तो उसके बाद क्या होगा? उसके बाद क्या बच्चों को आप निकाल पाएंगे?
आपको कौन सा अटेम्प्ट है?
4th अटेम्प्ट था मेरा।
कितने साल से प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं?
4 सालों से। और भी यहाँ भी कर रहे हो, मतलब टेंस से सोच लिया था।
के साथ यहाँ पर आए
5 दिनों से भटक रहे हैं, तब कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है। अब यहाँ परमिशन चाहिए मिनिस्टर सर से मिलने के लिए। इन लोगों को मिनिस्टर इसलिए बनाया गया कि इनसे मिलने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए हम लोगों को। और परमिशन देता कौन है यहाँ पे? परमिशन देता कौन है यहाँ पे? 10 दिनों से हम भटक रहे हैं, वो कोई नहीं दिख रहा है। आप पुलिस वाले यहाँ पे आ रखे हैं।
So, you know, a lot of anger and outrage as far as students are concerned. In fact, their parents also accompanying them. There's a lot of security here as well. They wish to meet the education minister. They've come with a memorandum saying that they want a re-examination for all 24 lakh aspirants, and that this is injustice. And whatever actions have been taken by the National Testing Agency as of now are not enough. Because remember, the National Testing Agency continues to say that the integrity of the process, the examination process, was not compromised. But clearly, as you can see in all those voices, and listen, you know, when you listen to all those voices, the outrage and the anger is palpable. In New Delhi, with camera person Arun Singh Negi, Vedant for NDTV.
A story that we are closely following here on NDTV, but for the moment, we'll take a short break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
स्टील से बनाया होता।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens.
Welcome back, and there's breaking update coming in, which is that of an RSS BJP coordination meeting, which is likely to take place in Kerala between July 31st and 2nd of August. This is the breaking update that we're getting, that there's an RSS BJP coordination meeting to take place in Kerala. Remember, this comes in just after BJP actually opened their account in Kerala for the first time in the just concluded Lok Sabha elections. BJP has won one seat in Kerala, that of Suresh Gopi, of course. And RSS and BJP are likely to hold this meeting in order to review what went right in Kerala or what went wrong. Either ways, it's a review meeting which is likely to take place between the RSS and BJP. This just after BJP opens its account in Kerala for the first time. And this meeting taking place between July 31st to 2nd of August. So a significant update coming in there. Besides BJP, there will be several other organizations which will be part of this meeting. That is also another information that we are getting on this key meeting, which is taking place between, it is of course led by the RSS, and there'll be other organizations also which will be part of this meeting. But it seems to be a review meeting of the performance by BJP in the recent Lok Sabha elections, specifically in Kerala. Right, so just for the benefit of our viewers who are just joining us, there is an RSS BJP meeting which is likely to take place, a coordination meeting, a review meeting of sorts after the Lok Sabha elections, which is going to take place in Kerala. Whether it is going to be just about Kerala or about other southern states as well, that remains to be seen. Remember, BJP won its first Lok Sabha seat in Kerala. For the first time, it opened its account in the recent Lok Sabha elections, and now this meeting comes close on the heels of that. What we're given to believe is that the meeting will be spread out over 3-4 days between July 31st to the 2nd of August. And there will be other organizations also affiliated to the RSS who will be part of this meeting. That's the information that we are getting, just a trickling in breaking update that we are getting on this very important meeting, which is likely to take place between the RSS and BJP in Kerala. This comes in. This is probably part of all the efforts that we are seeing of review meetings which are taking place, not just in the south, but of course in several other parts of the country as well, in terms of the BJP also reviewing its recent performance in the Lok Sabha elections. Remember, the BJP, of course, had set itself a target of 400 plus Lok Sabha seats, but they, of course, did not meet that target. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha for more on this. Vasudha, what do we know about this key meeting in Kerala?
Tanima, RSS and BJP are part of the larger Sangh Parivar, and that coordination meeting is expected to take place from the 31st of July to August 2nd. In fact, Mohan Bhagwat is also in Gorakhpur today. He is, in fact, this is part of his regular pravas that he is doing across the country. In Kerala specifically, it will be important because this is a state with the largest number of shakhas of the RSS, but this is the first time that the BJP has managed to create history and win the seat of Thrissur. Thrissur is also considered very important to the RSS because that's where the greatest temple festival of Hindus takes place. In fact, it's called Thrissur Puram. So this is, in fact, one way of strengthening the organizational network there. RSS, in fact, in Kerala has had a difficult time with the violence with SFI activists. So this is Mohan Bhagwat's presence and, of course, senior RSS leaders' presence in Kerala will also ensure the BJP's march in the south of India, which has gotten a big momentum with TDP performing really well and with the NDA performing really well in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and also BJP individually performing really well in the state of Telangana. So clearly more action in the south expected in the coming months, and this BJP-RSS coordination meeting that's going to happen in Kerala would obviously look at not just the results, but also will look at ways to sort of course correct and put in place organizational measures so that not just electorally, but ideologically and politically, the organization and the party manages not just in the south of India, but also the kind of measures that needs to be taken with respect to expansion in the south of India and also course correction.
Right. Vasudha, as you mentioned, that this seems it will not just be about Kerala, but about other southern states as well, which has been one of the big focus areas for the BJP in this elections, right?
Absolutely, and the south of India, the RSS has been working for many years. In fact, it has the highest number of shakhas in the state of Kerala. But there's always been this feeling that the BJP has not been able to utilize that electorally, and it has not been able to transform that into number of seats. However, that has changed this time with the BJP creating history and winning from the seat of Thrissur, also considered very important to Hindus because it has the Guruvayur temple and also many other temples, including the Thrissur Puram festival. So this has come as a huge boost for the BJP and RSS. I think that is why probably Kerala was also chosen, and this will not just look at the organization's political and ideological expansion in the state or in the states of south of India, but also as to what went wrong with states like UP and Maharashtra, and the kind of narratives that have been utilized by opposition, which in some ways cut into the RSS efforts to reach out to Dalit population, OBC population. I think that will also be a significant focus area for this BJP-RSS coordination meeting.
Right, Vasudha, quickly before we let you go, as you mentioned, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is in Gorakhpur today. there might be review meetings in Uttar Pradesh also that he is holding. And this meeting, of course, taking place in Kerala. How do you interpret this, in a way, a post-poll analysis or review being done of sorts by the RSS and, of course, also review meetings which the BJP is having on its own in order to analyze? So how do you interpret what's happening in terms of the RSS chief's presence in Uttar Pradesh today and this meeting now being scheduled in Kerala?
In the next coming days, it will also be decided as to who the next president of the BJP will be, and organizational sources have also told us that this will be a man who understands, this will be a person who understands the organization and will not just be a representative of the Sangh Parivar, somebody who understands both the RSS and BJP. So clearly, lots many positions have to be filled up, and more importantly, the ideological mood of the party, the bent of the government with respect to the fact that it is actually a coalition government now, the allies are also powerful, that also has to be decided. Several organizational players, including Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Manohar Lal Khattar, are also ministers now. So clearly, what should be the ideological framework of the government, the agenda of the government? What does the RSS expect? All of these things could be discussed in the coordination meeting. So comes at a very critical time, especially when Mohan Bhagwat has also been speaking about the need to focus on governance, the need to focus on people and not really, look at everything from the lens of politics. I think the timing is very crucial here. I think most of that will be, all of that will be on agenda is what we expect.
Vasudha there, thank you so much for joining us on this breaking update. We'll head into a short break at this point in time. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back. Now, the latest in the actor Darshan case. The victim's post-mortem reports are out. Remember, actor Darshan, a Kannada star, hugely popular there, has been arrested for murdering a 33-year-old man. Now, in the post-mortem report which has come out, it has detailed that there are injury marks on the victim's head, chest and abdomen. At least 15 injury marks have been listed in that post-mortem report. And also, the report says that the victim's head had banged on a truck. Even that vehicle has in fact been seized. And there are other details also which are coming through. This video, for example, which we are putting up on our screens there, where the accused is seen leaving with the victim. Police have also, in fact, arrested the driver, Darshan's driver, who had ferried the victim, according to reports. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more on this. Radhika, so the post-mortem report is out. It more or less confirms that the victim died of blunt injuries, I believe, because of he had in fact been locked up and assaulted, which consequently led to his death.
Certainly brutal and shocking details emerging as far as Renuka Swami's death is concerned. In fact, a post-mortem report has revealed that he died of shock and hemorrhage. There are 15 wounds on his body, including wounds on his chest, abdomen and several other parts as well. In fact, the report also reveals that his head was banged against a mini truck that was kept in that particular shed. That was parked on that shed. That particular vehicle has also been seized by the police. So multiple injury marks on his body that led to his death. We also believe that he was beaten up and assaulted for at least about 3 to 4 hours by Darshan and his aides inside that particular shed, and also certain materials and weapons including wooden logs, leather belt and rope which was used for the assault have also been seized by the police. The police at this point gathering as much evidence to make this a strong case. Therefore, multiple people are also being questioned. All of those people who have been arrested are under police custody. Their custody ends in a couple of days. They will be produced before the court again, which include Darshan as well as Pratibha and, beg your pardon, Darshan, his girlfriend, as well as many of the other accused. Now, as far as the driver is concerned, the driver has also surrendered. The driver that has ferried the accused as well as the victim from from Chitradurga to Bangalore, they have also, that driver has also surrendered. His link is also crucial in the case, as he will be able to give, details of the circumstances leading to death, what kind of planning was done, perhaps when they were being ferried and so on. And there is a CCTV footage that shows that vehicle, multiple CCTV footage that is being probed at this point, and an inquest also that was carried out in that particular district last night, where one of the accused had accompanied the police to tell them about the events that led to the murder. So we'll have to wait and see what will happen once all of these accused, including Darshan, are produced before the court in a few days.
Radhika there, thank you so much for tracking this high-profile story, which we have been consistently reporting on since day one. Staying with news from Karnataka, but this about veteran BJP leader B.S. Yeddiyurappa. Now, the High Court there is currently hearing a bail plea which has been filed by the BJP leader over a POCSO case in which a non-bailable warrant had in fact been issued by the court yesterday. Now, during the hearing, we are given to understand that the police were seeking custodial interrogation of Yeddiyurappa. There's an argument still, court arguments are still on at the moment. The police have in fact told the court that they need the custody in order to probe possibility of tampering and destruction of evidence. That is an angle that the police are saying that they need Yeddiyurappa's custody for. Let's first look at some of the reactions which have come in on the story. Remember that the BJP has, of course, called this a vendetta politics by the Karnataka government, but the Karnataka government has said that we have no role to play. This is just due process of law which is being followed. Take a listen and then we'll come back to Radhika for more.
Investigation antandella iga FSL ge ಅವರು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ VIP ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನಂತರ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು ಯಾಕೆ
Why did they include Rahul Gandhi? In what way Rahul Gandhi is connected? He was being summoned to the Bangalore court. He came all the way respecting the court. He never involved, he is not the president of the party, either in the state or in the national level. Why did they include his name? Why did the BJP MLC file a complaint? No point of time, we don't want to do vindictive politics. We are very large-hearted. Congress party is looking at very large-hearted. In our tenure, as of 10 years tenure or any term, we never vindicated anyone. It is the basic concept of BJP which they always do.
Radhika, take us through some of the key points which have been mentioned in court so far in terms of why the police are actually looking to arrest Yeddiyurappa.
That's right. Yesterday, special court issued non-bailable warrants against Yeddiyurappa. Now, what is happening now is the Karnataka High Court is hearing Yeddiyurappa's petition seeking anticipatory bail post this NBW being issued by the special court. So several key observations has been made by the court today. In fact, the court questioning the police as to why they are in a hurry to arrest Yeddiyurappa, one. And secondly, it also asked about the track record of the complainant and her family members. Apparently, there are multiple complaints against this particular woman complainant. She had complained against, allegedly complained against her husband in the past. There are complaints against her as well in the past. So those was details that were sought by the single bench judge today. And also now the court, in fact, asking the police as to the the number of times that Yeddiyurappa was asked to cooperate in the investigation. It asked notice February 2 incident, see when you registered the FIR, and last time when you issued notice, he very scrupulously came. Why arrest a former chief minister? Is he running away? This is what the court has asked. Also, court saying a holistic view is to be taken. If he was an unscrupulous person, he would not have appeared before the IO on issuance of first notice. So therefore, court being made to understand that there was a first notice issued, which was complied by Yeddiyurappa. A second notice was issued, to which a date was given by Yeddiyurappa. Despite that, an NBW was issued. So also going on to say, the court saying, here is an ex-chief minister who followed your first notice and cooperated with investigation. They issued second notice, it was your power, and he said, I will come on 17th June. It is not his case that he will not come to Karnataka. So therefore, certainly the bench of Karnataka High Court pointing at certain details as far as the issuance of notice is concerned, and also seeing whether Yeddiyurappa had in fact cooperated with the police, which the court feels it has. And now, of course, the court is dictating the order, whether it will be in favor, because so far it looks like the court had been talking in favor of former Chief Minister Yeddiyurappa, but we'll wait for the final orders to come. Court is currently dictating the order.
Court, of course, asking questions to the police as to why custody is needed in the first place. Radhika, we'll keep tracking this important court story with you. Thank you so much for joining us with that. More breaking updates coming in the bulletin, and this is with regard to the Pune Porsche case, in which the teen's parents, the juvenile accused parents' custody has in fact been extended further. I believe both of them have been sent to jail for 14 days, for 2 weeks. So this is the Pune Porsche crash case. Remember, the teen accused, his parents had also been arrested on separate charges. And at the moment, what we can report is that those the parents of the juvenile accused have in fact been sent to jail for 14 days. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Paras. Paras, both parents have been sent to jail for now. What were some of the arguments made in the courtroom today?
So this is a very important update which has came into light. So the parents of minor accused and the middleman Aspirants Makanda was produced before the Pune court today, and starting with the police argument, they asked the court and they said the court that Aspirants Makanda was present at Yeddiyurappa police station, Shasan hospital, and there was a meeting held between the somewhere. So police want to investigate more on this situation, why this meeting was held, and it has something with the blood sample which was exchanged. So there was major things which was said by the police in front of the respected court, and with that police does not seek custody of the accused mother and father in this entire matter now. So Retention also went and has put his point in front of respected Pune court. What is the progress since the first custody? Accused number 1, 2 and 3 are already in jail custody. 4 and 5, the police doesn't want their custody. As far as this alone you need, what will you do with others are in jail custody? If custody was taken thrice, what you will do with the custody of this alone man? You want to specify the CCTV footage? He was arrested on the basis of CCTV footage as he was present at the same location, and you are still doing technical analysis. You are yet to know where is the 1 lakh rupees or 4 lakh. So this is a very important point. So there has been always said that it was 3 lakh rupees bribe, but what we are come to know is that it was not 3 lakhs, it was more than 3 lakhs. This bribe was offered to the statistical doctors, and other peon who was in this entire matter. So right now, what court has said that the court had sent mother, father of the accused and Ashwat Makandar to judicial custody for 14 days.
Right. Paras there joining us on this breaking update. Remember that the parents of the juvenile accused had also in fact been arrested on charges of trying to destroy evidence and kidnapping charges as well. Shifting our focus to another one of the top stories that we've been following, and this is the aftermath of the Kuwait fire tragedy. 45 Indians lost their lives in that fire. Now, the mortal remains of those Indians have in fact been brought back to the country today. The special flight from Kuwait landed in Kochi in Kerala. First, where you can see on your screens there, in fact, Pinarayi Vijayan, the Kerala Chief Minister, was present at the airport when the bodies were brought in. He laid wreath on the mortal remains of those Indians there. 24 people were from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, and from several other states. There were people from several other states as well. Now, what we are given to understand that 14 other bodies are being brought to Delhi shortly. Let's first listen in to reactions which have come in on this story today.
Our government got to know that such a tragic incident has happened. The Prime Minister immediately convened the meeting and instructed us to reach to Kuwait immediately and take all possible steps so that the mortal remains can be sent back as soon as possible, because that's the...
Across now to that special interview with Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan.
That has been given, the direction has been given by Honorable Supreme Court. That is covered. We should wait for how many students are coming for the re-examination.
Mr. Pradhan, one view is that the NTA acted only after Supreme Court's intervention. Otherwise, students were protesting all over the country and there was nobody to listen to them.
No. I don't think the information is not so correct, because NTA has come after this anomaly, not given proper time. NTA has come out with a formula. That formula has also given by one of the judgment in Supreme Court regarding the CLAT entrance examination. They come out with some grace mark formula, which has been little bit, some anomalies came out through that, because 6 students came out as the highest scorer in the list. That became eyesore from the among the students. Then there was a protest against that decision. Then NTA and government intervened, and government directed NTA to come out with some transparent policy. They formed an academic committee. The academic committee recommended for retesting of the respective students in those 6 centers. And Honorable Supreme Court yesterday, and by this time there are 41 petitions are there in the different high courts and in front of Supreme Court. Clubbing all together, Honorable Supreme Court has given those 1,563 students should given opportunity. Those who lost time in the 5th May, they should give an opportunity for the retesting, and they are given the opportunity for the retesting.
What about the entire controversy around paper leak from Patna to Godhra? FIRs have been filed, and there is a larger question also that even if you order retest for a select view, the entire transparency of this process has been affected.
Yes, there are certain allegations, there are certain news information come out from 2 respective spaces. Let us wait for the full investigation. Concerned competent authority are on the job of that. And all these things has been put in front of some of the petition has also mentioned all these things in front of Honorable Supreme Court. And Honorable Supreme Court is also looking into that aspect, and government, they have given notice to central government to give a reply on this issue, also to NTA. Let us wait for the 8th July, how Supreme Court is going to pronounce its judicious judgment, and nothing to hide. Because now, this year, around 23,33,000 students appeared in the NEET examination. There are 4,750 examination centers. Examination are conducted in 14 overseas centers. 13 language is the medium of entrance in all these centers. humongous task. There is a huge dimension of this examination, and yes, there are certain allegations in 2 centers. Let us wait for the total investigation report, and I assure you, through you, government is very transparent on all this issue, nothing to hide. Those who are involved in the misdeed, they will be severely punished.
So only yesterday you had said that there was no paper leak. But
there is no evidence.
There is no evidence.
There are allegations. There are allegations, and competent authority are into the job, how things are coming out.
But because of the sheer scale of which you just spoke about, 23 lakh students appear all over India, 13 plus languages in which this examinations are conducted. But if students do not have faith in the process, then how will you assure them? Because just few minutes back, you had a meeting with the delegation of students and their parents.
I think I talked to the respective students and I listened their grievances, and I assure them, have faith on government and look into our policies, look into our commitment. There is no lack of intention. Yes, when you organize such a huge entrance examination, don't judge us by anomalies of 1 or 2 centers. And they will be carved out. They will be in the 6th center. Some anomalies came in front of system, and we have solved that problem with the guidance of Supreme Court. And I think this will also be sorted out.
What about NTA as a body? Are they failing to ensure that students have faith in them, because they are saying that there is a need for a CBI probe, a Supreme Court monitored probe?
Maybe some of them have given allegation is that. Let us see how court is giving its opinion.
So you're waiting for the court's judgment. My last question, how are you looking at the allegations that are coming in from opposition?
The opposition has lost election severely in this last Lok Sabha and Vidhan. I don't give much importance to opposition's allegation. My responsibility to assure the entire student community, entire parents, they should be assured that there is a transparency, there is no misdeed, malafide intention from NT or government. We are assuring you there will be transparency in the selection process.
Will you also ensure action against NPA if the need be?
Whoever it may be, whether it is NT or somebody else, severe action will be taken.
And what do you say to DMK, who has been demanding scrapping of NEET completely?
Why they are demanding scrapping of NTA?
NEET.
The NEET. Why they are demanding scrapping of NEET? These are old demand.
Yes.
Last year only. Why? Because they want to, through their old practice, to stop their old practice, respective state or respective medical college will decide who will study in their institution. That has been, the controversy went to Supreme Court a few years ago. And Honorable Supreme Court has given this opinion, there should be authority to organize an all India entrance test. NTA is the outcome of that. NTA is emerging as an organization since last 8 years. They are conducting good examination. Now they are conducting examination more than 10 million students. More than 10 million students.
So there is no question of scrapping of NEET.
What is their necessity? Because they have a vested interest. There is a political stand. If I cite one example, last year NEET examination, topper of the NEET was a student from Tamil Nadu State Board in the rural area. So where is the allegation? What is their allegation? Now we are conducting examination in 13 regional languages. 4,750 centers are there. This year only 72 new city has been included in the examination center. More than 600 new centers were opened in this entrance examination. We are expanding the NEET NTA center for the NEET, JEE or CUET in the nook and corners of the country. We are giving access for education to all the citizens.
Looking to the camera, as there are a lot of questions that are being asked, what will you be telling the students of NEET? Because I've been speaking to a lot of them, and there is a great sense of concern, dilemma. They are staring at an uncertain future, sir.
I assure all the young friends, all the students, government is committed to protect their interests. Let they be assured there will be 100% transparency in the examination selection process. Examination selection process is already on. We are waiting for counseling. Things will be settled down. No culprit will be spared.
Thank you so much for being 20 days.
Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. बट द क्वेश्चन इज कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, लेट्स से यू डोंट गेट इंटरनेट सिग्नल एज वेल. समटाइम्स ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहां पे UPI से पेमेंट करना है, हाउ वुड यू डू इट? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. टिप इज वेरी यूजफुल. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8? With the addition of India as the 8th country. Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and
this is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi holds key bilaterals on the sidelines of the G7 in Italy after meeting with Macron and Rishi Sunak. The Prime Minister meets Ukraine's Zelensky. Over the NEET row, students and parents meet with the Education Minister. Aspirants demand the government's intervention, seek a re-examination for all candidates. The Education Minister says committed to protecting the students' interests. In an interview to NDTV, Dharmendra Pradhan says we have nothing to hide. Relief for former Karnataka Chief Minister Yeddiyurappa in the POCSO case against him. The Karnataka High Court says Yeddiyurappa cannot be arrested. His appearance, however, is mandatory on the next hearing, which is on the 17th of June. The RSS and BJP to meet to review the Lok Sabha results. A review meeting will be held in Kerala end of July. For the first time, the BJP opened its account in Kerala. In the murder case involving Kannada actor Darshan, the victim's post-mortem is out. 15 injury marks were found on the victim, who was beaten with logs as well as with a leather belt. Tensions in the Maharashtra alliances. No one is upset, Ajit Pawar says, on the Rajya Sabha polls. Deputy Chief Minister's wife Sunetra Pawar is contesting the Rajya Sabha polls. Senior leader Chhagan Bhujbal, though, reportedly upset. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and up first, let's get you all the latest from the G7 in Italy, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding some key bilaterals. He held talks with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky at the G7 summit underway in Italy's Bari. Earlier, the Prime Minister held talks with French President Emmanuel Macron and United Kingdom's Rishi Sunak as well. This is the Prime Minister's first foreign trip of his third term. It comes shortly after he took charge for a third time. He is attending an outreach session of the 50th Group of 7 G7 Leaders Summit. The session is expected to focus on issues relating to artificial intelligence, energy, Africa and the Mediterranean. So several key bilaterals being held there. It's not clear, though, whether the Prime Minister will be, having a bilateral with the US President Biden, or even whether he will hold talks with Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Well, let's go across to Vishnu Shom, who joins us from Italy. And Vishnu, tell us what's happening right now and more on what is expected later in the day.
All right, the update which I'm getting just now, moments back, is that the Prime Minister will be arriving at the G7 summit venue and will be welcomed by the host Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. So what has happened thus far is that he's had on the sidelines of G7 a bunch of one-on-one meetings, perhaps the most interesting one being the one with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He's also had a bilateral with the French President Emmanuel Macron. And he's also had a meeting with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. So he will now be welcomed by the host, the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. There will be a bilateral exchange between India and Italy later on tonight, shortly before he departs at about 11:30 p.m. This evening. He will be having an informal dinner with the Italian Prime Minister as well. So that's what's taking place now. Gargi, really important in terms of the day's developments, very important meetings with all of these leaders with whom India has different relationships, but they're all allies and sort of friends of India. But the messaging with the Prime Minister meeting Zelensky, very significant indeed.
That's right, Vishnu. And tell us also about the G7 so far. What has been, what are the developments there?
Gargi, in one word, Ukraine.
Yes.
This entire G7 is about Ukraine. All of the allies of Vladimir Zelensky are very keen on ensuring that Ukraine is propped up, that there are no further incursions made by the Russians, that the front line in Ukraine and Russia is stabilized. That wasn't the case a couple of months back. But since the movement of a large quantity of American weaponry, not least of all artillery shells and ballistic missiles and a host of other weaponry. The Ukrainians have been able to stabilize that front. There's an active effort by the United States to actually get an additional $50 billion in funding from seized Russian assets across to Ukraine to help them actually continue running the country. It's not just military aid. You need to have the funds to be able to run an entire country. So that's something which they are thinking about potentially being a real outcome of this G7 process. Now, the fact that you've got Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the Ukrainian president sends out an important signal in a couple of ways. Number one, India is very much a power center by itself, but also doesn't engage in any one particular power bloc. That's the message. So in as much as we import Russian oil and gas, and that's important because, as the foreign minister said earlier on, it's India first and our priorities first. At the same time, as you can see, the Prime Minister is engaging Volodymyr Zelensky today. India and Ukraine have a very close relationship. Thousands of Indian students used to study over there. Did you know, Gargi, that the AN-32 transport aircraft, which is one of the mainstays of the Indian Air Force, is a Ukrainian aircraft? Did you know that the gas turbine engines of the Indian Navy's frontline destroyers and frigates are actually Ukrainian? So there is a relationship which is old. It's a very important relationship, and therefore that the meeting of Zelensky and Modi is significant in that sense. Whether a message has been sent by the Ukrainians from Zelensky to Prime Minister Modi saying, please help us find a way around this war, you use your good offices to get through to the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Do you think you can actually do something about that? That we do not know, but India has once again asserted that dialogue and diplomacy, and these were the words which were used, dialogue and diplomacy are the way forward to end this conflict.
Right, Vishnu, and the Gaza conflict also in focus?
That's right. The Gaza conflict should be in focus. I'm not sure of any immediate developments which have taken place, but we do expect some sort of statement to come perhaps at the end of the G7 summit. That will be towards the end of tomorrow when a G7 statement does come about, perhaps encouraging an end to the crisis in Gaza, ending the humanitarian crisis over there, which has seen tens of thousands of people lose their lives. However, there would also be a strong statement, I would expect, when it comes to Gaza, that terrorism cannot be accepted in any way, shape or form. All of these nations are close allies of Israel, and there is a real hope that, I don't know whether it would be at this G7 process, but sometime soon when all of these Western partners can work with countries like Qatar and potentially Saudi Arabia in pushing for a hostage for prisoners swap. It's happened once before between Israel and Hamas. If it were to happen again, would it be a prelude to a more lasting peace? Nobody knows.
That's right. And Vishnu, this also comes at an interesting time. It comes, shortly after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's taken charge for a third time, and he's, there on at the G7 on the sidelines. But also many of the leaders, be it, Biden and Sunak and Macron, they're all facing elections back home soon. Sunak, in fact, shortly, and Macron as well. So a lot of pressure to achieve a lot, because given that right now they're all going to go, they have all their domestic challenges as well.
So Prime Minister Modi has finished his set of challenges. He's been re-elected. However, Emmanuel Macron has announced snap polls. He's done this at a time when the far right in Europe, and certainly in France, with Marine Le Pen's party, having an increasingly more important say or stake. So he's taken a big chance. I mention this because the French president has been a firm supporter of Ukraine. Whether, if there is another party which actually comes to power in France, it's unclear whether they would have the same policy. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak faces elections. He's been perhaps the strongest partner of Ukraine as far as Europe is concerned. Would any successive government over there in the United Kingdom, if Sunak doesn't come back into power, have that same policy? And most significantly, Joe Biden himself faces an election in the United States. If Trump is to come to power, then it's pretty clear that he will not have the same Ukraine policy. He wants that war to go away, which is why this period is one where the Ukrainians are extremely worried. They want to ensure that they are well-stocked in terms of weaponry and that they are well-stocked financially, in order that there is no crisis or there is no further weakening. They've stabilized the front line. But the other way of looking at all of this is that Moscow and Vladimir Putin certainly know what exactly is taking place, and perhaps they'd want to wait it out till the end of the year, see what happens, and then see whether the West still wants to back Ukraine in the same way. That said, at this G7 meeting, all of the leaders who are meeting this time around, they all want to back Ukraine to the hilt, so they would be wanting to get policies which would back Ukraine going into the immediate future.
All right, and finally, Vishnu, you know what's interesting at this G7 is also the Pope is going to be at the G7 for the first time. What is his program? Will the Prime Minister have any sort of interaction with him?
The Pope, or the Papa as he's known over here in Italy, will indeed be somebody who will be attending. I'm not sure whether Prime Minister Modi would meet him. I don't think it's mentioned in the bilateral program. But he would be meeting some of the G7 leaders, and hopefully his blessings would enable there to be some sort of progress towards peace, which is what everybody is looking at. We've had a terrible 2.5+ years in terms of conflict, not just in terms of Ukraine or Hamas and Israel, or Gaza and Israel, but also what's taking place in Yemen, attacks on merchant shipping over there, and so many other parts of the world. So an outlook for a lasting peace with the blessings of the Pope would certainly be very welcome.
All right, Vishnu, we'll leave it there. We'll return to you when, Prime Minister Modi arrives at the venue of the G7, where he will be greeted by the Italian Prime Minister. Thanks so much, Vishnu, for joining us from Italy. Well, moving on to the big story, we're tracking back home and the NEET controversy, the controversy over the medical entrance exam. Now, students protested today as well, and many of the students met the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, when they handed over a list of demands which included a retest for all students and a replacement of the National Testing Agency chief. Remember, yesterday the Supreme Court had accepted the centre's solution that the 1,565 or so students who were granted the grace marks, that they would have a retest. However, students protesting and demanding that the NEET exam be held again, that the medical entrance exam be held again. That is the demand of some of the students, as there are allegations of paper leak as well, though this is something the government has denied. Now, the minister, on meeting the students, did assure them that no child's career will be in jeopardy. Remember, the Supreme Court did not put the counselling on hold. So the counselling that is, to help the students get admission to medical colleges, that is ongoing. The Supreme Court, though, today asked the National Testing Agency and the centre to respond to these petitions, seeking a probe by a committee chaired by a retired Supreme Court or High Court judge, or an investigation agency into the allegations of question paper leak and discrepancies in the NEET exam. So that notice has been issued by the Supreme Court. Let's just take a look at this report sent to us by Vedant.
It was a delegation of 10 NEET aspirants which met the Education Minister. Earlier, of course, it was seeming almost unlikely that the Education Minister would be able to meet the delegation. But once they went inside, the Education Minister did end up meeting them. What is their charter of demands? Well, they say that one, re-examination should be held for all 24 lakh candidates, which of course seems a bit of an unreasonable proposition. But that is in their charter of demands. In fact, the students also demand a CBI investigation into the paper leak issue. What's important is that students across states, whether it's students from Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh, of course here in the national capital, they say that paper leak happens to be one of the most pressing issues, and that needs to be systematically dealt with. Though of course the National Testing Agency has said that all these are just allegations of paper leak, and that in fact did not happen. Some question papers got mixed up, some students were given lesser time, and all of those will be remedied with this bid to hold a re-examination for those students who were awarded grace marks. But students say that this is not enough, because ultimately it will be unfair, because those students with grace marks have been given an option to take the re-examination. Some of them might not end up taking the re-examination. So ultimately they say that is unfair. The other important thing, Tanima, here is that the timeline seems to be the same right now. 23rd is when the re-examination could take place. 30th is when the NTA would release the results of this re-examination, and on the 6th of July is when the counselling process will begin. Now remember, the Supreme Court has pushed the date to the 8th of July, which is 2 days after the counselling process actually begins on the 6th of July. So a bit of a setback there for some aspirants there. They say that there has to be some sort of a blanket solution to this, but of course the Education Ministry reassuring the students that nobody would be disadvantaged, nobody would be wronged, is what the Education Ministry says. In fact, NTA sources also say that there are multiple reasons, including a comparatively easier question paper that might have led to several students getting higher marks this time.
All right, another news now. There will be an RSS BJP meet. This is after the BJP opened its account in Kerala, winning one seat there, and it will be held in Kerala at the end of July. So this meeting will review the Lok Sabha results. It's a coordination meeting between the RSS and the BJP between 31st of July to 2nd of August. Let's go across to Vasudha now for more. And Vasudha, this comes after, certain interesting developments. A lot was read into what RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat had, commented after the election result, and now this coordination review meeting to take place.
Absolutely, Gargi. This is called the Samanvay Baithak. This happens with all the bodies, all the organizations that work as part of the larger umbrella, Sangh Parivar, and not just RSS BJP, but all the affiliates of the RSS will be taking part in this. And in some ways, this is to ensure that there is proper coordination between all these organizations. And this meeting is going to take place, incidentally, in Kerala. The meeting will start on the 31st of August and will end on the 3rd of July. Is what we've in September is what we've been told. And it's interesting because not just that it is happening in Kerala, which is symbolically important because this is the first time that the BJP has made history by winning the first seat, Thrissur, and also Thrissur is seen as the constituency of temples with Thrissur Puram and all that. That's symbolically important. But, this meeting happening, this is the first proper meeting of the RSS BJP after what happened in the results, while the BJP has come back to power in an NDA alliance. The numbers are slightly, numbers are much below expectations, which is why, there are many questions being raised on, the kind of coordination that was happening between RSS and BJP. And of course, in the last few days, Mohan Bhagwat himself has talked about the need to look at an evolving democracy and not really look at it as from the point of the ruling party alone. So there have been many critical statements that he has made. And in this meeting, not just will the results be looked at, but the political ideological expansion of the BJP-RSS, what needs to be done more for students, women. We've seen all these paper leaks that are happening. This is something that the RSS is very concerned about. And most importantly, the narrative that the reservation will change, the reservation policy will be altered, something that has really upset many sections of Dalits. That could also be taken up is what we've been told.
All right. Thanks so much, Vasudha, for joining us with all those developments regarding this meeting, this coordination meeting, and this comes after the first comments, remember, that Mohan Bhagwat made regarding, arrogance and the election. So it's interesting that now this coordination meeting, which is a routine meeting, to take place. Also staying with news of the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat is in Uttar Pradesh. He will take stock of the UP debacle there, and a key meeting will also take place between the RSS Chief and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who will head to Gorakhpur tomorrow. RSS Chief is in Gorakhpur already for a few days for a particular program there.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat right now is in Gorakhpur. Gorakhpur, that is the home turf of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now, right now, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is in Varanasi, but he's expected to go to Gorakhpur either tonight or tomorrow. Now, if he goes there, there is a high possibility of a meeting between RSS Chief and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and that will become a very crucial thing because the meeting comes in the backdrop of the 2024 Lok Sabha results, where BJP in Uttar Pradesh, where there was a setback for the BJP here in Uttar Pradesh. So of course a very important and a crucial meeting will be there if it happens. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath right now is in Varanasi, while RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat is on a 5-day tour to Gorakhpur, where he addressed the Karyakartas, around 2,800 Karyakartas of the Sangh. Now, if the meeting happens, of course, will be very important because of the also on the backdrop of the remarks that were made by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat. So a very important and a crucial development here. As of now, there is no confirmation, official word of the meeting, but it is expected that there will be a meeting between Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the latest in the murder involving Kannada actor Darshan. Stay with us.
Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest now in the murder case involving popular Kannada actor Darshan. And in fact, now the post-mortem report is also out, and details from that have emerged. The man tortured and killed allegedly by Darshan Thogadipar died of hemorrhage, is what the shock and hemorrhage is what the autopsy report says. The report also found that 15 wounds were on the body of the man Renuka Swamy, who was allegedly beaten to death by the actor and his aides. Now, they had kidnapped Renuka Swamy from Chitradurga in Karnataka over his comments on social media posts regarding Pavitra Gowda, the girlfriend of Mr. Thogadipar, and she too has been arrested. The police have also recovered wooden logs, a leather belt and a rope which was used to torture Renuka Swamy. Now, Darshan had allegedly planted 3 men to take the blame for the murder, but during the interrogation, these men were exposed and finally the entire plot unraveled. Well, let's go across to Radhika now, who's tracking all these developments. And Radhika, the driver of the car has also, surrendered and, also gone to the police. Tell us all the latest, and these very sordid details about the manner in which the torture took place have also now been revealed with the autopsy report.
That's right, Gargi. Shocking details emerging as far as Renuka Swamy murder case is concerned. In fact, Renuka Swamy suffered massive injuries on his abdomen, chest and several other parts of his body. 15 injuries as per post-mortem report. In fact, he was banged against a mini truck that was parked inside that particular shed multiple times, and the assault allegedly went on for 3 to 4 hours. Several other materials and weapons, as well as equipments used to allegedly torture Renuka Swamy, was also recovered by the police. That include a rope, wooden sticks, wooden logs, as well as many other materials, including leather belts that were recovered from that particular place. So yes, brutal details emerging of the assault. This went on for many hours until he dropped dead, and later his body was taken and thrown inside a drain which was close to where this incident happened. Post which, of course, Darshan, his girlfriend and other aides have been arrested. They are in police custody now. Another individual also has been arrested, which is a driver who ferried this victim from Chitradurga to Bengaluru. He has also given details as far as the sequence of events are concerned. There was a spot inquest also that was carried out last night of this particular place in Chitradurga where this alleged abduction happened. CCTV footage being examined. There are fresh CCTV footages that are emerging. One of this man being ferried, the victim being ferried from Chitradurga to Bengaluru. Then, of course, yesterday's CCTV footage that we showed, which had Darshan's vehicle close to the spot of the incident, and also of Renuka Swamy inside a pharmacy as well. So several details emerging of the assault, of the abduction, and more details being collected by the police at this point to make this a strong case.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with all those latest details. And do stay on with more news from Karnataka. And former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yeddiyurappa has been temporarily relieved by the Karnataka High Court in the POCSO case. Remember, he was issued a non-bailable warrant from a fast-track court yesterday, but now the High Court has issued an order not to take any coercive action until the next hearing, for which he must appear. And this case involves a minor girl who was a victim of an alleged sexual assault and had visited Yeddiyurappa, and the allegation is that he took her to a room and harassed her. That is what the family says. But let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, a big relief for Yeddiyurappa, temporary though it may be, but for the moment no action can be taken against the former Chief Minister.
That's right. For the moment, no action against former Chief Minister of Karnataka. In fact, a temporary relief for him. The court asking the police to wait, as he's already guaranteed that he will appear before the police on June 17. So therefore, no coercive action against him till June 17. So there is some sort of relief for B.S. Yeddiyurappa. In fact, the court are seeking details of the notices issued to B.S. Yeddiyurappa in the past by the police, the details of which was given. So therefore, a court observing that, Yeddiyurappa had complied with the first notice. He had appeared before the police as far as questioning goes. And as far as the second notice is concerned, he has given a date. So what is the hurry for the police to go ahead and arrest him? Of course, yesterday, a non-bailable warrant was issued against Yeddiyurappa by a special court. This is, of course, in connection with the alleged sexual assault case against B.S. Yeddiyurappa. He is an accused. So multiple notices had been issued, but it was also complied with, is what the court has observed. So therefore, if he has given a date of June 17th, then one must wait till then, is what the court has said. Some more observations by the court saying that last time when you issued notice, he very scrupulously came. Why arrest a chief minister, former chief minister? Is he running away? If a former chief minister is treated like this, then what must be happening to a layman? A holistic view is to be taken. If he was an unscrupulous person, he would not have appeared before IO on issuance of first notice. Of course, the AG, they're also pointing that the circumstances had changed, and they also got to know that Yeddiyurappa had booked tickets to Delhi as soon as the second notice was issued, which was forced them to sort of go ahead and perhaps arrest him sometime soon, also because MBW was also issued. But the court asking the cops to wait. So some sort of relief for Yeddiyurappa, no arrest till June 17. On June 17th is when he is expected to appear before the police in connection with the alleged sexual assault case.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with all those latest developments. So some temporary relief there for Karnataka's former Chief Minister, Yeddiyurappa. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, an exclusive interview with Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan on the entire NEET controversy. Stay with us. The entire NEET controversy over the medical entrance exam is continuing, with students protesting and asking that the exam be held again. Remember, so far the grace marks which were given to over 1,500 students have been removed, and they will go in for a retest. But students protested, demanding that the entire exam be redone. Students even met with the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, who said that no child will suffer, and he said we are being absolutely transparent. The Education Minister meeting with some of those students who presented him with a list of their demands. Well, NDTV in this exclusive interview spoke to Dharmendra Pradhan, who said that the government has nothing to hide and that they will maintain transparency.
Mr. Pradhan, really appreciate your time. You're back from Odisha after a lot of hard work there, and you're back in the midst of a crisis. How will you restore faith of students in NTA and also in NEET as an institution, as an examination?
I assure all the students through you, there should not be any panic among the students. Some anomalies has come in front of government. We are aware about the issue, we are concerned about the issue. Honorable Supreme Court has given some beautiful judgment yesterday only. There should not be any confusion after that. 1,563 students will get opportunity to reappear in the NEET. This one part has been covered and one part has been solved. Those who are interested, they can out for the retest in the specific 6 center where the allegation was they did not get any proper time. They will be given proper time, they will be given an opportunity for the re-examination. That has been given, the direction has been given by Honorable Supreme Court, that is covered. We should wait for how many students are coming for the re-examination.
Mr. Pradhan, one view is that the NTA acted only after Supreme Court's intervention. Otherwise, students were protesting all over the country and there was nobody to listen to them.
No, I don't think the information is not so correct, because NTA has come after this anomaly, not given proper time. NTA has come out with a formula. That formula has also given by one of the judgment in Supreme Court regarding the CLAT entrance examination. They come out with some grace mark formula, which has been little bit, some anomalies came out through that, because 6 students came out as the highest scorer in the list. That became eyesore from among the students. Then there was a protest against that decision. Then NTA and government intervened, and government directed NTA to come out with some transparent policy. They formed an academic committee. The academic committee recommended for retesting of the respective students in those 6 centers. And Honorable Supreme Court yesterday, and by this time there are 41 petitions are there in the different high courts and in front of Supreme Court. Clubbing all together, Honorable Supreme Court has given those 1,563 students should given opportunity, those who lost time in the 5th May, they should give an opportunity for the retesting, and they are given the opportunity for the retesting.
What about the entire controversy around paper leak from Patna to Godhra? FIRs have been filed, and there is a larger question also that even if you order retest for a select few, the entire transparency of this process has been affected.
Yes, there are certain allegations, there are certain news information come out from two respective spaces. Let us wait for the full investigation. Concerned competent authority are on the job of that. And all these things has been put in front of, some of the petition has also mentioned all these things in front of Honorable Supreme Court. And Honorable Supreme Court is also looking into that aspect, and government, they have given notice to central government to give reply on this issue, also to NTA. Let us wait for the 8th July, how Supreme Court is going to pronounce its judicious judgment, and nothing to hide, because now this year around 23,33,000 students appeared in the NEET examination. There are 4,750 examination centers. Examination are conducted in 14 overseas centers. 13 language is the medium of entrance in all these centers. Among us tasks, there is a huge dimension of this examination, and yes, there are certain allegations in 2 centers. Let us wait for the total investigation report, and I assure you, through you, government is very transparent on all this issue, nothing to hide. Those who are involved in the misdeed, they will be severely punished.
So only yesterday you had said that there was no paper leak. But
there is no evidence.
There is no evidence.
There are allegations. There are allegations, and competent authority are into the job how things are coming out.
But because of the sheer scale of which you just spoke about, 23 lakh students appear all over India, 13 plus languages in which this examinations are conducted. But if students do not have faith in the process, then how will you assure them? Because just few minutes back, you had a meeting with the delegation of students and their parents.
I think I talked to the respective students and I listened their grievances, and I assure them, have faith on government and look into our policies, look into our commitment. There is no lack of intention. Yes, when you organize such a huge entrance examination, don't judge us by anomalies of 1 or 2 centers. And they will be carved out. They will be in the 6th center. Some anomalies came in front of system, and we have solved that problem with the guidance of Supreme Court. And I think this will also be sorted.
What about NTA as a body? Are they failing to ensure that students have faith in them, because they are saying that there is a need for a CBI probe, a Supreme Court monitored probe?
Maybe some of them have given allegation is that. Let us see how court is giving its opinion.
So you're waiting for the court's judgment. My last question, how are you looking at the allegations that are coming in from opposition?
The opposition has lost election severely in this last Lok Sabha and Vidhan. Much importance to opposition's allegation, my responsibility to assure the entire student community, entire parents, they should be assured that there is a transparency, there is no misdeed, malafide intention from NT or government. We are assuring you there will be transparency in the selection process.
Will you also ensure action against NTA if the need be?
Whoever it may be, whether it is NT or somebody else, severe action will be taken.
And what do you say to DMK, who has been demanding scrapping of NEET completely?
Why they are demanding scrapping of NTA?
NEET.
The NEET. Why they are demanding scrapping of NEET? This is an old demand.
Yes.
Last
Since
year
2017.
Only. Why? Because they want to, through their old practice, to stop their old practice, respective state or respective medical college will decide who will study in their institution. That has been, the controversy went to Supreme Court a few years ago. And Honorable Supreme Court has given this opinion, there should be authority to organize an all India entrance test. NTA is the outcome of that. NTA is emerging as an organization since last 8 years. They are conducting good examination. Now they are conducting examination more than 10 million students, more than 10 million students.
So there is no question of scrapping of NEET.
What is their necessity? Because they have a vested interest. There is a political stand. If I cite one example, last year NEET examination, topper of the NEET was a student from Tamil Nadu State Board in the rural area. So where is the allegation? What is their allegation? Now we are conducting examination in 13 regional languages. 4,750 centers are there. This year only 72 new city has been included in the examination center. More than 600 new centers were opened in this entrance examination. We are expanding the NEET NTA center for the NEET, JEE or CUET in the nook and corners of the country. We are giving access for education to all the citizens.
Looking to the camera, as there are a lot of questions that are being asked, what will you be telling the students of NEET? Because I've been speaking to a lot of them, and there is a great sense of concern, dilemma. They are staring at an uncertain future, sir.
I assure all the young friends, all the students, government is committed to protect their interests. Let they be assured there will be 100% transparency in the examination selection process. Examination selection process is already on. We are waiting for counseling. Things will be settled down. No culprit will be spared.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
Thank you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during the summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all these electronics जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about a smartphone, SSD or a pen drive, could be anything. यहाँ पे extreme heat might damage the internal components. तो अगर आप अपनी
Welcome back. News now from Maharashtra. In trouble in the Mahayuti. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, though, refuted claims that anyone was upset over the Rajya Sabha seat. He said no one is upset. Chhagan Bhujbal and Praful Patel already cleared that our parliamentary board had decided this. NCP leader Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra Pawar filed her nomination papers for the lone Rajya Sabha seat at the Vidhan Bhavan in Mumbai, and Pawar informed that the nomination has been accepted. Let's just listen to what was said.
मैं बिल्कुल नाराज नहीं हूँ. मुंह पे दिखता है क्या मैं नाराज हूँ? सब ठीक है. देखिए वो फडणवीस साहब जो है नासिक गए थे और हमारे जो सीएम साहब भी ऐसे ठाणे में कुछ प्रोग्राम अटके हुए थे. कोई बात नहीं है.
स्वतः भुजबळांनी काल सांगितलं मी ह्याच्यामध्ये नाराज नाही. प्रफुल्लभाईंनी सांगितलं, तटकरेंनी सांगितलं, तरी देखील काही जण मग आमचे विरोधक असतील किंवा आमचे फारच जवळचे मित्र असतील हे आमचा फार विचार करतात असे यांनी अशा बातम्या पिकवलेल्या आहेत. त्या बातम्यात तसूभर देखील तथ्य नाही. त्याबद्दलचा निर्णय पार्लमेंटरी बोर्डाने तिथं बसून त्या ठिकाणी घेतला आणि काल फॉर्म भरलेला होता. फॉर्म भरताना देखील तिथं एक दुःखद घटना घडली. अतिशय जवळचे देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहेबांची व्यक्ती होती काळे अमोल. त्यांचं दुःखद निधन झालं आणि त्यांचं अस्थिविसर्जन का कशाला तरी त्यांना काल नाशिकला जायचं होतं. 2-3 दिवस ते त्याच्या दुःखात आहेत. आणि त्याचबरोबर एकनाथरावांना मी आदल्या दिवशी रात्रीच वर्षावर भेटलेलो होतो. त्यांना सांगितलं की आज रात्रीपर्यंत किंवा उद्यापर्यंत आमचा उमेदवाराचं नाव ठरेल. आम्ही सगळेजण जाऊन तो फॉर्म भरणार आहे. मी काही सगळ्यांना त्या फॉर्म भरायला जावं असं काही मला वाटत नाही. ते म्हणले हरकत नाही, महायुती तर बरोबर आहेच, त्याच्यावर तुम्ही जाऊन फॉर्म भरा.
News now from Sikkim, which is facing a devastation due to heavy rainfall in a section of a road which was damaged due to landslides triggered by incessant rain at Mangan in North Sikkim, where the Mangan district is grappling with another wave of natural disaster less than a year after the glacial lake outburst flood in October 2023 had led to catastrophic collapse of the Teesta hydroelectric dam, claiming nearly 50 lives and affecting thousands. This time, incessant rainfall has triggered massive landslides, killing at least 6 people, leaving around 1,200 domestic tourists and 15 foreign tourists stranded in Lachang. Well, let's go across to Ratnadeep now for more. And Ratnadeep, what is the latest you can share with us? Multiple people are said to be trapped.
That's right. In fact, for the past couple of days, there have been very heavy rainfall in Sikkim, particularly in northern part of the state, which now remains cut off from the rest of the state, particularly in Mangan district. And tourist hotspots like Lachen and Lachung are now cut off with bridges being washed away, and therefore more than 1,200 tourists, including some foreigners, are stranded there. And even in the areas which are in the lower terrain closer to the border with Bengal, particularly Meli and Singtam, there have been heavy flash floods. There have been landslides in Mangan district where 6 people have died in the last 24 hours. In the last 3 days, at least 9 people have died. Several people are injured, as well as there are reports of people being missing. So now the Sikkim government have come on record, and we, in some time from now, I'm sure our producers will play out the soundbite of the Sikkim Chief Secretary that we have, where he clearly says that this flash flood has been caused by cloudburst. Remember, cloudburst was seen as one of the major, reason behind last year's devastating floods that Sikkim witnessed, where more than 100 people were dead, over 20,000 people got displaced when cloudburst resulted in, glacial lake outburst. In fact, Sikkim government at this moment is also taking help of remote sensing of satellite imagery to keep a watch on the glacial lakes in the higher reaches of the Himalayas and their conditions, so that glacial flood can be avoided. In fact, the Met Department has issued an orange alert, which remains till June 16. So therefore, more rains are expected, and not only Sikkim, in the North Bengal region, there have been flash floods due to the Teesta River, which flows downstream into North Bengal from Sikkim in full speed. The lifeline of Sikkim National Highway 10 is now, traffic has been restricted on that because of flash floods.
All right. Thanks so much, Ratnadeep, for joining us with those details. So a lot of devastation, and several, as Ratnadeep was telling us, dozens stuck because of these flash floods. In other news now, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh today visited the Eastern Naval Command at Visakhapatnam to review the operational readiness of the Indian Navy and embarked on INS Jalashwa for a day at sea. And he said that Indian Navy is getting stronger, and diplomacy without arms is like music without instruments.
Diplomacy without arms is like music without instruments. हमारी नैवी लगातार सशक्त हो रही है. इसमें नित नए सिस्टम्स जुड़ रहे हैं, वेपन्स जुड़ रहे हैं, एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर्स जुड़ रहे हैं, सबमरीन्स जुड़ रही हैं. पर हमारी नौसेना की पहचान केवल इन वेपन्स, सिस्टम्स और प्लेटफॉर्म्स मात्र से नहीं हो सकती, पर हमारी नौसेना की असली पहचान आप सब ऑफिसर्स और सेलर्स हैं, जो अपना पूरा जीवन इन लहरों पर बिता देते हैं। इसकी असली पहचान आप सभी मेन एंड वुमेन हैं, जो राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए अपना जीवन दांव पर लगाने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहते हैं।
Now, in other news, the remains of the 45 Indians who died in a fire in a labor housing facility in Kuwait were flown back home to India. Many distraught and bereaved relatives and experts have urged Delhi to do more to protect the lives of those who work abroad. So those mortal remains brought back. A majority of the people belong to Kerala, and there you can see Kerala Chief Minister and the cabinet, there to receive these bodies. 25 workers were from Kerala, while 7 were from Tamil Nadu. Kerala and Tamil Nadu governments have announced 5 lakh relief for the kin, and the mortal remains of 31 Indians taken to their homes. The remaining 14 now have been brought to Delhi, so they have arrived now in Delhi. So 14 bodies have been brought back to Delhi. Remember, this was a terrible, tragic fire that broke out on Wednesday in a labor housing facility in Mangaf, a coastal city south of capital Kuwait, and 49 people perished. And 33 people are currently being treated in hospitals. India had rushed its Minister of State for External Affairs to help facilitate the bringing back of the mortal remains. Let's go across to Vedant now for more. And Vedant, earlier a majority, of the remains were were brought to Kerala, where a majority of the laborers were from, and now 14 bodies have been brought to Delhi. That's right, Gargi. The special IAF flight carrying those 14 bodies, in fact, just arrived at the Palam Technical Airport here in the national capital, just about 150 meters from where I am currently. And as you rightly pointed out, the Minister of State, Mr. Kirti Vardhan, was on board that flight. In fact, he really coordinated this entire repatriation exercise. And it was swift coordination, as has been pointed out by the embassy here as well. Now remember, what we are being told is that all the bodies have been identified after that DNA test was held, because remember, the bodies were recovered in absolutely horrific state. Those people were charred to death. Most of them were migrant workers. What we're also being told is that many of these people, in fact, Sorry to interrupt you there. Mr. Kirti Vardhan Singh is actually, speaking. Let's listen in.
देखिए, बहुत ही दुखद घटना है और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जब ये खबर पहुंची बहुत चिंतित हुए। उन्होंने तुरंत हम लोगों की मीटिंग बुलाई और हम लोगों को कुवैत जाने को कहा। हम लोगों के 2 बड़े कंसर्न्स थे। एक तो जो वहाँ पे अभी इंजर्ड हैं अस्पताल में, उनकी क्या हालात है, और दूसरा जिनकी मृत्यु हो गई है उनके बॉडीज़ को जल्दी से जल्दी कैसे लाया जाए। आदरणीय हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर साहब ने वहाँ के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर से बात किया और हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो रिक्वेस्ट थी कि जल्दी से वहाँ बॉडीज़ हमारे भारत देश लाए जाएँ, जिनके उनके रिलेटिव्स, उनके फैमिलीज़ को मिल सकें, वो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की रिक्वेस्ट को हमारे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने वहाँ के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को कन्वे किया। हम लोग वहाँ कुवैत गए, वहाँ पे हम लोग वहाँ के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर से मिले, वहाँ के डिप्टी मिनिस्टर, प्राइम मिनिस्टर से मिले, वहाँ के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से मिले। उन सब लोगों ने हम लोगों को पूरा कोऑपरेशन देने का अश्योरेंस दिया और उनकी बहुत बड़ी मदद रही है इस हादसे में। उसके बाद हम लोग वहाँ 5 अस्पतालों में जो हमारे घायल लोग वहाँ पे एडमिट हैं, हम लोग 5 अस्पताल में गए और एक जो वहाँ पे जिनका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है, जो घायल हैं, एक हमारे अपने पेशेंट से मिले हम लोग, उनके हालचाल लिए और वहाँ के डॉक्टर से बात किया। वहाँ पे ज़्यादातर लोग 2-3 दिन में वहाँ अस्पताल से वहाँ से रिलीज़ हो जाएंगे। एक सीरियस केस है जो वहाँ आईसीयू में है, मगर वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स होपफुल हैं कि वो भी बहुत जल्दी ठीक हो जाएंगे। ज़्यादातर लोग जो इंजर्ड हैं उनको जो वहाँ पे धुआं जो इतना बिल्डिंग में हुआ वो अंदर लंग्स में जाने की वजह से उनको इंजरीज़ हैं, लेकिन उसका वो वहाँ पे बहुत बेहतर से बेहतर इलाज वहाँ के अस्पतालों में चल रहा है। कुछ ऐसे केसेस हैं जो वहाँ 2 मंजिल से 4 मंजिल से नीचे कूदे बाहर, या पाइप पकड़ के बाहर आने की कोशिश की और नीचे गिरे, तो उनके एंकल और पैरों में इंजरी है, कुछ हाथ फ्रैक्चर हैं, उनका भी प्लास्टर वगैरह हो गया, वो भी जैसे हील होगा वो रिलीज़ हो जाएंगे। हमारी यहाँ पे जो हमारी एम्बेसी है, हमारे एम्बेसी के स्टाफ, हमारे एम्बेसी के ऑफिशियल्स डेली मुआयना।
All right, so that was the new Minister of State, Kirtivardan Singh, telling us about the challenges and also how the Prime Minister held that, meeting immediately, and that he was sent off to Kuwait to facilitate this entire process. And there you can see visuals from earlier in Kerala as the Chief Minister and the entire cabinet came to receive the bodies and wreath laying. Also, many distraught families. Now the remainder of the bodies have been brought back to Delhi, and what we do know is that 24 of the workers were from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu, and now the remainder of those bodies have been brought now to Delhi. Let's go back to Vedant for more. And Vedant, are the families there to receive these bodies? It's been quite a challenging and a very heartbreaking process to get the remains all back home and also identify them and now get them to their families.
That's right, Gargi. In fact, here at the Palam airport, the families are not here because remember, out of the 14, there are 2 bodies each from Bihar, also Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, West Bengal. So now the process will be to send those bodies off to these particular states for the last rites. So none of the families, in fact, is present here at the moment. But as you rightly pointed out, the Minister of State for External Affairs Ministry, he was there in Kuwait. In fact, he coordinated this entire exercise. The Indian Embassy had also released a list of helpline numbers as well. After that, of course, the Prime Minister announced 2 lakh rupees of compensation for the families of the deceased. And now the aircraft carrying the bodies has landed here. But several larger questions, Gargi, continue because out of the 196 people living in that particular building, working for that company, the NDTV, 176 of them were Indian. Several of them are still critically injured, who are currently admitted to various hospitals there. So India, what we are being told, is closely monitoring that situation as well. But many larger questions on the safety norms and whether they were followed in that particular company in Kuwait or not.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us there with the latest and the mortal remains of 14 workers brought back home, brought back to Delhi. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi holds key bilaterals on the sidelines of the G7, meets with Zelensky, Rishi Sunak and Macron.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. it's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day."
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
In an exclusive interview to NDTV, the Education Minister speaks on the NEET controversy and asks why are they demanding the scrapping of the NEET exam and that there is no proof of any paper leak. Protesting students fed up with the NEET mess met with the Education Minister and handed a list of their demands, which includes a retest for all candidates and for a replacement of the testing agency chief. Temporary relief for former Karnataka Chief Minister Yeddiyurappa in the POCSO case against him. The Karnataka High Court says Yeddiyurappa cannot be arrested. He's been asked to appear for the next hearing now on the 17th. Further developments in the Pune Porsche crash case. The parents of the accused minor will remain in jail for now. The teen's parents have been sent to a 14-day judicial custody. Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds key bilaterals on the sidelines of the G7 after meeting with Macron and Sunak. The Prime Minister met with Ukraine's Zelensky. And Vladimir Putin promises a ceasefire in Ukraine if Kiev withdraws troops from occupied regions and renounces plans to join NATO. This as the G7 is underway. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story, the controversy around the medical entrance examination NEET, and protests continue today as well. In fact, the protesting students even met with Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, and they handed over a list of demands which included a retest for all students and a replacement of the National Testing Agency chief. Now, the minister assured the students that no child's career will be in jeopardy. The Supreme Court today asked the National Testing Agency and the Centre to respond to pleas seeking a probe by a committee chaired by a retired Supreme Court judge or an investigation agency into allegations of question paper leak as well as discrepancies in NEET. Remember, already the 1,500 students who got grace marks, those have been cancelled. But let's now cut across to Italy, where the G7 is taking place, and the Prime Minister has arrived at the venue of the G7 summit, and he is meeting with the Italian Prime Minister Meloni there. So there you can see the Italian Prime Minister greeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister is a special invitee for the G7, and he's held a series of bilateral meetings already on the sidelines of the summit of world leaders. He met with the UK counterpart Rishi Sunak, French President Emmanuel Macron, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky just a short while ago. These meetings have taken place, and there the Prime Minister greeted by the Italian Prime Minister Meloni, and later today he is invited for an informal dinner as well by the Italian Prime Minister. He will leave Italy at around 11 p.m. or after. So the Prime Minister there in Italy for the G7 as a special invitee. So several bilaterals have been held already. It's not clear whether the Prime Minister will indeed hold a special bilateral, a separate talks or just a pull aside with US President Biden. The Prime Minister earlier, before arriving in Italy, had said, "I look forward to meeting fellow world leaders and discussing a wide range of issues aimed at making our planet better and improving lives of people." In fact, the initial focus of the G7 has been on Ukraine, and the G7 leaders on day one, which was yesterday, agreed to a $50 billion loan for Ukraine using profits from frozen Russian assets. So that was the big focus at the G7 on day one. And Prime Minister Modi there in Italy for the G7, arriving there at the venue where the G7 summit is taking place. As we said, he held, the Prime Minister is, India has been invited as an outreach country, and this is the Prime Minister's first overseas trip, in fact, since taking oath as Prime Minister for a third straight term. Let's go across to NDTV's Vishnu Shrom, who's there in Italy. And Vishnu, so we have, those visuals of the Italian Prime Minister greeting Narendra Modi as he arrived at the venue of the summit. Tell us what more is going to happen today. Already some key bilaterals have taken place.
So it's been a very interesting visit. It's just a short visit as far as India's Prime Minister is concerned, 24 hours, but within this, it's fairly action-packed. The Prime Minister has met the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Just moments back, he met Giorgia Meloni, who greeted him at the G7 venue. India and Italy have a bilateral meeting G7 here in Italy, and there'll be an informal dinner being hosted by the Italian Prime Minister when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend before he departs for India later tonight. The Prime Minister has also met some of India's closest strategic partners, whether it's the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak or the French Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron. He will also have a bilateral meeting with Mr. Kishida, the Prime Minister of Japan. Very, very significant indeed. Not yet had a meeting with the US President Joe Biden, and so far, contrary to expectations that perhaps something would happen in terms of a meeting with Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, that's not taken place so far. Unclear if that will happen. India and Canada, of course, have a pretty poor relationship at this stage because of Indian concerns on Khalistani separatism emanating from Canadian soil. So, Ukraine is important. It is the key issue, the key agenda as far as G7 this time is concerned. And the fact that you've had Prime Minister Modi meet President Zelensky certainly sends a clear message that on the one hand, we are very close partners with Moscow, with Russia. There's an economic relationship. We're importing their oil. There's a strategic relationship. We still, at the same time, remain very close to Ukraine for all sorts of reasons. Gargi.
All right, and tell us about, the program as the Prime Minister arrives at the venue, the formal program today. We also know he'll be hosted for an informal dinner by the Italian Prime Minister later, just before he then leaves from Italy.
Well, I can tell you what's going to happen next because I've got a feed coming out. Next, they're going to be addresses by the President of the Council of Ministers, Giorgia Meloni, and the Holy Father, Pope Francis at the G7 summit. So there you have it. That's a live update on what is expected over here. The Prime Minister, when he's over here at the G7 summit, will also be attending specific sessions which look at artificial intelligence, which look at migration, which look at Africa, which look at clean energy transition and the Pacific region as well. In terms of anything else on Ukraine and the Prime Minister, that seems unlikely at this stage. I would also add that since that meeting with President Zelensky has taken place now, it does seem increasingly unlikely that Prime Minister Modi will be traveling to Switzerland for the peace summit, which is scheduled to happen tomorrow. That is a peace summit, a Swiss-pushed summit in Lucerne, to try and get a peace settlement happening with the Russians, but the Russian government isn't attending that at all. So it's a Swiss-pushed effort, but no luck in attracting the Russians.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us. Vishnu Shom, they're reporting on the Prime Minister's visit at the G7 summit. The Prime Minister, they're being greeted by the Italian Prime Minister. Well, moving on to news back home and the latest in the murder case involving a Kannada actor Darshan. Now, the man tortured and killed allegedly by actor Darshan Thugadipa died of shock and hemorrhage, according to the autopsy report. The report also found 15 wounds on the body of the 33-year-old Renuka Swamy, who was allegedly beaten to death by the actor and his aide. They kidnapped him from Karnataka's Chitradurga and over his comments on social media posts on Pavitra Gowda, the girlfriend of Mr. Darshan Thugadipa. Now, this is a case that has shaken the Kannada film industry, given that a top actor is involved in the case. The police have also recovered the wooden logs, also a leather belt that was used by the actor to beat Renuka Swamy, as well as a rope which was used to torture him. The actor had apparently planted 3 men and asked them to take the blame for the murder, but it was during the interrogation that these men were exposed and the entire plot as such unraveled. Former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yeddiyurappa has been temporarily relieved by the Karnataka High Court in the POCSO case against him. He was issued a non-bailable warrant from the fast-track court yesterday, and there were reports that he could be arrested. However, the High Court has given him relief. The High Court has issued an order not to take any coercive action till the next hearing. The case involves a minor girl, a victim of an alleged sexual assault, who along with relatives had visited B.S. Yeddiyurappa's house seeking legal assistance. An allegation surfaced that he took the girl into a room and sexually harassed her. That is the allegation against him. But for the moment, some relief for the former Karnataka Chief Minister.
We had approached the Honorable High Court. We had brought the petition challenging the malified action on the part of the investigating agencies. And the court was today of the opinion that since Mr. Yeddiyurappa, being a former Chief Minister, keeping in mind his age and also his conduct of having taken part in the investigation, this is not a case where the investigator should have gone to court and got a warrant. There should not be any kind of arrest as he is cooperating. So therefore, any such warrant or otherwise is put on hold, and any coercive steps also the investigator cannot take from now on.
Now, the latest in the Porsche crash case in which 2 young people were killed. Now, the parents of the accused teenager who was driving the car have been sent to judicial custody. Remember, they were arrested for helping cover up the entire case. The father is even accused of trying to pressurize their driver to take the fall for the case. And the mother is accused of having given her own blood to be exchanged with her son's for the blood test so that the alcohol content would not be found in the blood. So now, however, no relief for the parents. The custody of the parents has been extended. They've been sent to 14 days judicial custody. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्लेस्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome.
Mr. Pradhan, really appreciate your time. You're back from Odisha after a lot of hard work there, and you're back in the midst of a crisis. How will you restore faith of students in NTA and also in NEET as an institution, as an examination?
I assure all the students through you, there should not be any panic among the students. Some anomalies has come in front of government. We are aware about the issue, we are concerned about the issue. Honorable Supreme Court has given some beautiful judgment yesterday only. There should not be any confusion after that. 1563 students will be get opportunity to reappear in the NEET. This one part has been covered and one part has been solved. Those who are interested, they can out for the retest in the specific 6 center where the allegation was they did not get any proper time. They will be given proper time. They will be given an opportunity for the re-examination. That has been given. The direction has been given by Honorable Supreme Court. That is covered. We should wait for how many students are coming for the re-examination.
Mr. Pradhan, one view is that the NTA acted only after Supreme Court's intervention. Otherwise, students were protesting all over the country and there was nobody to listen to them.
No. I don't think the information is not so correct, because NTA has come after this anomaly, not given proper time. NTA has come out with a formula. That formula has also given by one of the judgment in Supreme Court regarding the CLAT entrance examination. They come out with some grace mark formula, which has been little bit, some anomalies came out through that, because 6 students came out as the highest scorer in the list. That became eyesore from among the students. Then there was a protest against that decision. Then NTA and government intervened and government directed NTA to come out with some transparent policy. They formed an academic committee. The academic committee recommended for retesting of the respective students in those 6 centers. And Honorable Supreme Court yesterday, and by this time there are 41 petitions are there in the different high courts and in front of Supreme Court. Clubbing all together, Honorable Supreme Court has given those 1563 students should given opportunity, those who lost time in the 5th May, they should give an opportunity for the retesting, and they are given the opportunity for the retesting.
What about the entire controversy around paper leak from Patna to Godhra? FIRs have been filed, and there is a larger question also that even if you order retest for a select few, the entire transparency of this process has been affected.
Yes, there are certain allegations, there are certain news information come out from 2 respective space. Let us wait for the full investigation. Concerned competent authority are on the job of that. And all these things has been put in front of, some of the petition has also mentioned all these things in front of Honorable Supreme Court. And Honorable Supreme Court is also looking into that aspect, and government, they have given notice to central government to give reply on this issue, also to NTA. Let us wait for the 8th July, how Supreme Court is going to pronounce its judicious judgment, and nothing to hide, because now this year around 23,33,000 students appeared in the NEET examination. There are 4,750 examination centers. Examination are conducted in 14 overseas centers. 13 language is the medium of entrance in all these centers. Among us tasks, there is a huge dimension of this examination, and yes, there are certain allegations in 2 centers. Let us wait for the total investigation report, and I assure you, through you, government is very transparent on all this issue, nothing to hide. Those who are involved in the misdeed, they will be severely punished.
So only yesterday you had said that there was no paper leak. But
there is no evidence.
There is no evidence.
There are allegations. There are allegations, and competent authority are into the job how things are coming out.
But because of the sheer scale of which you just spoke about, 23 lakh students appear all over India, 13 plus languages in which this examinations are conducted. But if students do not have faith in the process, then how will you assure them? Because just few minutes back, you had a meeting with the delegation of students and their parents.
I think I talked to the respective students and I listened their grievances, and I assure them, have faith on government and look into our policies, look into our commitment. There is no lack of intention. Yes, when you organize such a huge entrance examination, don't judge us by anomalies of 1 or 2 centers. And they will be carved out. They will be in the 6th center. Some anomalies came in front of system, and we have solved that problem with the guidance of Supreme Court. And I think this will also be sorted.
What about NTA as a body? Are they failing to ensure that students have faith in them, because they are saying that there is a need for a CBI probe, a Supreme Court monitored probe?
Maybe some of them have given allegation is that. Let us see how court is giving its opinion.
So you're waiting for the court's judgment. My last question, how are you looking at the allegations that are coming in from opposition?
The opposition has lost election severely in this last Lok Sabha and Vidhan. Much importance to opposition's allegation. My responsibility to assure the entire student community, entire parents, they should be assured that there is a transparency, there is no misdeed, malified intention from NT or government. We are assuring you there will be transparency in the selection process.
Will you also ensure action against NTA if the need be?
Whoever it may be, whether it is NT or somebody else, severe action will be taken.
And what do you say to DMK, who has been demanding scrapping of NEET completely?
Why they are demanding scrapping of NTA?
NEET.
Why they are demanding scrapping of NEET? This is an old demand.
Yes.
Last
Since
year
2017.
Only. Why? Because they want to, through their old practice, to stop their old practice, respective state or respective medical college will decide who will study in their institution. That has been, the controversy went to Supreme Court a few years ago. And Honorable Supreme Court has given this opinion, there should be authority to organize an all India entrance test. NTA is the outcome of that. NTA is emerging as an organization since last 8 years. They're conducting good examination. Now they are conducting examination of more than 10 million students. More than 10 million students.
So there is no question of scrapping of NEET.
What is their necessity? Because they have a vested interest. There is a political stand. If I cite one example, last year NEET examination, topper of the NEET was a student from Tamil Nadu state board in the rural area. So where is the allegation? What is their allegation? Now we are conducting examination in 13 regional languages. 4,750 centers are there. This year only 72 new city has been included in the examination center. More than 600 new centers were opened in this entrance examination. We are expanding the NEET NTA center for the NEET to JEE or CUET in the nook and corners of the country. We are giving access for education to all the citizens.
Looking to the camera, as there are a lot of questions that are being asked, what will you be telling the students of NEET? Because I've been speaking to a lot of them, and there is a great sense of concern, dilemma. They are staring at an uncertain future, sir.
I assure all the young friends, all the students, government is committed to protect their interests. Let they be assured there will be 100% transparency in the examination selection process. Examination selection process is already on. We are waiting for counseling. Things will be settled down. No culprit will be spared.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
Thank you.
Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during the summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all these electronics, जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about a smartphone, SSD or a pen drive, could be anything. यहाँ पे extreme heat might damage the internal components. तो अगर आप अपनी कार में इनको छोड़ रहे हैं तो at least in the glove box if you can keep them, maybe wrapped in a piece of cloth or something, वहाँ पे maybe it's in your bag, तो ठीक.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, NDTV's premier international show that will tell you the how, why and when of India's journey to superpowerhood. It will also give a ringside view of geopolitics, global economics and trends in global technology. But first up, the headlines this Friday evening. Modi 3.0 comes back to power. Reform and governance is set to be the big push. Prime Minister Modi is in Italy for the 50th G7 summit. This is the 11th time India has been invited to the summit as the leader of the global south, and with an economic strength more than 4 out of the 7 members, is it time for India to join the G7 grouping? US President Joe Biden signs a 10-year bilateral security pact with Ukraine President Zelensky. The pact will ensure successive American governments will back Ukraine, even as questions remain on the use of American military assets by Ukraine on Russian soil. Despite opposition from institutional investors, Tesla's retail investors back a record-breaking $56 billion pay package to Elon Musk. It underscores the approval Musk enjoys from his retail base, who have backed the maverick billionaire. Legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius tells NDTV India must focus on building strength in IT hardware with investments in semiconductors and electric vehicles to grow the economy. Mobius says India's diversity is its biggest strength. And after European Union slapped heavy tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles to as high as 48%, China now may respond with limited tariffs. The move could signal increase in trade tensions between the two, even as EU tariff hikes are set to kick in next month. The big story on India ascents. Prime Minister Modi has come back with a historic third mandate, the first in 62 years. His choice of cabinet is indicative of his focus on continuity of reform and governance. Modi 3.0 has a rare opportunity as it stands at the cusp of transforming India to a $5 trillion economy by 2027 and a $7 trillion economy possibly by 2030. And this economic heft will also pave the way for India's dominance in geopolitics. To achieve superpowerhood, though, continuance is just one among the many things that are needed. So what should Modi 3.0 focus on for India's ascent? First up, it needs to focus on big-ticket reforms. It needs to get some push areas right. And most importantly, it needs to have some resets as far as governance is concerned. Let's listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say.
विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य के लिए हम खूब मेहनत करेंगे, जमकर मेहनत करेंगे। हमारे पास रुकने का, थमने का समय नहीं है। ये राष्ट्र नीति के लिए एकजुट होकर आगे बढ़ने का समय है। विकसित भारत के हमें निरंतर बड़े फैसले लेने हैं। भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए उत्तम फैसले भी लेने हैं। हमने भारत को दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चर बनाया है। अब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, सेमीकंडक्टर और ऐसे नए सेक्टर्स में और तेजी से काम किया जाएगा। हमने देश के डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया है।
In fact, as we speak, Prime Minister Modi is meeting Pope Francis right now. He is in Italy for the G7 summit. There you can see, let the visuals breathe. All right, that of course was Prime Minister Modi in Italy. We were talking about just how big the opportunity that Prime Minister Modi has right now, and in fact his government has, in terms of emerging as a superpower in manufacturing and some of the other areas that could be identified, which is electronic manufacturing, semiconductors. As far as G7 is concerned, India is in fact bigger than 4 out of the 7 countries at the G7 summit, and there's every reason for it to be now included in the G7 to make it G8. India plus G7 is what we should be looking at. That's on your screens. Global manufacturing shares, which is 1.6% for India, 2% for Vietnam. And we are saying that why is it that India should lag behind a country like Vietnam, which has a sub-100 million population? India's share is just 2.7% when it comes to labor-intensive manufacturing. On your screens, you can see that Vietnam stands at 5.2%. So that's the opportunity that lies ahead in terms of what all Modi 3.0 can do, specifically for semiconductors, electronics manufacturing, electric vehicles, defense manufacturing, all the areas where there is scope and opportunity to expand in a major way. In fact, let's listen into what Prime Minister Modi did say as far as the opportunity that exists for specifically manufacturing to absorb the large working age population that India has.
हमने भारत को दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चर बनाया है। अब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, सेमीकंडक्टर और ऐसे नए सेक्टर्स में और तेजी से काम किया जाएगा। हमने देश के डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया है।
To boost exports, free trade pacts must be signed. America is India's largest trading partner, but is presently jostling between the first sitting president to have his son convicted and the first former US president to be convicted of felony. And this political turmoil will delay negotiations. Until then, focus should be on EU, where trade has grown rapidly. India's ICT exports to EU have in fact grown from 1.5% to over 5.5% in the last decade. Reasons why trade talks with EU must be expedited. And lastly, continued investments in infrastructure and people should be the two push areas. India has built the highest per capita expressway in Asia, and this momentum must continue and extend to better port connectivity. Skilling is the other area which will help India climb the tech ladder. AI throws up a lot of opportunities, even as it makes a lot of existing jobs redundant. India's 3,000 ITIs and 30 Skill India international centers must have international linkages. The backbone of semiconductors, defense manufacturing, and the continued success of Indian IT companies is better trained manpower. And let's now look at how to get this entire funding going for additional expenses in infrastructure, additional expenses in manufacturing incentives and skilling. India's finances have recovered and improved remarkably, with current account deficit at less than 0.8%. It has declined by 2.7% of the GDP in the last decade. India went from borrowing about 3.5% during the 2010 to 2013 period to, as I said, sub 0.8%. And India can sustain this spending by borrowing much less from the rest of the world. Add to this the administrative reforms for better governance, and what we will see is India's ascent. All right, the wide-angle segment of the show, where we talk about what could happen if India were to do some different thinking. We talk about G7, where the first foreign visit by Prime Minister Modi in his third term has been to the G7 summit in Italy. G7 is a group of the 7 most industrialized nations and comprises of USA, UK, France, Italy, Canada, Japan and Germany. India is not a member of the G7, but it is a special invitee in the 2024 summit. This is not the first time that India has been invited to the G7. In May 2023, when the summit was held in Hiroshima in Japan, India was an invitee. Likewise, in 2022, it was Germany as the host country which invited India. In 2021, it was the UK that invited India as a special guest. And before that, it was France in 2019 that extended the special invitation to India. In effect, India is a permanent special invitee to the G7 summit. G7 cannot ignore India. It cannot ignore India's opinion. As a responsible power, India is the leader of the global south. It is the world's largest democracy, the growth engine of the global economy. In fact, the Indian economy, as I said, is now bigger than Canada, UK, France, and Italy. That's 4 out of the 7 countries that make up the G7. India's economic might is a compelling reason for New Delhi to be included in the G7. It's time G7 should become G8 with India as its permanent member. Increasingly, with UNSC unable to address deadlocks between US on one end and Russia and China on the other, it is the G7 that has become the primary vehicle to navigate global political upheavals. Since China continues to block India's entry into the United Nations Security Council, entry into the G7 will ensure its rightful place. And it's not just economic power. India's growing military might is another reason to be inducted into the G7. India is the 3rd highest military spender in the world. And a new G8 with India as a permanent member will also be at the forefront of addressing climate change that disproportionately hurt poorer countries, particularly those in Asia and Africa. So take a look at what all has India achieved at the G7 as a special invitee in the last few years.
Prime Minister Modi's visit to the G7 summit is the 11th time India is attending the G7 summit, 5 of which have been under the Modi administration since 2019. So why has a group of developed industrialized countries invited India year after year? Take a look of what India has brought to the G7 table in the past 5 years. In 2019, at the Environment Session, Prime Minister Modi brought India's sustainability efforts to the fore. India highlighted its drive to eliminate single-use plastic, conserve water and focus on solar energy. Since G7 does not have representation of countries struggling with poverty, environment and other challenges, India's solutions offered opportunities for poorer countries with solutions that they could emulate. In 2021, as the world battled the COVID pandemic, PM Modi spoke about One Earth, One Health. India's call for global unity, leadership and solidarity to prevent future pandemics resonated with all other members. India emphasized the responsibility that democratic and transparent societies have in ensuring the world is better prepared and equipped to handle future global health risks. As the Ukraine conflict skyrocketed energy prices, it pinched poor countries the most. India advocated for the rights of poor countries to get energy at affordable prices. As the voice of the global south, PM Modi urged G7 nations to think not just for their interests and ensure energy access is not the privilege of only the rich. As the Ukraine conflict raged on, India stressed on the need for dialogue and diplomacy to resolve conflicts. As the leader of the world's biggest democracy, PM Modi highlighted the importance of addressing conflicts from a humanitarian view than just a political or economic prism.
Moving on to a story that should impact every one of us. We live in times of war. Since the end of Cold War in 1991, the world hasn't experienced a more violent time than now, with countries waging war over each other for months and years without any signs of it ending anytime soon. But disturbingly, it's not just countries that are at war with each other. It is the ever-growing rise of non-state actors that is now a worrying trend. From terrorism to drug cartels, it is the non-state actors that are now the biggest security threat to mankind. Add to this transnational actors or terrorist organizations like ISIS that operate in many geographies across continent, making this world a very dangerous place. Now, as per the Peace Research Institute of Oslo, 59 armed conflicts took place worldwide last year, led by the wars in Ukraine and Gaza. And it was Africa that topped the list with 28 conflicts, followed by Asia with 17 and the Middle East with 10. Europe recorded 3 conflicts in 2023. But this is just part of the story, because while the number of conflicts grew, the number of countries that experienced it declined from 39 to 34, indicating concentration of tension and war in fewer countries. The PRIO report shows that the conflict landscape is now becoming increasingly complex, with more actors operating within the same country. 2023 was the third most violent year since 1989, only to be surpassed by 2021 and 2022. And in fact, in 2023, battle-related deaths from conflict stood at a whopping 122,000. In the past 3 years, there's been a dramatic increase in battle deaths due to 3 main reasons. 1, the civil war in the Tigray region in Ethiopia. 2nd, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And thirdly, the Gaza bombings after Hamas attacked Israel. Now, violence due to conflicts by organizations and terror entities not related to any government has also seen a significant increase, and most importantly for the Americas. For the first time, Latin America is now home to the greatest number of non-state conflicts, numbering 36. These are gang wars. These are drug cartels that are heavily armed and are fighting with each other. This is most acute in Brazil and Mexico. And according to this study, these drug cartels, notorious for running parallel governments, have made Mexico the most violent country in terms of non-state violence. A woman has come to head Mexico. It is only hopeful, and I am hopeful, that some of these statistics could change for Mexico. But these statistics are alarming, and it is the lack of concerted action that is truly shocking. Non-state actors are terror groups. They're operating with impunity and are now the biggest threat to countries, societies, and people. And it's time governments are made accountable for the safety of their people. All right, with that, we slip into a very, very short break. We come back on the other side with the big voice on the show, Mark Mobius, legendary emerging markets investor, speaking exclusively to NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is,
welcome back. You're watching India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi. On to the Top Voice segment of the show, where I speak with global opinion makers and leaders. This week, we have Mark Mobius, legendary investor who understands emerging markets like none other. Mr. Mobius, thanks much for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, sir, is that there's been a historic mandate that Prime Minister Modi has come back with. The markets have given a thumbs up to the verdict. How do you see and what lies ahead as far as Prime Minister Modi's roadmap and agenda is concerned?
Well, of course, we were all very excited to see him come back because he's done so much for the Indian economy. Of course, he did not get the expected amount of seats to change the constitution, but that's fine. I mean, it showed that Indian democracy is working, and I think that's a good thing. And I think it's also good that he has to make amends and make agreements with the opposition, which I think is healthy for the country. So I think everything is going very well. I think India will continue to go from strength to strength.
Indeed. And in Modi 3.0, Mr. Mobius, the focus is largely expected to be on growth and development. But I have to ask you this. You've been tracking emerging markets for almost 6 decades now. What do you think is India's secret sauce towards becoming a superpower? What could that be?
Well, the first, most important key source is the Indian people. You have a young population, average age, about 26, 27. It's a huge population, over 1 billion, the largest now in the world. An incredible number of people speaking international language, English, which can absorb a lot more technology and do more globally than perhaps any other country in the world. And then you have this incredible variety of outlooks and cultures with the different states, which I think is a big, big strength for India, because you have the different viewpoints, different ways of looking at things, and that is very important. And then, of course, out of this has grown the interest in technology, which Modi is promoting, the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country. So all of these things put together make for an interesting and very optimistic outlook for the country.
Technology definitely is important, but before that, I want to ask you about infrastructure, because that's been the
hallmark in the first two terms. In the last 10 years, we've seen major infrastructure push. Do you expect that to continue?
Of course, infrastructure is one of the drawbacks and one of the problems that India faces, because the movement of people from the rural areas to the urban areas and the general, how could I say, the enthusiasm of the young population is moving ahead of the infrastructure. So the country has to move very quickly to move the infrastructure forward and improve infrastructure. And that includes roads, it includes railroads, it includes power. I mean, India needs more and more power and power distribution. So all of these things must be accelerated. And I'm happy to see that a lot is being done in that direction, but more needs to be done. It's quite a big task.
All right, Mr. Mobius, thanks much for speaking to NDTV. Specific areas where India needs to focus for its ascent. On to the Tech Tracker, where we take a look at the big technology stories that are coming out of the world and impacting all of us. First up, the age at which children get their first phone has now been advancing. An Ofcom report says 28% of children get a phone between the age of 5 and 7, and 17% even earlier as a toddler. Now, this raises the need for governments to regulate phone usage and social media usage amongst kids. And for that, New York has passed landmark laws, the first being the Safe Addictive Feeds Exploitation for Kids Act, or the SAFE Act, which prohibits social media companies from showing addictive feeds to children under the age of 18. The New York Child Data Protection Act bars online platforms from collecting or selling personal data from children below the age of 18. As big tech comes under greater scrutiny, more governments may follow suit. Next up, well, Elon Musk has locked horns with Apple over the safety of consumer data on the company's platform. Apple forged a partnership with ChatGPT maker OpenAI and launched its tech roadmap titled AI, or Apple Intelligence, with much fanfare. For Apple product owners, this will mean AI on their iPhones, iPads, and Macs. But for Musk, Apple devices will have unacceptable security violation, so much so that Elon Musk claims that Apple has no clue about what's actually going on once they hand customers' data over to OpenAI. And Musk has also threatened to ban Apple devices at his companies over alleged security fears. It seems the privacy debate over AI is just getting started. All right, as we wrap up and come to the end of this show, let's take a look at the video of this week. Well, it comes from the G7 summit, where world leaders got to witness awkward moments when American President Joe Biden was seen to be wandering off until Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni brought him back. Take a look.
Oh no!
Awkward indeed. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Ascends. Thanks much for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA-3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Darshan arrest case. The latest is that the victim's autopsy report is now out. The autopsy says that the victim died of shock and hemorrhage. 15 injury marks found on the victim's body. Relief for former Karnataka Chief Minister Yeddiyurappa in a POCSO case. Karnataka High Court says Yeddiyurappa cannot be arrested till the next hearing. Appearance mandatory on June 17th. NDTV exclusive with Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. Education Minister in fact asks why scrap NEET rejects opposition's demand. He adds that there's no proof of paper leak yet, but assures that no child's career will be in jeopardy because of the NEET mess. Students fed up with NEET mess meet the Education Minister. NEET aspirants demand retest for all candidates, push for replacement of the testing agency chief. Latest in the Kuwait fire tragedy, which claimed 45 Indians' lives. Mortal remains of Indians back home. Special flight with bodies land in Kerala and Delhi. Day of key bilaterals for India at the G7 summit in Italy. Prime Minister meets UK Prime Minister, French President, as well as the Italian Prime Minister. Modi and Zelensky meet on sidelines of summit. At the same time, the Prime Minister also meets Pope Francis in Italy. Putin promises a ceasefire in Ukraine if Kiev withdraws troops from occupied regions and renounces plans to join NATO. Right, our top focus. The man tortured and killed allegedly by popular Kannada actor Darshan has died of shock and hemorrhage. That as per the autopsy report. The autopsy report, which is out, says that the 33-year-old youth who was allegedly killed by Darshan, the actor, was found with 15 wound marks on the body. Now, remember that the police have been claiming that this murder has been triggered by obscene texts which the victim, in this case Renuka Swami, had in fact allegedly sent to Darshan's friend Pavitra. So this is the latest that we're getting on the Darshan case. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Radhika. Radhika, so what does the autopsy report detail?
That's right, some brutal and very, very sensitive information coming by way of autopsy report. It speaks about how this man, Renuka Swami, was allegedly brutally injured. In fact, there are 15 injury marks on his body, including on his chest, head, and several other parts as well. In fact, his head was banged against a truck, a mini truck, which was in that particular shed where he was allegedly murdered. In fact, his head was banged against that particular vehicle at least 4 to 5 times. And for almost about 3 to 4 hours, he was allegedly tortured by Darshan and his gang. In fact, many other materials were found in that particular shed, including a rope as well as sticks and wooden panels, which were used to, in fact, allegedly sort of hit this man, Renuka Swami. So a lot of brutal details coming from post-mortem report. He died of hemorrhage as well as shock. That's what the doctors have told in that particular autopsy report. Now, multiple angles being probed by the police at this point. One more person has been arrested, which is the taxi driver who had ferried Renuka Swami from Chitradurga all the way to Bengaluru. There is a CCTV footage showing him getting ferried as well. He was ferried along with other accused. So the driver is certainly a key in order to understand the sequence of events. All the accused are in police custody, including Darshan. They will be produced before the court in just about few days. At this point, police analyzing, scrutinizing CCTV footage as well as phone records and also, witness accounts as well.
Right. Radhika, stay with us as we will be needing you on the following story as well. Staying with Karnataka, former Karnataka Chief Minister, slight relief for B.S. Yeddiyurappa as the Karnataka High Court, which is hearing his bail plea, has said there'll be no action against the former Chief Minister till the next hearing. Now remember, Yeddiyurappa is accused in a molestation case, which of course is a POCSO case, and he has of course denied all the charges, but the POCSO court had in fact issued a non-bailable warrant against him, following which he had filed for this bail plea. For more on this, let me again go across to my colleague Radhika. But prior to that, let's listen in to what the lawyer, one of the lawyers attached to this case, had to say.
We had approached the Honorable High Court. We had brought the petition challenging the malified action on the part of the investigating agencies. And the court was today of the opinion that since Mr. Yeddiyurappa, being a former chief minister, keeping in mind his age and also his conduct of having taken part in the investigation, this is not a case where the investigator should have gone to court and got a warrant. There should not be any kind of arrest as he is cooperating. So therefore, any such warrant or otherwise is put on hold. And any coercive steps also the investigator cannot take from now on.
Right, let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more on this. Radhika, so what were the key highlights of the arguments in court today?
That's right. Some relief for former Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yeddiyurappa. In fact, he will not be arrested until June 17. Of course, the investigation agency, the CID, had been seeking his arrest. Of course, the non-bailable warrant had been issued by a special court. Of course, this was challenged by B.S. Yeddiyurappa. He had sought an anticipatory bail and also quashing of FIR. This is, of course, in connection to sexual assault case. As far as the arguments are concerned, the court did question the investigation agency about the necessity of the arrest and why they were in such a big hurry to arrest. Of course, the CID, they're pointing to the court that there was one notice that was issued to Yeddiyurappa. In fact, he had complied with that particular notice. However, the second notice was not complied with, and that immediately after the issuance of the second notice, he had booked a flight to Delhi and had been untraceable. This is, of course, the argument made by the prosecution. The court, of course, not buying the argument, saying that if he had complied with the notice in the initial time, in the beginning, then he would comply once again. It doesn't mean that he's going to flee the country. And also, he's a former chief minister of the state. He's not Tom, Dick or Harry. These are the words used by the judge. I'm going to just repeat that. He's not some Tom, Dick or Harry. He is a former chief minister. Is it your case he will flee the country? What can he do by leaving to Delhi from Bangalore? And we cannot immediately jump to conclusion that a case is made for arrest and detention for custodial interrogation. So these are, of course, the details at this point as far as this entire argument in court is concerned. The court not buying prosecution side, stating that let's wait and watch. Let's give him time till June 17 to appear before the court, and therefore no coercive action can be taken till then. And for now, at this point, we'll have to see what happens on June 17, whether he'll appear before the agency,
is an interim relief.
Whether the prosecution will once again, in fact, whether the CID will once again go before the court, seek.
Right, Radhika, this is of course an interim relief which has come across for Yeddiyurappa. Thank you so much for joining us with the latest on that story. Shifting focus now to another one of our top stories, and that is on the Kuwait fire tragedy, in which the mortal remains of the 45 Indians who unfortunately died in that incident, they have been brought back. Now, just a short while back, a special flight landed in Delhi, which is carrying the mortal remains of 14 Indians who lost their lives in that unfortunate tragedy, in that unfortunate incident. Let me go across to my colleague Vedant, who is joining us from outside the Palam airport for more on this. Vedant, there is the identification of all the victims' bodies have been done by now. That's already done in Kuwait. Now it's the process of course, handing back the mortal remains to the families. What did you see? Who all were there at that airport today in Delhi?
Well, Tanima, the Minister of State for the External Affairs Ministry, the new Minister of State, in fact, Mr. Kirtiwardhan Singh, he was there on that flight. In fact, he has coordinated this entire repatriation exercise. In fact, he was sent off to Kuwait as well after the Prime Minister held a high-level meeting. And 45 Indians, who were killed in that absolutely horrific tragedy, their mortal remains were brought back on a special IAF aircraft. And in fact, out of those 45, 14 of the bodies which have been identified as per the External Affairs Ministry, they were brought to the national capital at the Palam Technical Airport. In the national capital, you had several MPs, members of parliament of the national capital, who were present there as well. Of course, the MOS, as I said, was also present. The families weren't, because remember, you had one each of these bodies that belonged to the state of Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, also Odisha, West Bengal, Karnataka as well. The majority of the bodies belong to Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Absolutely horrific there, because remember, several questions are also being raised as to what really happened. Most of these workers worked for the NDTV, which is one of the largest construction firms in Kuwait. The building, in fact, that caught fire also belonged to that particular firm. There were also all these reports of security lapses, that came to the fore as well. So all of those being investigated. But remember, importantly, Tanima, what we're hearing from the External Affairs Ministry is that India is also closely monitoring the situation as far as those critically injured are concerned, because remember, 176 out of the nearly 200 people who were there in that building that caught fire were Indians. Several of them have been critically injured. They've been admitted to various hospitals there in Kuwait as well, and India is monitoring that situation closely as well.
Vedant there, thank you so much for joining us with that update coming in from the Palam airport there. Shifting focus now to the NEET controversy, and the students who were protesting on this issue for several days now have in fact met the Education Minister today. A delegation of the students along with some of their parents also met Dharmendra Pradhan. They handed over a list of demands which included a retest for all students and replacement of the National Testing Agency Chief. The minister met the students and assured them that the government is committed to protect the interests of the student and that no child's career will be in jeopardy. Remember, the Supreme Court had yesterday asked the National Testing Agency to conduct a retest of over 1,500 candidates and their grace marks which had been awarded, which had been flagged as one of the irregularities in this controversy, in this controversial test. That had been withdrawn and retest had been ordered for those 1,500 plus students. Let's take a look at this conversation that Vedant had with students earlier today who were outside the Education Ministry.
The NEET controversy continues to rage, and here in the national capital, a delegation of candidates has actually come to the Education Ministry. They wish to seek time with the Education Minister. Let's get a sense from them. आप अपना नाम बताइए.
मेरा नाम विकास है सर.
जी, आप NEET के कैंडिडेट रहे, कितने आपके मार्क्स आए थे?
मेरे 629 मार्क्स हैं.
अब देखिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो है ये बोला है कि 8 तारीख को सारी याचिकाएं सुनवाई होगी सबकी और 6 तारीख को कहीं ना कहीं काउंसलिंग जैसे पहले होनी थी वैसे ही होगी। आप इससे सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है? आप लोग रीनीट की डिमांड कर?
यस सर, बिल्कुल सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है क्योंकि सर 1563 की बात नहीं है, बात हमारे पूरे 24 लाख की है। सबके साथ स्कैम हुआ है और बहुत स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे जिसने 4 साल मेहनत करके मार्क्स लाए हैं, उन्हें सीट नहीं मिलेगी तो क्या होगा?
आपकी कौन सा अटेम्प्ट था?
मेरा सर 4th अटेम्प्ट था, 4 साल की मेहनत है मेरी।
तो आप चाहते हैं कि 24 लाख के 24 लाख बच्चों के लिए रीनीट हो पूरा एग्जामिनेशन?
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, सभी के लिए होना चाहिए क्योंकि जो लोग चीटिंग करके इतने नंबर लाए वो कैसे बचेंगे? वो उनको सीट मिल जाएगी।
ठीक है, आप ये बताइए आप यहाँ कन्नौज से आए उत्तर प्रदेश से, आपकी क्या मांग है? आप सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि 24 लाख बच्चों के लिए रीनीट हो।
यस बिल्कुल, 24 लाख बच्चों का रीनीट होना चाहिए और हम लोग जब यहाँ पे अपनी बात को उठाना चाहते हैं तो इतनी पुलिस लगा दी जाती है। आप खुद दिखाइए, ये पुलिस दिखाइए जरा, इस पुलिस को वहाँ लगाना चाहिए था ना जहाँ पेपर रखा गया था। इस पुलिस को पेपर वाली जगह क्यों नहीं लगाया गया था? उस दिन कहाँ सब लोग चले गए थे? उस दिन नहीं किसी को ध्यान था कि पुलिस लगानी चाहिए यहाँ पे। आज यहाँ पुलिस लगाई है हमारी रखवाली के लिए। हम तो यहाँ पर दंगई करने आए हैं, हमें तो दंगई बनाया है।
ग्रेस मार्क्स वाले इशू पे उन्होंने बोला है कि री एग्जामिनेशन होगा। क्या आप उससे
इशू था? छोटा इशू था। आप ये पुलिस वाले सर लोगों को देख लीजिए जरा, ये लोग कितने आए यहाँ पे।
आपकी मांग क्या है?
यहाँ पे हमारी मांग है कि दोबारा से पेपर होना चाहिए और बिल्कुल भी इस चीज पे सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है।
सीबीआई जांच पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है कि एकदम तुरंत ऐसे डायरेक्टिव नहीं इशू करा जा सकता और 8 तारीख को होगा तो अब 6 तारीख से काउंसलिंग फिर से होगी कहीं ना कहीं, अभी तक जो लग रहा है। तो आपको लग रहा है ये इनजस्टिस है बच्चों के साथ?
बिल्कुल इनजस्टिस है क्योंकि जब काउंसलिंग हो जाएगी तो उसके बाद क्या होगा? उसके बाद क्या बच्चों को आप निकाल पाएंगे?
आपको कौन सा अटेम्प्ट है?
4th अटेम्प्ट था मेरा।
कितने साल से प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं?
4 सालों से। और भी आप भी कर रहे हो, मतलब टेंस से सोच लिया था। 5 दिनों से भटक रहे हैं तब कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है। अब यहाँ परमिशन चाहिए मिनिस्टर सर से मिलने के लिए। इन लोगों को मिनिस्टर इसलिए बनाया गया कि इनसे मिलने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए हम लोगों को, और परमिशन देता कौन है यहाँ पे? परमिशन देता कौन है यहाँ पे? 10 दिनों से हम भटक रहे हैं, वो कोई नहीं दिख रहा है। आप पुलिस वाले यहाँ पे आ रखे हैं।
So, you know, a lot of anger and outrage as far as students are concerned. In fact, their parents also accompanying them. There's a lot of security here as well. They wish to meet the education minister. They've come with a memorandum saying that they want a re-examination for all 24 lakh aspirants, and that this is injustice. And whatever actions have been taken by the National Testing Agency as of now are not enough. Because remember, the National Testing Agency continues to say that the integrity of the process, the examination process, was not compromised. But clearly, as you can see in all those voices, and listen, when you listen to all those voices, the outrage and the anger is palpable. In New Delhi, with camera person Arun Singh Negi, Vedant for NDTV.
And my colleague Maria Shakil spoke exclusively with Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, who in fact asked why scrap NEET, rejecting the opposition's demand for that. But at the same time, Dharmendra Pradhan said that the government is committed to protect the students' interests and that no child's career will be in jeopardy. Listen into this exclusive conversation.
Mr. Pradhan, really appreciate your time. You're back from Odisha after a lot of hard work there, and you're back in the midst of a crisis. How will you restore faith of students in NTA and also in NEET as an institution, as an examination?
I assure all the students through you, there should not be any panic among the students. Some anomalies has come in front of government. We are aware about the issue, we are concerned about the issue. Honorable Supreme Court has given some beautiful judgment yesterday only. There should not be any confusion after that. 1563 students will be get opportunity to reappear in the NEET. This one part has been covered and one part has been solved. Those who are interested, they can opt for the retest in the specific 6 center where the allegation was they did not get any proper time. They will be given proper time, they will be given an opportunity for the re-examination. That has been given, the direction has been given by Honorable Supreme Court, that is covered. We should wait for how many students are coming for the re-examination.
Mr. Pradhan, one view is that the NTA acted only after Supreme Court's intervention. Otherwise, students were protesting all over the country and there was nobody to listen to them.
No, I don't think the information is not so correct, because NTA has come after this anomaly, not given proper time. NTA has come out with a formula. That formula has also given by one of the judgment in Supreme Court regarding the CLAT entrance examination. They come out with some grace mark formula, which has been little bit, some anomalies came out through that because 6 students came out as the highest scorer in the list. That became eyesore from the among the students. Then there was a protest against that decision. Then NTA and government intervened and government directed NTA to come out with some transparent policy. They formed an academic committee. The academic committee recommended for retesting of the respective students in those 6 centers. And Honorable Supreme Court yesterday, and by this time there are 41 petitions are there in the different high courts and in front of Supreme Court. Clubbing all together, Honorable Supreme Court has yesterday given those 1563 students should given opportunity, those who lost time in the 5th May, they should give an opportunity for the retesting, and they are given the opportunity for the retesting.
Now, an update coming in from the national capital where the Delhi LG has sanctioned prosecution of Arundhati Roy, author Arundhati Roy, under UAPA, under the stringent act of UAPA. And this is with regard to a provocative speech that Roy made in 2010. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Ishika. Ishika, what are the details of this case? And, you know, has it been dragging for so long that And of course, it's very important that now prosecution sanction has been granted under UAPA. But take us through the background of this case and the significance of this order from the LG.
Well, yes, Tanima, now the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has given prosecution sanction against Arundhati Roy under UAPA for an alleged provocative speech that she made at an event in 2010. Now, in fact, as per the Rajnivas sources, which we are getting to know that it was, in a conference that was organized on October 21st, 2010, under the banner of Azadi, the only way, where in fact Arundhati Roy was one of, the speakers at that event. And she allegedly made a provocative speech, after which an FIR was, filed against her and the other speakers that were present at that conference. So now, based on that, now the Lieutenant Governor has in fact given this prosecution, sanctioned the prosecution of Arundhati Roy under the UAPA. Over to you.
Ishika, thank you so much for joining us with that. Now, Adani's Tanzania foray, as the Gautam Adani and the Adani Group, in fact, tie up with Tanzania in a strategic partnership. In fact, Gautam Adani met President of Tanzania today and posted about this on the social media handle, saying they discussed possibilities of long-term ties with Tanzania. Also mentioned that Tanzania is one of Africa's most promising nations. He added that the Adani Group is excited about leveraging expertise in multiple sectors. And remember, Adanis have also bagged a deal to operate a terminal in Tanzania and to help build a world-class infrastructure in Tanzania. Right, and the big international story, of course, that we are following is the G7 summit in Italy. And today was the day of key bilaterals for India. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, met world leaders, several world leaders at the G7 summit, including Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, the visuals on your screens there, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, Zelensky's was an unscheduled meeting with Prime Minister Modi, but the rest were, of course, key bilaterals. And this is, of course, an important day in terms of bilaterals for India. Of course, the focus largely for the G7 summit this time around is Ukraine, as well as the conflict in Gaza. But for India, of course, this is important strategic meetings which Prime Minister Modi has attended today. Several key bilaterals already done. Bilaterals also lined up with Fumio Kishida, the Japanese Prime Minister, and also Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor. Let me go across to my colleague Vishal for more on this. Vishal, it's a high optics, high-level meetings which are taking place in Italy, of course, as expected, but also a surprise in the store in terms of this meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky. Take us through the significance of this day of bilaterals for India at G7.
So this is an important day in India's diplomacy because in a day, the Indian Prime Minister has met at least 7 of the top leaders of the world, including Rishi Sunak, Volodymyr Zelensky. He was also expected to meet Biden, but that didn't happen. And there was also talk that he could meet Trudeau, but even that hasn't happened. But other than these 2 leaders, he has met almost all the top leaders. He also met Giorgia Meloni a few moments ago, and he also met the Pope. Pope was there for the first time at the G7 meet. This is a very important meet because at this meet it was decided that at least $50 billion will be given to Ukraine, to aid it in the war against Russia. So it's a very important day for Ukraine as well. And as the day progresses and as the week progresses, we'll get to know more about all the updates, and we'll bring all the updates to you.
Right. Vishal, stay with us. Also, one quick question, if you can answer on in terms of the fact that this meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine, of course, is one of at the center stage of the G7 summit this time around. In terms of how we've seen India, of course, playing a very key role, not taking any one particular side, but speaking to both sides in order to find a resolution through peace. And that is something that India reiterated today as well, essentially saying that the focus, the way out now should, of course, still be in terms of finding a peaceful resolution for the Ukraine, as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned.
That is right. So India has always maintained this non-alignment policy, and it continues to do so. About a year ago, it had the Prime Minister has spoken with Vladimir Putin and said that this is not the time for war. So India continues to stay on the same path and continues to, advocate peace all over the world. So when we talk about peace, it seems to be a difficulty at the moment because there are lots of wars going on all across the world, whether it's Ukraine and Russia or Israel and Hamas. So, but India's stance remains the same across the planet, that is of peace.
Right. So, Vishal there telling us about the significance of these meetings taking place in Italy. As we mentioned, that very important meeting also taking place on the sidelines of the summit with Volodymyr Zelensky, between Volodymyr Zelensky and Prime Minister Modi. Staying with international news, and Russian President Vladimir Putin has vowed truce as far in the Ukraine conflict if Ukraine exits Moscow-occupied areas and drops its NATO bid. Remember, Ukraine's NATO bid was one of the key flashpoints which actually led to this war. Vladimir Putin has in fact said now that the essence of peace proposal is not temporary, truce or ceasefire, but now the focus is on the final resolution. And I quote, Russia saying that they are making concrete, real peace proposal. If the West refuses it, it is their business, unquote. Remember, of course, it's not lost on anyone that this statement from Putin has come in on a day when top Western leaders, leaders of Western democracies are gathering in Italy for the G7 summit.
Украинские войска должны быть полностью выведены из Донецкой, Луганской народных республик, Херсонской и Запорожской областей. Причем, обращаю внимание, именно со всей территории этих регионов в пределах их административных границ, которые существовали на момент их вхождения в Украину. Как только в Киеве заявят о том, что готовы к такому решению и начнут реальный вывод войск из этих регионов, а также официально уведомят об отказе от планов вступления в НАТО, с нашей стороны незамедлительно, буквально в ту же минуту, последует приказ прекратить огонь и начать переговоры.
And with that, it's a wrap on the show. But before we leave, here are visuals from Italy, from G7, on the sidelines of the G7 summit, of Prime Minister Modi meeting Pope Francis, in fact, sharing a hug at the G7 Outreach Summit in Italy. Thanks for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news.
In the very first cabinet meeting of NDA 3.0, chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the newly formed government approved the construction of 3 crore homes under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana or PMAY. Out of this, 1 crore homes are to be provided under PMAY Urban or in cities of India. Now, there's no doubt PMAY Urban has achieved far better housing for low-income families than any other scheme which preceded it under the UPA tenure. According to a comprehensive report by researcher and journalist team of Chintan Patel and Vaibhav Jain, the NDA has delivered nearly 10 times as many homes since 2015-16. This is commendable, but the massive shortage of housing for those at the bottom of the pyramid living in any of India's top cities remains quite stark. So how much of a difference will additional 1 crore homes sanctioned by the cabinet make? This is Sangam Vihar, Asia's largest unauthorized colony in South Delhi. Narrow kacha-pakka roads, haphazard layout, unstable housing structures on tiny plot of land, open sewage, cattle, bikes jostling with humans for space, waste dumps and very scarce water resources. The reason why we are showing you Sangam Vihar is because that's where my house help Husna Bano and many like her want to buy a tiny one-bedroom set for their families. But for an unauthorized construction, she will have to withdraw all her life savings, cobble up loans from friends and employers to come up with the 18 lakh rupees she needs. PMAY Urban leaves out lakhs of families like Husna Bano who've moved to Delhi decades ago to earn a livelihood. Is this a fixable problem? Under the newly sanctioned 1 crore homes, joining me to get to the bottom of it, Vaibhav Jain, independent researcher, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, founder and MD of Hiranandani Group, and Dr. Partha Mukhopadhyay, Senior Fellow, Center for Policy Research. This time, I'm going to go to the youngest on the panel, Vaibhav. Excellent report on PMAY. My question is, you've captured a lot of what went missing in the previous PMAY Urban. New 1 crore homes have got sanctioned. What do you think they will achieve? And what do you think they won't?
Manisha, first of all, thanks for having me. And the newly sanctioned 1 crore homes, that's really welcome news because with the previously sanctioned 1.2 crore homes, we were only going to address about 37% of the real housing need in India. And that's based on a very conservative estimate of about 3.18 crore homes that are needed. And that's per the Ministry of Home and Urban Affairs estimates. So this newly sanctioned 1 crore homes, they'll put the actual sort of demand, housing demand met to about 70%. But if you look at a more reasonable estimate that's been put out by the ICRIER, this will address just about 50% of the real demand, even with the additional 1 crore home sanction, because the actual urban affordable housing shortage is to the tune of 5 crore houses.
So less than 50%. In fact, you're saying if it's 5 crores and we're going to achieve about 2.18 crores, is even less than 50%. All right. Yeah. So a long way to travel. We'll come to how do we meet that shortage and whether we can do it in the next 5 years. What do we need to step up? Mr. Hiranandani, your reaction first to what are we going to achieve with these new 1 crore sanctioned homes?
Anisha, happy to be with you on the panel again. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very excited. Can you imagine one of the first decisions in the first cabinet meeting has been relating to housing. And it was also taking into consideration the affordable segment, which has actually as a percentage been going down in terms of total sales in the country, subsequent to the exhaustion of the availability of the CLSS scheme for affordable housing, which has taken place. So in reality, the PMAY scheme got exhausted somewhere in August, September last year. And subsequent to that, we have seen a steep fall in the sales of affordable housing units. So I think this is the first thing which they have been able to address, and this should actually bring back the demand for affordable housing, because with interest rates going up from 6.5% to 8.6, 8.7% on an average of most of the banks and financial institutions, the affordability of these housing had actually come down. And that is why this coming back with the scheme is extremely important. Of course, if RBI reduces the interest rates, that's going to be a second whammy. And hopefully during the course of the year, that should start coming down. And over a period of time, interest rates should come down to 6.5%, 7% at the most. I think once the international situation does. The best part of this scheme is the fact that our first assessment in 2014, 15, 16 was 1.25 crores housing, which was deficit.
Right.
And the target was 1.1 crore housing, which was supposed to exhaust and take care of the 100%. But now Weber has corrected us completely and has shown us that it was not correct. The original assessment of
the numbers are much larger, Mr. Hiranandani,
and certainly not going to take place.
You know, we don't really need an ICRIER to tell us. I mean, look at the number of people who are without homes, and it's not just, you know, house self that works with us. It's also people who are starting out in their careers and are not, you know, bankers and in very high-flying professions. They're not able to afford homes till very late in their life. But I'll come back to you, sir. You know, you mentioned something which is very interesting, and I'd like to just remind the audience of what's happened on affordable housing that Mr. Hiranandani has mentioned. Affordable housing, which is houses under 40 lakh rupees, have continued to decline in terms of launches by private developers. They've come down to 18% of total launches in 2023, down from 26% in 2021. And a significant 40% in 2018. So 40% of homes in 2018 used to be launched by private developers, which were 40 lakh rupees and slightly below. But by 2023, this number has come down to 18%. Partha Mukhopadhyay, as an economist who studies cities, give us your sense of PMAY. It is a global problem. I mean, affordable housing is an issue that even United States is dealing with. It's not just India. We, unfortunately, are sitting on a very rapidly growing young population and very rapid urbanization together.
It's not as bad as it seems. First, I think it's useful to break up the problem into bite-sized chunks. There are the really large cities, the Bombays and the Delhis in which we live in and which you're familiar with, where there is a serious problem. And the problem is the price of land. And that sort of is what leads developers like Mr. Hiranandani, quite rightly from their point of view, to first focus on making sure that, especially after the COVID slump and so on and so forth, that you move into reclaim the elite segment, the high-end segment, and then sort of come back into the mid-range and the lower segments, which are now sort of, as you said, has dropped off. And the CLSS scheme was a large subsidy. In fact, it was per capita the largest subsidy. So the middle class got quote unquote more, but middle class is hard to define because, as you said, your help who works in would be somebody who could qualify. But that person will most probably not be able to get a CLSS. Not because she is not qualified, but because the banks and the credit ratings and structures would not be able to put that structure in place, right? So let's take the big cities aside. In all the other smaller cities, which is like 2-3 million downwards, you're looking at most of this problem being solved, and it's been solved in two ways. One, we must remember that the housing shortage is not just a problem of the government. The supply comes from the public sector as well as enormous supply from the private sector.
Right.
You'll see the sort of redevelopment that's happening across even Delhi's colonies, 2 floors becoming 4 floors in structures. And so the 1 crore houses which have been built, especially under BLC, those are the houses that you will see most probably a number of them growing a 2nd floor, putting it out for rent. The same thing will happen with the new stock that's coming in.
I'm going to come back to Vaibhav because Vaibhav has really broken down PMAY very interestingly into different verticals. 2 verticals which we've already discussed because they've been very successful, which is beneficiary-led individual house construction or enhancement where, you know, the family already has land and then the central government offers 1.5 lakh assistance, and additional assistance of 1 lakh is offered by state governments for the person or the family to build homes. And the second is CLSS, which is credit-linked subsidy scheme, where you buy a unit, but you already have some credit worthiness, you have regular income coming in, and again you get some part of your loan as subsidy upfront. Vaibhav, break it down for us and tell us how well have BLC and CLSS worked versus what has not worked actually, who's not benefited?
Manisha, before I do that, if I can take a quick couple of seconds to go over one statistic called the price to income ratio, which for India stands at 11, which means that it would take an average Indian family 11 years of 100% of its income to be able to afford a home. And mind you, this is an average for the whole of India, and the big cities that Dr. Mukhopadhyay and Dr. Hiranandani mentioned. For them, for those cities like Delhi, Mumbai, this statistic is likely to be much worse. And to sort of give you a baseline figure for the US, this number is less than 4. It's 3.6. And now coming to your question
11 years
about
of your entire income, 100% of your
That's
income
right.
going before you can repay your loan or own a home in India versus 4 years in the US.
This number was reported by the CSEP. But yeah, coming back to your question about the different verticals. So yes, as you mentioned, we have discussed CLSS and BLC. These are the 2 most successful verticals of the PMAY Urban. In fact, close to 85% of all the houses that were sanctioned by the scheme fall under these 2 verticals. But the problem with these 2 verticals, as you also alluded to, is that they benefit that segment of the urban poor which already have access to either land or capital, whereas the poorest of the poor who have no credit worthiness, at least on paper, and who don't have access to land, they get completely left out. The ISSR, which is the in situ slum redevelopment, and AHP, which is the affordable housing in partnership vertical, these 2 primarily address that segment of the population, and just about 15% of homes under PMAY have been sanctioned for them. So that's the real gap. And I hope the new 1 crore homes that have been sanctioned, they lay more emphasis on these 2 verticals of the scheme.
Which is really for people who don't have access to capital and who do not have access to land. But let me come back, and I'm going to ask both our other guests on how can we make that possible, because both of them are big thinkers when it comes to housing and urbanization. Stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन यू नो विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्लेस्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since
The very first decision taken by the newly formed cabinet of ministers this week was to sanction 3 crore homes under PMAY or Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. On a Twitter post following the cabinet announcement, Prime Minister Modi posted, "This decision also reflects our commitment to make the living standards of the people easier. This will not only fulfill the need of people for houses, but will also provide them a quality of life The expansion of PMAY also brings out our determination for development of all and social justice, Sabka Vikas or Samaj Kalyan. That's precisely what we are focusing on, PMAY, but urban. It is the urban agenda, and how do we close the wide gap of affordable housing in India's top cities? Mr. Hiranandani, you talked about CLSS and you said, yes, if interest rates come down, affordability per se will increase. But my question to you is, sir, and which is why developers are also shrinking their addition of affordable homes which are priced between 25 and 40 lakh rupees, because below that, I think developers don't enter that segment. What about land prices which are skyrocketing? Is there a solution to that, or do you believe that that ship has sailed in top cities, for top cities?
Manisha, we can solve all the problems if we look at addressing it and taking care of it. Let's look at all the situations that we've had. Take, for instance, slums, for instance. We solved the problem of land as far as slums in Mumbai is concerned. We have a policy in place by which the value of the land is actually, in fact, made zero and then brought about to use the value of the land for the purposes of rehabilitation free of cost for the slum. There again, our achievement has been only 5% of the total amount of the slums redevelopment that is there. And so we have a long way to go. I mean, 500,000 houses is our target as far as the next 5 to 7 years is concerned. And I don't know whether the PMAY scheme is really going to assist it. Last time, Maharashtra took very little share in using the PMAY slum policy part of it for the purpose of rehabilitation for Mumbai is concerned. But I believe a new policy is expected from Maharashtra government in the next fortnight for the purposes of Mumbai slums. So I think something on that end could be a possibility. So there we will solve the land problem. The second problem, which is a bigger problem, is the fact that the cost of FSI, additional FSI given by the state government and the ready reckoner values have been increased so badly that there is no possibility in Mumbai having an affordable house if you look at the ready reckoner value, construction cost and the FSI cost which is available to you. So in reality, this is not possible. Again, they have a solution. We did it in COVID. In COVID, we reduced the stamp duty and the other costs by 50%. And suddenly the sale of affordable housing shot up. I mean, we increased it by 2 times in that short period where the total land values were, the construction and additional FSI plus stamp duty was reduced. So we had a solution for that also.
Very interesting points you've made, because the least successful has been the in situ slum redevelopment vertical under PMAY, and that's about 2.5%. So that definitely needs to change in a very big way. Partha, is that what you also feel, that, focus now probably on the ones who do not have land and capital this time around, shift the focus?
ISSR and AHP are not going to work.
It will not work.
They are not meant to work. Fundamentally, the structure is the kind of schemes that they are. When you want a house, you need a certain degree of aspiration. So let's say your house help, let's go back to her, 18 lakhs. She most probably makes about 20, 25. Maybe a family makes more. So automatically about 3 lakhs, essentially the price to income ratio of 6, which is about half of what Weber was talking about. And that's in Delhi, right? So there is private supply at a very different level. There is no financing. So one of the issues that would need to be figured is we have banks who won't touch things with a barge pole because of the way the RBI regulates them. We have a variety of housing finance companies that have come up. We have now enormous improvement in credit scores because of UPI and other such digital tracking. And we need to start thinking about how do we get more credit into people who actually have these kinds of things.
Okay, so we have two very, very varying points on at least the slum redevelopment, not the AHP program or AHP vertical.
Looking forward to what's happening in Bombay.
Very quickly, I have literally 30 seconds to get a concluding remark from you.
Yes, I just want to make couple of quick points. One, for AHP and ISSR, even with the currents that have happened, there's 5.6 lakh such homes that have remained unoccupied because as the parliamentary standing committee found out, they were built with substandard material. The quality of construction was lacking.
Very poor.
So that's another thing to look into as we move forward into the next segment. And the last point that I want to make, which Dr. Mukhopadhyay referred to, was about the rental situation. You know, there's another fifth sort of hidden vertical of this scheme, which is called the affordable rental housing complexes.
Yes.
And this was added only during COVID. And under this vertical, just about 35,000 houses have been sanctioned or have been made available. This figure needs to be in the lakhs and in the tens of lakhs if we want to solve the urban housing crisis in India. Because before ownership, rentals is definitely available.
I think rental housing is a very large discussion. And you're right, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, people don't all the time want to own a home when they come to a city. A lot of them have little homes in their villages and they're quite happy with it. They just want affordable homes to live in and have a dignified living. Varied points, but exciting times ahead. 1 crore additional homes under PMAY, which is a huge welcome step. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Dr. Partha Mukhopadhyay, and Vaibhav, thank you very much for joining me today.
Thank you, Manisha.
Thank you, Pavan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we might need far more concerted efforts to put a roof over the heads of those who have no land or capital to begin with. We still do have hope that in the third term, NDA will focus on housing for those who really need them, whether through rental or through ownership in cities of all shapes and sizes. Thank you so much for joining me.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ईयर के थ्रू सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during this summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all the electronics जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about a smartphone, SSD or a pen drive, could be anything. यहाँ पे extreme heat might damage the internal components. तो अगर आप अपनी कार में इनको छोड़ रहे हैं तो at least in the glove box if you can keep them, maybe wrapped in a piece of cloth or something, वहाँ पे maybe it's in your bag, तो ठीक रहेगा. But if it's just lying around, because we all know that in this कार जहाँ पे विंडोज सब अप की हुई हैं और वो कहीं बाहर धूप में खड़ी है, तो टेम्परेचर्स जो हैं दे राइज क्वाइट ड्रेस्टिकली. तो उस केस में लाइफ स्पैन कम हो सकता है, मे बी जो कुछ कंपोनेंट्स हैं वो डैमेज हो सकते हैं और एट द एंड आपका डिवाइस हो सकता है ठीक से काम ना करे. तो आइडियली आई वुड से यू नीड टू प्रोटेक्ट योर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, बी इट एसएसडी, बी इट यूएसबी, और गाड़ी में धूप में लंबे टाइम तक उनको छोड़ना इज नॉट समथिंग विच इज आइडियल.
हाय टीजी, मुझे कोडिंग सीखनी है पर मैंने स्कूल में कंप्यूटर साइंस नहीं ली थी. क्या मैं अब कोडिंग सीख सकती हूँ?
व्हाई नॉट. इनफैक्ट अभी तो कोडिंग काफ़ी ज़्यादा और आसान भी हो गई है. आइडियली अगर आपको एक बेसिक नॉलेज है.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, the Prime Minister is in Italy for the G7 as a special invitee. Also, NEET aspirants today met with the Education Minister and demanded a re-exam for all. And finally, a big twist in the Sheena Bora murder case. Her skeletal remains have gone missing. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi holds back-to-back bilaterals in Italy on the sidelines of the G7. After meeting Macron and Rishi Sunak, he also held a bilateral with Zelensky. Later, a meeting with the Pope at the summit venue. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan met with students who appeared for the NEET exam, who demanded that the exam be held again for everyone. The minister assured them no injustice would be done. The mortal remains of the 45 Indians who died in the building fire in Kuwait were brought back to the country. Kerala and Tamil Nadu governments have announced 5 lakh relief for all kin. Trouble mounts for former Telangana Chief Minister KCR. Now the Enforcement Directorate is investigating an alleged sheep scam. 8 ex-officers are arrested. It's a 700 crore sheep redistribution scheme which is now being probed. And more developments in the murder case involving Kannada actor Darshan. Now it's revealed that the victim in the case, Renuka Swamy, died of shock and hemorrhage. That's what the post-mortem report reveals, that there were 15 wounds found on his body. Also, the belt and rope used to torture the victim has been recovered. And a big twist in the Sheena Bora murder case. Sheena's skeletal remains, key evidence in the case, have gone missing. The CBI tells the court the remains have gone missing. North India sizzles under extreme heat and the heat alert will continue till next week. This as the monsoon has stalled. The maximum temperatures recorded across Bihar and UP have hit between 45 to 47 degrees. Our top story now, and the Prime Minister had a very busy day today in Italy on the sidelines of the G7 summit. Not only did he hold bilateral with France's Macron and UK's Rishi Sunak, but also held a one-on-one with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. Ukraine was in focus on day one at the G7. Later, the Prime Minister was welcomed at the summit venue by Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and even got to hug the Pope, who was at the G7 for the first time. NDTV's Vishnu Shom reports from Italy.
An unexpected highlight at the G7 summit in Fasano in Italy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at a time when Ukraine is center stage in talks here. By meeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky over here in Italy, the Prime Minister has sent a strong message. While India does have excellent relations between Russia, we've also got great ties with Ukraine. India is equidistant. The focus is absolutely clear. It's only through dialogue and diplomacy that the Ukraine war can come to an end. But there have been other key meetings as well. The Prime Minister meeting France's Emmanuel Macron. That meeting comes shortly after Macron announced snap polls back home, and also comes at a time when New Delhi and France are negotiating for 26 more Rafale fighter jets, this time for the Indian Navy, in a deal worth more than 50,000 crores. In his meeting with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, another leader who faces election soon, Prime Minister Modi focused on defence, security, trade and economic collaboration. India and the United Kingdom are also in the middle of negotiations for a free trade agreement. This isn't the first time that an Indian Prime Minister has been called to G7. In fact, it's the 11th occasion, each one very important, but this one particularly significant because it's the first foreign trip being made by the Prime Minister after he was sworn in for a record third term. It is also an important occasion for the Prime Minister to reach out to some of his closest Western allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Germany, and to the east, to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Other key meetings, Prime Minister Modi in talks with Japan's Prime Minister Kishida and Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
There is respect for what India is today in terms of the dynamism, the technology adoption, the fast trajectory towards a quality growth, I would say. So this is perceived as something to be respected, to be admired, and I would say also a great opportunity to draw investments from India to Italy.
In addition to the high-level G7 engagements, India has also been involved in focused conversations on the Indo-Pacific region, Africa, climate change, migration, and artificial intelligence. What has, however, been missing from this short 24-hour visit of the Prime Minister is a mega diaspora event. This has been a Modi signature event in all parts of the world. This time around, he was greeted by officials at Brindisi Airport. When he arrived at 11:30 p.m. last night, he departs at 11:30 p.m. tonight. India isn't a member of the G7. However, India has been called because we are increasingly seen as a voice of the global south. When the G7 was formed, it was essentially a grouping of the world's most powerful economies. But that's changed substantially. India is now the world's fifth largest economy. As an economy, we are larger than the host nation, Italy, France, and Canada as well. This visit, however, is important because it does set the agenda for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's foreign policy. In Bari, with camera person Rakesh Singh, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Now, the latest developments on the NEET controversy as protests continue over the medical entrance exam. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan today met with students who had appeared for the NEET exam to address their concerns. They presented him with a list of demands which included that the exam be held again for all the students and that the National Testing Agency Chief be removed. The minister assured them no injustice would be done.
23-year-old Harsh Gupta was fresh out of school when he set out on his journey from a small town near Uttar Pradesh's Kannauj. His destination, becoming a doctor. 4 years later, he's on the streets of Delhi, running from pillar to post, demanding a fair examination. 6 तारीख से काउंसलिंग फिर से होगी कहीं ना कहीं अभी तक जो लग रहा है, तो आपको लग रहा है ये इनजस्टिस है बच्चों के साथ?
बिल्कुल इनजस्टिस है, क्योंकि जब काउंसलिंग हो जाएगी तो उसके बाद क्या होगा? उसके बाद क्या बच्चों को आप निकाल पाएंगे?
Harsh is among the thousands of aspiring doctors who demand a re-examination and an investigation into the alleged paper leak across centres. Many of them, like 25-year-old Vikas, have gone through multiple grueling attempts at what's seen as one of the toughest competitive exams.
सर 1563 की बात नहीं है, बात हमारे पूरे 24 लाख की है। सबके साथ स्कैम हुआ है और बहुत स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे जिसने 4 साल मेहनत करके मार्क्स लाए हैं, उन्हें सीट नहीं मिलेगी तो क्या होगा?
While the Education Minister assured the angry candidates of a solution acceptable to all, a setback for the aspirants from the Supreme Court, which will now hear their petitions 2 days after the scheduled date of counselling.
The Supreme Court, which heard a number of petitions today, refused to give any kind of relief and said that they will hear the entire matter on the 8th of July, when the Supreme Court reconvenes after the vacation.
For students, it is the integrity of the exams that has been compromised.
एनटीए के रिप्लाई आने के बाद में जो हमारी सबमिशंस हैं और इस केस को दोबारा से मेरिट्स पे जो 8 जुलाई को सुना जाएगा ये होगा। लेकिन जिस तरह से इस केस में हमारे पास मटेरियल्स हैं, एफआईआर हैं और दूसरे एविडेंस हैं जिसमें पेपर लीक हुए हैं, एफआईआर्स हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशंस चल रही हैं, ये साफ साबित होता है हमारी तरफ से जो हमारे पास मटेरियल है कि इस पूरे एग्जाम को सेट असाइड करना चाहिए, रिकॉल करना चाहिए और ये दोबारा एग्जाम होना चाहिए।
While the chief of the testing body, the man in the line of fire, declined to speak on camera, the National Testing Agency says the credibility of the exam is intact. Government sources told NDTV that it could be due to a relatively easy question paper this time that several students came out on the top. The Education Minister defended his testing agency.
Let us wait for the 8th July, how Supreme Court is going to pronounce its judicious judgment.
With the ball now in the Supreme Court, lakhs of students are left in the lurch. These 20-year-olds who could be on their way to becoming practicing doctors have taken to the streets. Re-NEET is what they demand. They say they have no trust whatsoever in the National Testing Agency and that the inaction on all the discrepancies that have now come in the public domain is like playing with their careers. In New Delhi with camera person Arun Singh Negi, Vedant for NDTV.
And in an interview to NDTV, the Education Minister said that there's no lack of intention by the government and let us wait for the top court order.
Mr. Pradhan, really appreciate your time. You're back from Odisha after a lot of hard work there and you're back in the midst of a crisis. How will you restore faith of students in NTA and also in NEET as an institution, as an examination?
I assure all the students through you, there should not be any panic among the students. Some anomalies has come in front of government. We are aware about the issue, we are concerned about the issue. Honorable Supreme Court has given some beautiful judgment yesterday only. There should not be any confusion after that. 1563 students will get opportunity to reappear in the NEET. This one part has been covered and one part has been solved. Those who are interested, they can out for the retest in the specific 6 center where the allegation was they did not get any proper time. They will be given proper time, they will be given an opportunity for the re-examination. That has been given, the direction has been given by Honorable Supreme Court, that is covered. We should wait for how many students are coming for the re-examination.
Mr. Pradhan, one view is that the NTA acted only after Supreme Court's intervention. Otherwise, students were protesting all over the country and there was nobody to listen to them.
No, I don't think the information is not so correct because NTA has come after this anomaly, not given proper time. NTA has come out with a formula. That formula has also given by one of the judgment in Supreme Court regarding the CLAT entrance examination. They come out with some grace mark formula which has been little bit some anomalies came out through that because 6 students came out as the highest scorer in the list. that became eyesore from the among the students. Then there was a protest against that decision. Then NTA and government intervened, and government directed NTA to come out with some transparent policy. They formed an academic committee. The academic committee recommended for retesting of the respective students in those 6 centers. And Honorable Supreme Court yesterday, and by this time there are 41 petitions are there in the different high courts and in front of Supreme Court. Clubbing all together, Honorable Supreme Court has yesterday given those 1563 students should given opportunity, those who lost time in the 5th May, they should give an opportunity for the retesting, and they are given the opportunity for the retesting.
The RSS Chief, Mohan Bhagwat, is in UP's Gorakhpur, where he's attending a Karyakarta camp. Now, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be in Gorakhpur, that is, remember, his bastion, and will be meeting with the Sangh Chief tomorrow. That's what's expected. Let's go across to Akhilesh now for more. And Akhilesh, a very interesting meeting coming, just after the elections and the BJP's poor performance, in a sense, in Uttar Pradesh. So, an interesting meeting between the UP Chief Minister and the Sangh Chief.
That's correct. In fact, Mr. Bhagwat is there in Gorakhpur area for the past 5 days, and he'll be there tomorrow as well. And in the afternoon, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, who belongs to Gorakhpur only, he's likely to have a meeting with Mr. Bhagwat. And we've been told by the sources that the recent election results and also the setback BJP suffered, especially in Uttar Pradesh, may come up for discussion. Remember, a few days back on Monday, Mr. Bhagwat addressed RSS workers in Nagpur, where he made several comments about the election results and also about the Manipur situation. Today, the RSS sources have clarified that he did not mean anything indicated towards the BJP or the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, his was a general comment about the decorum which should have been maintained in the Lok Sabha election campaign, and he made similar remarks during the previous election results also. So there's nothing to be related to the BJP or his performance as far as the comments are concerned, and there's no rift as far as BJP-RSS relationship is concerned. In fact, by the end of August, there will be a meeting of the coordination committee between the RSS and the BJP and other RSS affiliates organizations in Palakkad in Kerala, where the recently held elections of the Lok Sabha's results, they will be discussed, and the future course of action will be chalked out. So there's no difference. This is what the RSS are indicating, and his comments were not against anybody or any party. In fact, RSS executive member Mr. Indresh has made some remarks about the election results, and RSS sources have clarified that they do not subscribe to those views.
All right, so an interesting meeting coming after those results and the comments, about arrogance and decorum made by the RSS chief. Thanks so much, Akhilesh, for joining us with those details. An Indian Air Force transport plane carrying the remains of the 45 Indians who died in the building fire in Kuwait returned to India today, first stopping in Kerala, where a majority of the workers were from, and then later to Delhi. Union Minister of State V.K. Singh accompanied the bodies on the flight back to India. There are several allegations by families and those who managed to escape of violations. How accommodation was overcrowded and access to the terrace was locked. Here's a report.
Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and leaders from neighbouring Tamil Nadu paying their last respects to the mortal remains of 31 of the 45 Indian workers killed in the terrible fire tragedy in Kuwait. An Indian Air Force special flight brought them to Cochin. 23 of these workers are from Kerala, 7 from Tamil Nadu and 1 from Karnataka. A pall of gloom descended as ambulances took them to their homes for a final goodbye. This man in Tamil Nadu's Kadalur district lost his brother Chinnadurai. He and his elderly mother are shattered.
ഈ ദുരന്തമുണ്ടായ ഉടനെ കുവൈത്ത് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഫലപ്രദമായതും ശക്തമായതുമായ നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നാണ് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ തുടർ നടപടികൾ കുറ്റമറ്റ രീതിയിൽ ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്നാണ് നാം എല്ലാവരും പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത്തരമൊരു ദുരന്ത വിവരം അറിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റും ശരിയായ രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ ഇടപെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്.
தமிழகத்திலிருந்து உயிரிழந்த 7 நபர்களுடைய உடலை பெற்றுக் கொடுப்பதற்காக தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் மக்கள் முதல்வர் தளபதியினுடைய ஆணைக்கேற்ற நானும் துறை சார்ந்த ஆணையரும் இங்கே வருகை தந்தோம். அதில் கேரள அரசும் இங்கே முதலமைச்சரும் நேரடியாக வருகை தந்து அந்த மரியாதை செலுத்தியதை நாங்கள் உண்மையிலே வரவேற்கிறோம்.
Nearly 50 others are being treated in 5 Kuwait hospitals, some in ICU. The fire on the ground floor after a gas leak triggered explosion of cylinders and spread to upper floors. It was early morning. Most of them were asleep. Many alleged serious violations. The accommodation was overcrowded. The access to terrace locked. Workers even jumped through windows. Union Minister Kirti Pradhan Singh, deployed by the Centre for Early Repatriation, says the safety issue will be addressed.
The Kuwaiti government is taking this incident very seriously and they are taking all possible steps. They are making inquiries as to how it happened so that this kind of a tragic incident is never repeated again. And they assured us that they will take all possible steps. They have also assured us that all the paperwork regarding the insurance that is to be paid to the families, the compensation will be done as immediately as possible.
For India, the Kuwait fire tragedy is yet another eye-opener on the unsafe living conditions of Indian workers in the Middle East. For Kuwait, it's a huge embarrassment. While the centre has ensured early repatriation of the dead, the larger challenge for the new government, many say, would be to ensure at least safe accommodation for Indian workers in the Gulf, who also contribute huge foreign remittances. With SP Babu in Kerala, in Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
In a bizarre development, the CBI has told a special Mumbai court that the bones and bodies of Mumbai executive Sheena Bora, recovered by the Raigad police after her murder 12 years ago, are now missing and untraceable. The revelation came up during examination of a witness, Dr. Zeba Khan, a forensic expert at the Sir JJ Hospital, who was the first person to confirm that the bones and other remains found were of a human being. Now, this at the time was a shocking and sensational case. Sheena Bora was allegedly eliminated by her mother and her ex-husband in connivance with her driver in April 2012. But the shocking killing came to light only around August 15th. So a shocking development in this case with the crucial evidence missing. Sheena's mother, Indrani, remember, is out on bail. More gruesome details have emerged in the murder case involving a Kannada actor, Darshan, who is the accused. The murdered man, Renukaswamy, who was allegedly tortured and killed, died of shock and hemorrhage. According to the autopsy report, the autopsy also found 15 wounds on the body of Renukaswamy, who was allegedly beaten to death by the actor and his aides. Radhika with the details.
Brutal and shocking details have emerged in Renukaswamy murder case in which actor Darshan is allegedly involved. In fact, Darshan, his girlfriend and his aides have been arrested and they are in police custody. Investigations are going on. They are being questioned. But several details emerging as far as the post-mortem report of Renukaswamy is concerned. In fact, he had suffered 15 wounds on his body, including wounds on his abdomen, chest and many other parts. In fact, post-mortem report also reveals that he died of shock and hemorrhage. He was allegedly beaten up for at least about 3 to 4 hours in that shed in Bengaluru. His head was banged multiple times against a mini truck. In fact, the mini truck has also been seized by the police at this point. Several evidence being collected, CCTV footage being seized as well as examined by the police. There is also a CCTV footage showing this man, Renukaswamy, being ferried from Chitradurga all the way to Bengaluru. In fact, the driver of that vehicle, Ravi, has surrendered before the police just earlier today. So he has in fact been arrested by the police. In fact, a spot inquest was also carried out just last night. The police in fact took one of the main accused to Chitradurga in order to understand the circumstances leading to the death, the sequence of events, him of course narrating what exactly transpired in Chitradurga and how Renuka Swami was allegedly abducted from Chitradurga and taken to Bengaluru. So multiple people being questioned, several angles being looked into at this point. However, very shocking details emerging of the death of Renuka Swami. He suffered multiple wounds. He was miserably allegedly beaten to death by Darshan and his gang. Of course, they will be produced before a court in a few days from now.
There's more trouble for former Telangana Chief Minister KCR as the Enforcement Directorate will now investigate a 5,000 crore sheep rearing development scheme promoted by his government in 2012 after allegations of corruption and funds being siphoned.
A 5,000 crore rupees sheep rearing development scheme that former Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao started in June of 2017 to boost rural incomes will now be investigated by the Enforcement Directorate that has sought district-wise details of beneficiaries, their bank accounts, names of sellers and buyers, bank accounts from which beneficiaries contributed, payments to transport agencies, procurement and distribution of sheep feed, and any internal reports highlighting instances of fraud.
Telangana's Anti-Corruption Bureau has named 10 people as accused in what it estimates to be a 700 crore rupees fraud. Among the 8 arrested are those officers who were dealing with the sheep rearing development scheme. And that includes the OSG of former Animal Husbandry Minister Talasani Srinivas Yadav.
The Controller and Auditor General had pointed out glaring irregularities in all aspects of its implementation. Transport is just one example. This two-wheeler is said to have been used to transport 126 sheep in a single trip in Sangareddy. And this car is claimed to have transported 168 sheep in a single trip to Mehboob Nagar. While this ambulance carried 84 sheep at one go in Khambam, and this auto took 126 sheep in a single trip. Nearly 4 lakh shepherd families were to be given a unit each of 20 sheep and a ram that cost 1.25 lakh rupees on a 75% subsidy. Over 82 lakh sheep were brought from neighbouring states to avoid recycling. NDTV Bureau Report.
And finally, let's take a look at the weather. In North India is reeling from the heat. UP, Bihar and Delhi have been experiencing severe heatwave conditions with temperatures exceeding 45 to 46 degrees at many locations. Now, there was some light rain relief in the national capital today, but with the monsoon hitting the pause button, that's the big worry. The monsoon has slowed down its approach, and it means that there's more trouble for North India and more hot days ahead. Well, that's it from me for the moment. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi holds back-to-back bilaterals in Italy on the sidelines of the G7 summit. He meets with Macron and Rishi Sunak and also a bilateral with Zelensky. NEET aspirants meet the Education Minister. Dharmendra Pradhan assures the students there's some anomalies due to grace marks. The NEET aspirants have demanded a paper leak probe. The mortal remains of the 45 Indians who were killed in the building fire in Kuwait are brought back to the country. Kerala and Tamil Nadu governments have announced a 5 lakh relief for the next of kin. big twist in the Sheena Bora murder case. Sheena's skeletal remains go missing, the CBI tells the court.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to a very special program. We've been broadcasting from the southeastern part of Italy, looking at the G7 summit. It's been an important G7 summit, but also one that is important for India with the attendance of the Prime Minister over here. The big focus at this particular meet has been on Ukraine at so many levels. Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well. It's an important meeting, one that sends an important signal that India, while we are extremely close friends with Russia, also have a big stake as far as the peace process in Ukraine is concerned. In his meeting with the Ukrainian President, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made it clear that dialogue and diplomacy alone can solve the crisis in Ukraine. But that's just one part of what has been a very important day for Prime Minister Modi. There have been important engagements with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the French President as well. He'll be meeting the Italian Prime Minister for an important bilateral, and he will also be meeting the Prime Minister of Japan. Japan is a key strategic ally as well. So in a sense, with Narendra Modi coming back to power for a record third time, it is an occasion to talk about Indian foreign policy and work through some of the most important strategic alliances that India has, whether it's in the West or in the East. At various other levels, the Prime Minister will be looking at some of the key themes during this G7 meeting. He'll be looking at artificial intelligence, which is a big talking point. He'll be looking at issues of migration, of Africa. He'll be looking at a transition to a green economy. Those are important themes which concern India a great deal. These are also issues that India has raised at the G20 level. India, in fact, is seen as a voice of the global South, which is why the Prime Minister coming over here is important. We've been saying this, but I think it is important to repeat once again. India is now the world's fifth largest economy. We are an economy which is larger than that of the host nation Italy, France, and also Canada, which is why India, with its enhanced economic heft, can certainly add to the G20 process. That's a key part of why India has been invited. It is, of course, not the first time India has been invited. India is coming over here for the 11th time at the G7. The G7 itself began as a grouping of the world's largest economies, but since then speaks about all sorts of other issues which are of significance. We discussed the Ukraine issue, but certainly the war in the Middle East, Hamas against the Israeli government, that's something that's likely to come up as well, with all sides calling for a peace and the urgent need to ensure that the humanitarian situation in Gaza gets better soon. It's a short visit as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is concerned. The Prime Minister usually does big diaspora events. This is a short visit, just 24 hours. He landed at 11:30 p.m. last night. He leaves at 11:30 p.m. today. So there has been no diaspora event. Usually that's a key part of Modi visits when he reaches out to people of Indian origin. The other key aspect of this entire visit has been the India-Italy equation. Italy is an important strategic partner. There are 2 lakh people of Indian origin who reside in Italy and play an important role as far as the Italian economy is concerned. An unexpected highlight at the G7 summit in Fasano in Italy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at a time when Ukraine is center stage in talks here. By meeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky over here in Italy, the Prime Minister has sent a strong message. While India does have excellent relations between Russia, we've also got great ties with Ukraine. India is equidistant. The focus is absolutely clear. It's only through dialogue and diplomacy that the Ukraine war can come to an end. But there have been other key meetings as well. The Prime Minister meeting France's Emmanuel Macron. That meeting comes shortly after Macron announced snap polls back home, and also comes at a time when New Delhi and France are negotiating for 26 more Rafale fighter jets, this time for the Indian Navy, in a deal worth more than 50,000 crores. In his meeting with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, another leader who faces election soon, Prime Minister Modi focused on defence, security, trade and economic collaboration. India and the United Kingdom are also in the middle of negotiations for a free trade agreement. This isn't the first time that an Indian Prime Minister has been called to G7. In fact, it's the 11th occasion. Each one very important, but this one particularly significant because it's the first foreign trip being made by the Prime Minister after he was sworn in for a record 3rd term. It is also an important occasion for the Prime Minister to reach out to some of his closest Western allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Germany, and to the east to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Other key meetings, Prime Minister Modi in talks with Japan's Prime Minister Kishida and Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
There is respect for what India is today in terms of the dynamism, the technology adoption, the fast trajectory towards a quality growth, I would say. So this is perceived as something to be respected, to be admired, and I would say also a great opportunity to draw investments from India to Italy. In addition to the high-level G7 engagements, India has also been involved in focused conversations on the Indo-Pacific region, Africa, climate change, migration and artificial intelligence. What has, however, been missing from this short 24-hour visit of the Prime Minister is a mega diaspora event. This has been a Modi signature event in all parts of the world. This time around, he was greeted by officials at Brindisi Airport. When he arrived at 11:30 p.m. last night, he departs at 11:30 p.m. tonight. India isn't a member of the G7. However, India has been called because we are increasingly seen as a voice of the global south. When the G7 was formed, it was essentially a grouping of the world's most powerful economies. But that's changed substantially. India is now the world's 5th largest economy. As an economy, we are larger than the host nation, Italy, France and Canada as well. This visit, however, is important because it does set the agenda for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's foreign policy. In Bari, with camera person Rakesh Singh, Vishnu Shom for NDTV. Well, joining us now to discuss the importance of the visit of the Prime Minister to Italy for the G7 and also the overall state of India-Italy relations, the senior diplomat Gurjeet Singh, somebody who's actually served in Italy in the past. Thanks very much, Ambassador Singh, for being with us. Firstly, the meeting between the Prime Minister and the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, I found that to be particularly interesting. Does that send out any signals?
I think this is the G7 ritual for India. Every time we now go to a G7 meeting since the Ukraine crisis, the PM meets Zelensky there to keep up that end of our engagement. And after that, we just let him be. So since this is a friendly ground for Zelensky, I think this is the place where India have decided they will engage in. You may recall, PM met him in Hiroshima as well, and then did not invite him for G20. So I think the G7 is the venue where India will engage with Ukraine.
Ukraine is also very much the center stage over here at the G7 meeting. There are efforts by the Western allies to try and stitch up $50 billion in terms of funding through seized Russian assets. And yet, on the other hand, tomorrow onwards, there's a peace summit by the Swiss being done in Lucerne, where they want the war to actually come to an end. So over here, they're trying to stabilize the situation, push Ukraine perhaps militarily, while the Swiss are trying to push for an immediate solution on the ground. Do you find these two efforts contradictory?
Indeed, I do. And in fact, I think India does well to meet with Zelensky in Apulia, but attend the Swiss effort at official level. Because I don't think the two are going in tandem. I mean, on one hand, they are pushing Zelensky, as you said, to we'll arm you more, you can use bigger weapons to attack the Russians in Crimea and wherever. And then in Switzerland, you say, no, let's make peace. So it is basically make peace on my terms. And the Russians are not invited. So I think it's not a happy moment.
Ambassador, there are also some fairly interesting developments in Europe in terms of a move to, of political forces. The French president has called a snap poll as a result of Le Pen's policies in France. The British Prime Minister, for a different set of reasons, has elections in a few months. And then the US has elections as well coming up. These are the strongest supporters of Ukraine. Is there a sense that the West and the leaders currently in power are trying to shore up Ukraine because nobody really knows what that support is going to be going forward?
Indeed, I think the Biden administration has used the G7 occasion to commit America to a long-term relationship with Ukraine so that if there is a change by November, it cannot easily overcome this commitment made now. Where the Europeans are concerned, I'm afraid the picture is not so clear. All the move is to the far right. But all the people to the far right don't have the same view on Ukraine. The East European far right is actually pro-Russian. Le Pen, who is trying to unseat Macron, is not in favor of getting more French involvement in Ukraine. But your host in Italy, Giorgia Meloni, who's the biggest winner, she's quite happy to go along with the EU policy on Ukraine. So there is not a unified right-wing policy on Ukraine. Therefore, I believe that Ursula von der Leyen, if re-elected, will go in to appoint an EU Commissioner for Defense, raise the EU defense budget, and take EU closer to Ukraine. And I don't think Meloni will oppose that.
Yeah. Just in terms of the G7 itself, it started as an economic grouping in many senses of the world's most powerful powers. But there's been a dramatic realignment of economic forces. India, for example, is the world's fifth largest economy. We are larger than the economy of Italy, of France, and of Canada. Is India's significance at the G7 enhanced by our economic standing, or is it enhanced by us being a voice of the global South?
Both. I think first it is India's individual economic growth and the fact that we are a growing economy which the West needs as a market and as a partner to take them out of the morass that they are in. The EU is not growing very much. We really need partners like us. The second part is the agenda that India set at the last G20 of pushing the global South to the forefront. I think that is now catching on. So I think Meloni as G7 is specifically talking about engaging the global South. And you see the kind of outreach partner she has called from Asia, Africa, Latin America. It is global South. In fact, where you are in Apulia, she said, I am going to Apulia because that is as south as I can get to the Mediterranean. So I think this global South bit has caught on and India can take credit for that. I think Prime Minister's interventions at the G7 will push the global South priority agenda of the G20, and India as a big economy has more clout and attractiveness for its partners in the West.
Let's talk a little bit about the relationship with Italy. It's you've served over here. It's been a relationship that's really grown. It's grown economically at many levels. On the other hand, there have been concerns about Khalistani sentiment here in Italy. Just a couple of days back, an under construction bust of Gandhiji was defaced in Brindisi. The Italians, of course, cleaned that up quickly. But is that a concern, the threat of Khalistani, the separatism in a country like Italy?
So you have to see it as a unified way. The Punjabis who live in Europe have within them fringe elements which are Khalistani. They dominate some parts of the UK, they dominate some parts of the Netherlands, Austria and Germany, and then they cross over into Italy. So wherever there are large populations of people from Punjab and lot of Gurdwaras, there are these fringe elements coming up and expanding because they are getting economic backing from some of these countries that I have mentioned. Now, Italy needs to be more vigilant. I think they have not taken this issue seriously because no major thing has happened from there. But I do know that certain efforts in Punjab where people shot at other people, the arms training was actually done in Italy. So I think Italy needs to take this much more serious.
And a final question, at many levels, the relationship now between India and Italy is based on people-to-people associations. You know, people from the Sikh community have done tremendously well, for example, in the Parma ham and cheese industry, number one. Number two, Indians have invested $400 million plus in Italy when it comes to all sorts of sectors, from IT to engineering to pharma. How is this an economic relationship which is really growing?
So, Italy is a big opportunity for Indian entrepreneurs to enter Europe. And this they have done very effectively. You mentioned some of the areas, but there are more. In manufacturing, they've taken over many places. So what happens is that we all tend to talk about the Khalistan issue, but that is not the dominant narrative between the India-Italy people-to-people relationship. So, but while it is not dominant, it has a difficult streak which must be curtailed. The economic engagement with Italy is also now growing because of the defense partner. So that element is coming in more. So it is no more only a private sector, but Italian government agencies are engaging India more. Confindustria, unlike the time that I was there, is far more open to engaging India. Their defense industry is engaging India. So I think we are looking at a period of robust Indo-Italian growth.
All right, Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on G7 and indeed the India-Italy relationship. Thank you very much indeed. Well, the G7 summit is well and truly underway over here in Italy, in the southeast of the country. There are multiple areas that all of the countries are focusing on. It's not just G7 in the sense that there are so many other partner nations which are part of the G20 process, which have also been called over here. We're joined by a very special guest. He's the editor of Della Sera. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us, Federico Fubini. And I just wanted to ask you first up, the biggest focus this time around, some would suggest, is Ukraine. In your opinion, is that the case?
I think there are at least two important areas of interest. One, of course, is very much Ukraine, finding new funding for Ukraine and giving reassurances that support will continue on the one hand. On the other hand, there is a deliberate attempt at enlarging this forum because, as you mentioned, the G20 was an important forum, but has become a little bit dysfunctional exactly because of the geopolitical tensions. Of course, Putin is not such an accepted member of the G20, and even there are very visible tensions between China and the US. So the G20 has become not so much what it was, for instance, during the financial crisis, and there is a need for some new fora of coordination and discussion, and maybe the attempt at including important nations such as India, such as Brazil, Turkey, South Africa, and even Mohammed bin Salman from Saudi Arabia was invited and declined at the last minute.
Right.
But clearly this is an attempt at involving the main BRICS countries in something that is not the G20, but it's not exactly something like that.
In terms of specifics, what do you expect done for Ukraine? Because as I see it, there are two things happening. On the one hand, there are G7 countries looking to prop up Ukraine, for example, $50 billion, which might go to Ukraine through seized Russian assets. On the other hand, from tomorrow in Switzerland, there is a peace summit where what the Swiss are trying to do is to end the war. So it kind of works hand in hand, but at one level it's slightly different as well. So in terms of G7 on Ukraine, what do you expect to be done?
Well, I think there will be a new G7, actually at finance ministers level in Brazil mid-July, on the sidelines of the G20, by the way, and they will try to agree on the nuts and bolts of this financing. I think there is a real attempt at securing support for Ukraine, whoever wins the US elections, essentially. Because if, of course, Donald Trump wins, we cannot be so sure about the financing. And look, just to keep up in this war, 50 billions maybe will last a few months.
That's true.
And so they do as much as they can, frankly.
You know, Federico, you raise a very important point. The French president has announced snap polls because of the rise of Le Pen, and the British Prime Minister, who's been a big supporter of Ukraine, goes into elections. Biden goes into elections. So the strongest supporters of Ukraine hypothetically may not be there a few months down the road. If that is the case, is it your sense that Ukraine is trying to get all the support it can right now?
I think this is very much the White House's idea of securing as much help as possible now. I have to say, I mean, whoever wins in the UK, I don't think the British position will change in any way. Keir Starmer, probably the likely next Prime Minister of Britain, has been very clear. There is more doubt about France. However, foreign policy is the realm of the president, and the president is not going to change. But you have a point, because all these governments, if you look at opinion polls and recent election results, all these G7 governments are weakened. I think Giorgia Meloni was the only one winning an election recently among them, and Italy certainly is not the strongest G7 country. So, I mean, they are undoubtedly weakened. There was an interesting Wall Street Journal column that with the headline, "The G7 Dwarfs."
Yes. That's true.
And they are a little bit politically, certainly plenty of lame ducks there.
That's true. Let's talk a little bit about India and Italy. It's a relationship that's really growing. And I think something which fascinates me personally is that recent relationship is also sort of benchmarked on what Indian soldiers did in the Second World War, where they fought for your liberation. If you were to tell somebody Indian soldiers came to Italy to fight for the liberation of Italy all those years back, nobody would believe you, because nobody would know. But here in Italy, there is a real respect for that old war and the role of Indians.
Absolutely, 100%. And there is respect for what India is today in terms of the dynamism, the technology adoption, the fast trajectory towards a quality growth, I would say. So this is perceived as something to be respected, to be admired, and I would say also a great opportunity to draw investments from India to Italy, to invest in India and grow trade. And I think all the nervousness that there is, especially in the US, but also in Europe, about this overflowing role of China, and people see India also as a counterweight in terms of industrial production and on many levels. So I think there is really a lot of interest in.
Wonderful being in Italy, and thank you so much for speaking to us. I appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. With the G7 process, at least for India, starting to wrap up in the next couple of hours, the focus will actually shift now to what takes place in Switzerland starting tomorrow. There is an important Swiss-driven effort at bringing about peace in Ukraine. In fact, it is interesting that on the one hand, over here in the G7 meeting, there is an effort to prop up the Ukrainians. There is talk about a $50 billion amount being sent across to Ukraine based on seized Russian assets. So that's important in terms of propping up Ukraine. There has also been a large flow of international military aid which has gone in. But in Switzerland, the focus, Swiss-driven, will be at trying to end the war itself. The Russians, of course, are not attending, so that's a big setback already before that meeting in Lucerne was even about to start. But that said, the goal for Europe, and this is the top talking point over here, is the war in Ukraine and the need for an urgent peace. We'll be tracking all the developments over here at the G7 meeting with camera person Rakesh Singh, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator or फीफा गेम। और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन। मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप। और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड। क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था। बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्ले स्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर।
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations: Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello everyone, this is the Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. It is an elite exam and it is in the eye of a massive storm. This week, NEET hogged all headlines and for all the wrong reasons. From allegations of paper leaks to malpractices, NEET, the exam for admissions into medical colleges in the country, has been at the center of the controversy. Take this. It's just one exam. 24 lakh students appeared for it. But there are over 60 toppers, a bunch of them from just one center, scoring 720 out of 720 marks, which was unimaginable till date. Not just this, hundreds of them scored 719 and 718 marks, which again is completely impossible in the NEET marking system. The NTA, which is the National Testing Agency, has said that these scores were due to grace marks given to some students at some centers where there were glitches and students lost time. The Supreme Court has ordered a retest for 1,563 students who got the grace marks. But the larger aspirant community wants the exams scrapped and are demanding a retest for all. The issue has also taken a political turn, especially the DMK upping the ante and demanding that the NEET be scrapped totally. They are also threatening to raise the issue in the upcoming session of Parliament. The Education Minister met a group of students and their parents and assured them that action will be taken. And in an exclusive interview with me, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan ruled out scrapping of NEET and insisted that the exam was clean. Let's listen into the minister first, and then the larger debate will begin on, is NEET actually clean? and who is playing with the lives of lakhs of aspirants, and what really is the way forward. Mr. Pradhan, really appreciate your time. You're back from Odisha after a lot of hard work there, and you're back in the midst of a crisis. How will you restore faith of students in NTA and also in NEET as an institution, as an examination?
I assure all the students through you, there should not be any panic among the students. Some anomalies has come in front of government. We are aware about the issue, we are concerned about the issue. Honorable Supreme Court has given some beautiful judgment yesterday only. There should not be any confusion after that. 1563 students will get opportunity to reappear in the NEET. This one part has been covered and one part has been solved. Those who are interested, they can opt for the retest in the specific 6 center where the allegation was they did not get any proper time. They will be given proper time, they will be given an opportunity for the re-examination. That has been given, the direction has been given by Honorable Supreme Court, that is covered. We should wait for how many students are coming for the re-examination.
Mr. Pradhan, one view is that the NTA acted only after Supreme Court's intervention. Otherwise, students were protesting all over the country and there was nobody to listen to them.
No, I don't think the information is not so correct, because NTA has come after this anomaly, not given proper time. NTA has come out with a formula. That formula has also given by one of the judgment in Supreme Court regarding the CLAT entrance examination. They come out with some grace mark formula, which has been little bit, some anomalies came out through that, because 6 students came out as the highest scorer in the list. That became eyesore from among the students. Then there was a protest against that decision. Then NTA and government intervened, and government directed NTA to come out with some transparent policy. They formed an academic committee. The academic committee recommended for retesting of the respective students in those 6 centers. And Honorable Supreme Court yesterday, and by this time there are 41 petitions are there in the different high courts and in front of Supreme Court. Clubbing all together, Honorable Supreme Court has yesterday given those 1563 students should given opportunity. Those who lost time in the 5th May, they should give an opportunity for the retesting, and they are given the opportunity for the retesting.
What about the entire controversy around paper leak from Patna to Godhra? FIRs have been filed, and there is a larger question also that even if you order retest for a select few, the entire transparency of this process has been affected.
Yes, there are certain allegations, there are certain news information come out from 2 respective space. Let us wait for the full investigation. Concerned competent authority are on the job of that. And all these things has been put in front of, some of the petition has also mentioned all these things in front of Honorable Supreme Court. And Honorable Supreme Court is also looking into that aspect, and government, they have given notice to central government to give reply on this issue, also to NTA. Let us wait for the 8th July, how Supreme Court is going to pronounce its judicious judgment, and nothing to hide, because now this year around 23,33,000 students appeared in the NEET examination. There are 4,750 examination centers. Examination are conducted in 14 overseas centers. 13 language is the medium of entrance in all these centers. Among us tasks, there is a huge dimension of this examination, and yes, there are certain allegations in 2 centers. Let us wait for the total investigation report, and I assure you, through you, government is very transparent on all this issue, nothing to hide. Those who are involved in the misdeed, they will be severely punished.
So only yesterday you had said that there was no paper leak.
But there is no evidence.
There is no evidence.
There are allegations. There are allegations, and competent authority are into the job how things are coming out.
But because of the sheer scale of which you just spoke about, 23 lakh students appear all over India, 13 plus languages in which this, examinations are conducted. But if students do not have faith in the process, then how will you assure them? Because just few minutes back, you had a meeting with the delegation of students and their parents.
I think I talked to the respective students and I listened their grievances and I assure them, have faith on government and look into our policies, look into our commitment. There is no lack of intention. Yes, when you organize such a huge entrance examination, don't judge us by anomalies of 1 or 2 centers. And they will be carved out. They will be in the 6th center. Some anomalies came in front of system, and we have solved that problem with the guidance of Supreme Court. And I think this will also be solved.
What about NTA as a body? Are they failing to ensure that students have faith in them, because they are saying that there is a need for a CBI probe, a Supreme Court monitored probe?
Maybe some of them have given allegation is that. Let us see how court is giving its opinion.
So you're waiting for the court's judgment. My last question, how are you looking at the allegations that are coming in from opposition?
The opposition has lost election severely in this last Lok Sabha and respective Vidhan Sabha election. I don't give much importance to opposition's allegation. My responsibility to assure the entire student community, entire parents, they should be assured that there is a transparency, there is no misdeed, malafide intention from NT or government. We are assuring you there will be transparency in the selection process.
Will you also ensure action against NTA if the need be?
Whoever it may be, whether it is NT or somebody else, severe action will be taken.
And what do you say to DMK, who has been demanding scrapping of NEET completely?
Why they are demanding scrapping of NTA?
NEET.
The NEET. Why they are demanding scrapping of NEET? These are old demand.
Yes.
Last
Since
year
2017.
only. Why? Because they want to, through their old practice, to stop their old practice, respective state or respective medical college will decide who will study in their institution. That has been, the controversy went to Supreme Court a few years ago. And Honorable Supreme Court has given this opinion, there should be authority to organize an all India entrance test. NTA is the outcome of that. NTA is emerging as an organization since last 8 years. They are conducting good examination. Now they are conducting examination of more than 10 million students. More than 10 million students.
So there is no question of scrapping of NEET.
What is their necessity? Because they have a vested interest. There is a political stand. If I cite one example, last year NEET examination, topper of the NEET was a student from Tamil Nadu State Board in the rural area. So where is the allegation? What is their allegation? Now we are conducting examination in 13 regional languages. 4,750 centers are there. This year only 72 new city has been included in the examination center. More than 600 new centers were opened in this entrance examination. We are expanding the NEET NTA center for the NEET, JEE or CUET in the nook and corners of the country. We are giving access for education to all the citizens.
Looking to the camera, as there are a lot of questions that are being asked, what will you be telling the students of NEET? Because I've been speaking to a lot of them and there is a great sense of concern, dilemma. They are staring at an uncertain future, sir.
I assure all the young friends, all the students, government is committed to protect their interests. Let they be assured there will be 100% transparency in the examination selection process. Examination selection process is already on. We are waiting for counseling. Things will be settled down. No culprit will be spared.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
Thank you.
So Education Minister, they're assuring students that they should have faith in the process and that any anomaly will be fixed and done away with completely. Let me bring in the guests on the Big Fight tonight. Dr. Manish Jangra is joining us here in the studio. He's the founder of Federation of All India Medical Association. We also have a father-son duo who actually went to meet the Education Minister. Harsh Dubey and Hariom Dubey. Also, Arushi Singh is joining us. We also have Vikas, who went to meet the Education Minister at the Shastri Bhavan office. Sumit Jain, co-founder of An Academy, is joining us. We have Praneeth Mungali, educationist and trustee of Sanskriti Group of Schools. Dr. Archana Dhawan Bajaj is joining us as well. And Keshav Karunakar is against, basically he's the father of Arushi. And we also have Kashish Gupta. So a full panel, lot of voices, very interesting voices, very diverse voices. But first, let's get a political counter to what the Education Minister was saying. Dr. Veeraswamy is MP of the DMK. He's joining us. Dr. Veeraswamy, the point being made here is that this is a process which is needed. It may have some issues, but why demand scrapping of it completely is the question that was asked. And I actually spoke about the point that was made by DMK, and you heard the response from the Education Minister.
Greetings to everyone. I, in fact, saw what the Education Minister had to say, and I have a few, things which I can probably pick on that. Like, he said that the opposition has lost the elections, and so I would not want to consider about anything about what the opposition says, which I would straight away want to object to. Because just because a party has lost elections, though we have the India Alliance has won so many MP seats in comparison to what the ruling dispensation had promised. So I do not want to politicize this issue. I only want to talk about the issue based on what the problems, inherent problems which are there. So first I would like to say that even if it is a single person asking a question, whether he has won an election or not lost an election, or even if it's a student who's asking, who's not contested any elections, I think the Education Minister and the government has to be able to respond to that point instead of talking about politics. That being said, the reason why we talk about NEET, which is not needed, is something where I am a doctor, I am a plastic surgeon, and I did not go through a process of NEET. And when for several decades, the education system in India, and especially in Tamil Nadu, where Tamil Nadu is considered as one of the pioneering states in medical education with the largest, arguably one of the largest number of medical colleges for undergraduation, post-graduation and super specializations. And the number of doctors who are passing out from Tamil Nadu arguably is among one of the top states in the country. And today now for the last 6 years, the reason why we are opposing the NEET is because the purpose of having a medical exam where the state government was controlling it was where people even from villages were given opportunities where they could become doctors at some point in time. But this NEET has become a situation where people from either a CBSE school or people who have gone to NEET coaching centers for anything between 2 years to 4 years. These are the people who are able to get an admission into medical colleges. And like when you said that 25 lakh students are writing, the number of students who are getting entry into NEET and becoming a doctor is only 1 lakh.
But Dr. Veeraswamy, one point can be that a centralized system actually helps students from all parts of India. Why take multiple exams of multiple universities? And, sometimes dates also collide. So this has, ensured that students take one exam and then the counseling happens and then they enter the medical schools.
See, the thing is, if you ask a student the same question, if you are going to write a single exam in a given year, and if you are told that you are denied a seat, he does not have any other opportunity other than to write the exam again subsequently in another year. But whereas if he has not been able to succeed somewhere, he still has an opportunity, he or she still has an opportunity to go to another place and try. And also this NEET, one of the draconian points of this NEET exam is those students who want to go abroad and study. Even they have to have cleared NEET if they want to go and study abroad, where even in the self-financing colleges, where the cost of education in India is considered one of the highest in the world, where we are talking about 1 crore is the total amount required, minimum, or maybe higher. Whereas if you go to other countries, like if you remember about the Ukraine-Russia war, so many doctors were studying over there, and their total expenditure would have been only about 30 or 40 lakhs. But you have imposed the saying that even if you want to go abroad and study, unless you have cleared NEET, you will not be permitted to go abroad for medical education.
Dr. Veeraswamy, I get your point, but I'm going to move away from politics and politicians and bring the real stakeholder in the story now. And these are students,
But I just
parents.
add one point before I leave.
Yes, students and parents who are joining us here in the studio. Hariom and Harsh and Vikas, three of you together. I'm going to begin with you, Harsh.
Yes, sir.
The meeting that you had with the Education Minister, there were a lot of assurances that were given. Did you come out feeling satisfied that there would be some positive movement or movement in the right direction?
या मतलब सारी बातें उन्होंने सही से करी हैं, बट प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे है कि आप मुझे उन बच्चों से कैसे आगे निकालेंगे जो बच्चे चीटिंग करके हमसे आगे पहुँच गए हैं। आप उन बच्चों को कैटेगराइज कैसे करेंगे जो हमसे चीटिंग करके आगे पहुँच गए। आप सिर्फ 1563 बच्चों को ही देख रहे हैं, आप नहीं देख रहे हैं कि जो 20 से 25 हज़ार बच्चे चीटिंग करके हमसे आगे निकल गए, उनको क्यों नहीं आप एक्सक्लूड कर रहे हो। मतलब उन बच्चों को तो हटाइए ना। आप उन बच्चों को हटाने के लिए अगर आपके पास कोई सिस्टम है तो उनको हटाइए, लेकिन अगर नहीं सिस्टम है तो आप दोबारा से पेपर कराइए। और आप बोल रहे हैं कि ये चीज़ जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के पास गई है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी मतलब बात को सुनने को तैयार नहीं है कि पेपर लीक हुआ है। आप डायरेक्ट एनटीए ने जो कह दिया कि हाँ 1563 बच्चों को हमने ग्रेस मार्क दिया, तो सीधा सीधा मान लिया कि हाँ 1563 बच्चों को ग्रेस मार्क दिया है। आप नहीं चेक करा रहे कि 1563 कौन से 1563 बच्चों को आपने ग्रेस मार्क दिया।
So you're raising those questions. What about you, Vikas?
मैम एक्चुअली जो 1563 बच्चों को ग्रेस मार्क्स देने का प्रावधान दिया था एनटीए ने, उस चीज़ में मैम 6 स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे थे जज्जर हरियाणा के सेंटर के, जिन स्टूडेंट्स को ग्रेस मार्क्स दिए गए ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ टाइम लैग। बट मैम वहाँ के प्रिंसिपल ने ऑलरेडी ये कहा है कि वहाँ पर कोई टाइम लैग नहीं हुआ, जो एग्जाम है वो सिस्टमेटिकली बिल्कुल ठीक हुआ है।
तो किस बेसिस पे ग्रेस मार्क्स दिया गया?
यस मैम, दिस इज माय क्वेश्चन कि किस बेसिस पर उन 6 स्टूडेंट्स को ग्रेस मार्क्स दिया गया जबकि वहाँ पर कोई टाइम लैग नहीं है, और उन 6 स्टूडेंट्स के खिलाफ कोई एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया गया, या एनटीए के खिलाफ इस चीज़ के ऊपर कोई एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया गया जब उनको ग्रेस मार्क्स दिए, कोई टाइम लैग नहीं है, एग्जाम सिस्टमेटिकली हुआ है, पूरा ठीक हुआ है। देन NTA give grace marks to those students.
Dr. Archana, would you respond to them? Because these are valid questions.
Yes,
so, they are of the opinion that there is no level playing field, that they are starting at a disadvantage.
I do, I seem to have a different perspective. See, we are a huge country. And up until now, we've been holding exams. There's the UPSC exam, there's the NEET PG, there's the IIT, there are millions of exams. And in a country where you're running a NEET MBBS entrance at 5,000 centers, some 600, 500, whatever cities are stakeholders, there are bound to be some bit of irregularities. One cannot deny that. It's a huge exam. But at the same time, let's not, think that NTA has any vested interest against A or B or C, or a pro-interest in favor of anybody else. Let's give them the benefit of being a neutral agency. I do agree, as the minister said, an inquiry if needed, an evaluation if needed, an audit if needed should be done, and the people who have done the irregularity are put to task.
Yes,
I do quite agree to that.
Sheer arbitrary nature is what the students are questioning. हरिओम जी, आप भी गए थे मंत्री जी से मिलने के लिए।
उन्होंने चर्चा कम करूंगा, मैं कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ अभी जो मैंने सुना है कि जैसे ही आपने कहा कि कोई क्लू नहीं है कि चीटिंग हुई है, मैं सवाल एक छोटा सा करना चाहता हूँ एनटीए वालों से, अगर हमको लाइव कीजिएगा इस पे, कि यदि अभी जो खबर आई थी कि स्कूल में बम है, स्कूल में बम की सूचना आई थी, कहाँ से आई थी, छोटी सी सूचना थी, स्कूल खाली करा दिए गए, बच्चों को बुला लिया गया तुरंत दिल्ली जैसे शहर में। यदि फ्लाइट में सूचना मिल जाए छोटी सी कि फ्लाइट में बम है, तो क्या फ्लाइट को बुला दिया जाएगा? नहीं, फ्लाइट रोकी जाएगी, जांच की जाएगी। उससे भी बड़ा इशू है कि जो MBBS मुन्ना भाई जा रहे हैं बनने के लिए, ये उससे कई गुना बड़ा है क्राइम। ये बहुत बड़ा क्राइम है, इस पर जांच होनी चाहिए, बाम्बर से बड़ी क्राइम है ये।
So the only way out is complete investigation, is what Hariom ji here is saying. Yes, please go ahead, Dr. Manish.
Yeah, basically there are a lot of proofs are also found, like in Patna also, in Godhra also, there are a lot of FIR and some proof also found कि paper was leaked actually. So it should be cancelled. The only solution is NTA should cancel the paper actually. I know in 2013 the NEET was announced. The purpose was just to, lot of exam used to be there in every state actually, to make it uniform exam and to control the, cheatings and leaked. In state exam also there used to be very much leaking of the papers. Like I also have seen in my time also, I appeared in 2012 actually. So there used to be be a lot of case in state exam actually. But to counter that, the NEET was established in 2013. But still in 2014, there are a lot of cases that NEET paper was leaked, and still now, till 10 years have passed, and still the paper are being leaked, and this is very bad. They are playing with the lives of human beings, common human beings, and lives of the students also.
Okay, Praneeth, the question here is that the government says that there has been no leak per se, and there's no evidence of leak per se. And it's of course a subject of investigation. Because of the Supreme Court's intervention, we are seeing a lot of course correction as well. So in immediate future, what is the way out of this? You know, there are students here, you know, Harsh and Vikas, who are of the opinion that the exams should be scrapped completely. It should not be only retest for these 1,500 odd students.
I think, Maria, there are bound to be a diversity of views when there are about 23 lakh students who've taken the exam, students who very rightfully feel outraged about the irregular or anomalous kind of results which have come forth. But to take a step to say that the entire exam should be cancelled is slightly premature, because the senior-most authorities in the country are investigating it. And I think the investigation needs to follow a very thorough and full course to restore faith for not just the students who have taken the exam this year, but the students who will take the exams in the future as well, to make sure that the integrity of the exam is held sacrosanct. To that extent, in your conversation with the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhanji, I think he came out saying that if at all that there is any wrongdoing, you know, this is not to say that there is no wrongdoing. If at all that there is any wrongdoing, then whoever has been involved should be punished. But at this stage, that has not been established. Yes, there are a number of smoking guns, and in terms of various states where these allegations have come forth, there seems to be some preliminary evidence. They need to be taken to a logical course. Firstly, to conclusively establish whether by CBI or the other agencies, whether any malpractices have been done, and then to the extent of the malpractices. Only then, once we've gathered, as a nation, we have transparency about the full facts over there, can the next course of action be taken.
Okay.
But I think what is most important, it's not the question of any political party or any interest. It's really the students, 24 lakh students who've taken the exam, their 50 odd lakh parents and students who'll take that in the future. It's the faith in the system per se, not the NTA, not a political party, not an organization. Is the faith in the system which has definitely been shaken. That needs to be restored.
Yes.
And the investigation needs to be undertaken.
Yes. Let me bring in the two students again here who are joining us, Kashish, and we have one more student, Arushi. Kashish and Arushi, let's have them on the screen. What are your thoughts? Are you hopeful that things will get fixed, or are you also of the opinion, as Harsh and Vikas are saying here in the studio, that the only way out is complete retest of all 24 lakh students?
Ma'am, I have hope in the Supreme Court, because the decision regarding the grace marks was a good decision and I'm in favor of it. But as Archana ma'am said, that let us give NTA a benefit of a neutral agency. NTA is not at all a neutral agency, because the registration window was opened for 2 days, which has not been given any reason yet. They have not yet specified why the registration window was open. As they defended, it was given for stakeholders. I don't think it makes sense. And after that, they were proven guilty yesterday in court. And a guilty agency cannot be said a neutral agency. It's completely wrong. We don't have any trust in NTA. If the exam is being conducted from scrap, I firmly insist, it must not be conducted by NTA. Some other agency, be it NMC or any other agency, must be given the opportunity to conduct the examination, because we do not trust NTA at any point of time.
Okay, so you don't trust NTA. What about you, Arushi?
Not at all.
I do not believe, again, NTA conducting the exam again would be the same problem over again, because issues have risen. But I do not believe in a re-exam for everyone, because it is a torture and pain for every student who has already prepared for 2 years to write it again with no preparation within the time span that NTA gave for this 1563 students. They got a time span of 10 days. If that time span is given to students again, there's no assurance to anything.
Okay, so the student community, of course, is also divided, where there should be a total retest, as some of them are saying here in the studio. And
those who we have on the show also are of the opinion that it should not be for all, but perhaps NTA is not the right agency to conduct an exam going ahead. Sumit Jain is the co-founder of Unacademy. Sumit, lots being said about the stake of institutes such as yours, the coaching shops, that you all have been building this narrative around NEET and inefficiency of NTA. Sumit.
Yeah, what is the question? Can you come again?
So I want to understand from you the questions being raised regarding the role of educational institute or coaching institutes such as yours. In general, that the coaching institutes have become such a big stakeholder, more than the students, because they have to go ahead and publicize this in the papers and say that, you know, they have the rank 1 holders and you know, their business is dependent on the ranking.
See, our business is dependent upon the deserving candidates, deserving students getting through the NEET examination. And for example, this year, we were the first company to announce that we will not announce the ranks because we identified that there was some problem with the ranks. We did not know about grace marks. We did not know about such a high rank inflation, but we knew that something wrong happened. Right now, if I'm talking about, we are suffering along with the students because students who have studied with us, lakhs of students who have studied with us, who deserve to crack NEET, did not crack NEET. This year, I can tell you that 25,000 plus students would have cracked NEET who did not deserve, and people who deserved did not crack it. So the whole effort which students put in last 2 years, 3 years studying for NEET has gone all in vain. Just to give you an idea about the rank inflation we are talking about here is, last year we got more than 600 plus rank score. We got 30,000 students getting 600 plus score in NEET. This year it was 81,000. So we got 51,000 more students getting the marks which will get them a government seat. So why is there such a high inflation in 600 plus score while the inflation is not there when it comes to score like 200, 300? So there has been definitely misconduct in either paper leak or conducting the examination. Our interest is to make sure that the prestige, the trust of the students on an examination like NEET does not go away. Because the students who are talking to us and telling that should they prepare for NEET next year, because if this is going to be the future of NEET examination, where the chances of you becoming doctor is not dependent upon how hard you are studying physics, chemistry, biology.
Praneeth, will you please respond to Sumit?
No. You want me to respond?
Yes. So the larger question is, how will the students take their, idea of education forward if there is an institution they do not believe is conducting exams in a free and fair manner?
Yeah. Hi, Mariam. Keshav here. Let me explain things in the different perspective.
Yes.
Okay? We are talking about rank inflation. As Sumit has told, this year the problem is rank inflation. Let's understand what is this rank inflation, why it is happened. Last year we have 3 All India ranker. Today we have 61 All India ranker. Right? Now, if you see, 17 is original All India ranker, which has got 720 out of 720. 44 people have come to All India rank because of the bonus marks awarded for the physics atom question. Now, I have been watching all the coaching institutes, stalwarts coming into the coaches TV. Nobody has talked about this statement, the physics problem. Everybody wants to put under the carpet. Now, why you want to put under the carpet? You tell me this. If 17 students have got the All India rank, 44 has got the grace marks or bonus marks, how they have got it? Who created this confusion? On the date of exam, you go back and look into all the video stream from coaching stream. Everybody predicted that 20 people will come in All India rank. Everybody. Because I'm getting 4 from this institute, 4 from that institute. So 17 is not a big number. Everybody knows that 20 or 70 people can come. These 44 people, let's test the study of the 44 people. They have answered the physics question wrong. I am pained by seeing this, that Mr. Alak Pandey, who is a physics teacher, has never told that this answer is wrong and NTA has given marks for the wrong answer. Has never told. He's a physics teacher. He should tell what is the real fact as an expert. Is that atom of most elements are right or atom of few elements are right? Now, what you are taking excuse of? Old book and new book. I want to debug this in national TV. I have this 2023 book in my hand. Page number 303, atom summary. Point number 5, it says atom of most element. I have old book, 2019, page number 433, atom. Point number 5, atom of most element. Who has created this confusion? Coaching institute have created this confusion. I wanted to know how this, who has appealed this thing, right? You know, 0.005% of a student appealed against this question. 0.005, 13,000 people. They should be going to Supreme Court, and today I have to send legal notice, I have to go to court after answering correct option. This is what the state of affair we have created it.
So, but you are
now,
essentially...
how did this happen?
Yes,
right?
sir.
I will tell you, Maria, how did this happen?
Go ahead.
I went to the Telegram channel, I went to the internet, I saw that coaching institutes giving copy of a 2018 book saying that go kids, challenge your question. In 2024, who reads 2018 book for appearing 2024 needs? And I am appealing to Mr. Pradhan, Education Minister, not only grace marks, remove the marks for the question. And I can prove you, I'm a student of statistics. Let me give you the number in the perspective. And this will be useful for all coaching institutes. You know what? You have 61 students on the rank number 1. Out of that, 44 has done wrong answer. 72% rank inflation has happened at rank 1 because of this one question. 72% rank inflation. Nobody is talking about this. Right? Now we come back to this point. You know what? 715 marks start from 81 rank. There are 14 people in between. 2 people who are 718, 719. They are out. 11 students have not answered this question and they are at 716. Nobody is talking about their injustice.
Keshavji,
you know what?
I must say, you're a very involved father, and Arushi is very fortunate to have a father in you who is so much involved that he's gone into each and every aspect of it. Praneeth, will you please respond to him, because his concerns
Look,
are...
one point. Maria, one minute. I'll just
Yes,
complete
sir.
that. I'll just
Yes,
give
sir.
a
Go
minute,
ahead.
right?
Go
Otherwise, I'll tell you. So you understand this. If your topper, 72% people have marked it wrong, what will be the state of affair at 650, 630, 640? Now, nobody is speaking about this because people are saying everybody has got the marks. You know what has happened? NT has given 5 marks to hide their grace scam. You know, if they would have not declared this 44 people in the list, 17 people were toppers, 6 would have been from grace marks. Whole India would have hesitated. Out of 67, 6 looks a small number. You are giving a shield to NTA about this question. And again, I'm telling you, I have conducted 200 exams using OMR sheet. You know how it works? OMR sheet, you scan it, you get the data in Excel sheet. After that, you have software which will give you result. Now, there is no software which has a grace mark system. NTA would have not created software that I will use a grace mark in 2024. What it means? They would have modified the Excel sheet. Have they modified Excel sheet of 1563 or they have modified it to 15,000? Who will answer this?
Okay,
now,
I'll ask both Praneeth and Dr. Archana here to respond to this. Praneeth, will you please start?
Sure. I think the point really here is that whenever there are such aberrations which are so statistically anomalous and so improbable that the situation points very strongly to a conclusion that, you know, there seems to be some kind of irregularity, then the right way forward is for a very thorough probe to the satisfaction of everyone concerned. And till such time as the probe has reached its logical conclusion, which everyone is welcoming, nobody's trying to withstand that, we should really wait to see. And then subject to what that comes forth, there should be transparency about the mechanism and all the aspects which were probed as well. Not just, you know, 1 or 2 aspects, because there are a number of questions which are coming forth over here. So each of these points need to be probed deeply and shared transparently with everyone to make sure that the faith of not just the exam this year, but moving forward is restored for everybody.
There are very specific points that have been raised by Mr. Keshav here, Dr. Archana. And I think all those, he is himself a statistician, so he understands the gaps which are visible for him. So somebody has to address those concerns.
Absolutely. I'm so impressed with Mr. Keshav as a father. I wish we had more such involved parents. But saying that, I'm sure he's raised some very valid statistical points, and those need to be taken up by whatever's the investigating agency. figure out and fix them. It's as simple as that. It may sound very pragmatic, but then really to put 23 lakh people's future at stake by retesting vis-a-vis figuring out, you know, that small fraction where the statistical error may have happened and fixing that, I think the logical answer is to fix the smaller fraction.
Keshavji, will you respond to this?
Yeah, so I'm just...
Should it be exams for all 23 lakhs, some thousand students who appeared, or should it be only for a fraction of them?
I'll tell you, no exam, because ruling of Supreme Court, High Court on 2004, same medical exam is very clear that no retest can be done. Okay, same ruling says that the answer key of original answer key has to be used if there is a confusion. NT has created this confusion in life. I'm telling you, the moment you take out this marks thing, NTA will not have option to change the data. I am humbly requesting to Honorable Supreme Court, please ask NTA to submit the result without the bonus marks. No change in the software, no change in the data. And I can tell you, rank inflation will reduce by 75% guaranteed. At rank 1, you have people who are 75% people are answering this question. And every question institute knows that if a question is tough and you go back and give marks to that question, rank inflation will happen. This is known.
So when you are saying rank inflation, break it down for us. Here there are two students who have got 600.
Yes, ma'am. 629.
29 and 600?
27.
27. What will be their rank then?
I'll tell you. I'll just give you a rank inflation. My daughter has got 695. You know, one student got 696 by bonus marks. The difference of rank is 700. 700 difference of rank is there. And you assume that this is fair given. Again, you go back and look into if this is done from the back end and somebody has given grace marks to other people, what will be the rank inflation? And that's what I'm saying. The moment Supreme Court says that no change in the database, NTA will have a fair, without grace marks, without bonus, this is the rank list that will come. Now, before the test, if there is a leak, right? Before the test, there is a cheating, mass level leak, right? That is a separate problem. That will not be solving this issue. Rank inflation will not get solved. Again, to the point I'm telling you, Alak Pandey has been putting the point saying that there is a mass leak. Trust me, you cannot have mass leak. His own point is invalidating.
Okay. Keshavji, there is a father here, Hari Om ji, who actually met the education minister earlier today. He has a question.
आपकी बेटी से मैं एबीपी न्यूज के वहाँ पे मिला था, तो आपकी बेटी ने बताया था क्वेश्चन कि एक बच्ची इसके साथ कोचिंग करती है और उसकी माँ की डेथ हो गई और उसके नंबर अब 60-50 आए हैं, 650 उससे नहीं, जबकि उसने माँ की मौत भी नहीं मनाई। ऐसे बच्चों के साथ क्राइम हुआ है। आप कहते छोटा रह रहे, आपकी बच्ची कहती कितना बड़ा रह रहा है। सोचिए, आपकी बच्ची कहती बहुत बड़ा मार्क्स लेवल पे है, लेकिन आप क्यों चाहते हैं नहीं हमारी बच्ची। आप विश्वास करिए अपनी बच्ची पर कि आपकी बच्ची चोपड़ा की तरह भाला फिर उतनी ही फेंकेगी। जैसे आज आपकी रैंक कम जा रही है, आपकी बच्ची फिर इतना ही नंबर लाएगी अगर रिनीट होगा और वो फिर आगे जाएगी। ये आपकी सोच है कि
दुबे जी मैं बिहार से बताता हूँ, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। मैं सिस्टम में आप ये समझिए कि दोबारा टेस्ट होगा, दोबारा पेपर कैसा होगा, ऐसा नहीं होता है, राइट? आप समझते हैं ना बात?
कैसा भी पेपर होगा,
बच्चे आपको बता रहा, मतलब आपके बच्चे का अगर रैंक इन्फ्लेशन कम हो गया तो सीट मिल जाएगा। आप इस बात को समझिए।
आपकी बच्ची दोबारा पेपर देगी तो निश्चित क्वालिफाई करके अच्छी रैंक पे जाएगी, कम नहीं होगी। क्वेश्चन कोई भी आए, विश्वास तो करिए बच्चे पे। मैं विश्वास करता हूँ अपने बच्चे पे, पेपर दोबारा होगा तो ये भाला उतना ही फेंकेगा चोपड़ा की तरह। आप क्यों नहीं विश्वास करते अपने बच्चे पे? मैं विश्वास करता हूँ अपने बच्चे पे।
आपको बताता हूँ, बच्चे पर स्ट्रेस पूछिए। 3 महीना टाइम कम से कम देना पड़ेगा बच्चों को प्रिपेयर करने के लिए, दोबारा टेस्ट के लिए।
10 दिन के बाद कोई पेपर आए, 10 दिन जैसे इन्होंने
देने के लिए
एनटीए ने कहा है कि मैं पेपर कराता हूँ।
Let me go back to the students.
एनटीए ने कहा मैं
पेपर, I think that we have got the views of
एनटीए ने कहा मैं इतने बच्चों को पेपर कराता हूँ, तो एनटीए थोड़ा बढ़ा के पेपर करा ले, 600 के अंदर पूरा करा ले, 500 के अंदर करा ले, फीस भी दोबारा ले ले, चाहे पूरा करा दे, जब वो उतने को कवर कर सकती है। आप जैसे क्वेश्चन है, एक साड़ी 1 घंटे में सूखती है तो 100 साड़ियाँ भी 1 घंटे में सूखेंगी। चाहे आप 250 पेपर कराएं, चाहे 1500 कराएं, चाहे 24 लाख कराएं, पेपर उतने ही समय में होंगे। फर्क है आपके पैसे का खर्च बढ़ेगा, बोझ तो आप बच्चों से पैसे ले लें, पेपर कराएं, लेकिन शुद्धता से कराएं।
The 4 students on the panel on our screens now and try and get their views because they are those.
Maria, one point.
I'm coming back to you. Keshavji, I'm going to come back to you, but let me get a word from Arushi as well, who has been patiently listening to her father. Kashish and 2 students here, Harsh and Vikas. Let's have them on the screen. Beginning with you, Harsh.
Yeah.
Of course, the jury is divided whether it should be all of you taking the exams or just a select few. But if there is a problem in the entire mark system, and particularly the grace, on arbitrariness of the manner in which the grace marks are given, then how much will you fight?
ग्रेस मार्क्स से बहुत ज़्यादा अंतर नहीं आया है, क्योंकि दिक्कतें क्या है कि लीक की मेजर इशू है. अब मैम बोली है कि जैसे कि 5000 सेंटर्स हैं, तो छोटा मोटा ह्यूमन एरर हो जाता है. जब आज हम एनटीए के सर से मिलने गए, तो वहाँ इतना सिक्योरिटी लगा रखा है आपने कि वहाँ एरर नहीं हो रहा है, वहाँ एक भी बच्चा अंदर नहीं आ पा रहा है, और आपका पेपर एक निकल आ रहा है बाहर से. मतलब आपका पेपर एक निकल सकता है, लेकिन वहाँ बच्चा एक एंट्री एरर से कर जाए तो हो जाए, तो मैं मान लूँ कि यहाँ एरर हो रहा है. आप जिस दिन जहाँ पेपर रखवा रहे हैं सेंटर पे, वहाँ भी तो सिक्योरिटी पहुँचा सकते हैं. आप सारी सिक्योरिटी क्या मिनिस्ट्री के लिए है क्या? आज अगर एक भी बच्चा पेपर लीक, मतलब बच्चा एक भी एंट्री कर जाए वहाँ पे, वो नहीं कर सकता है. लेकिन आप जो है पेपर लीक कहाँ हो रहा है कि जहाँ रखे गए सेंटर पे आपने पूरा ट्रस्ट कर लिया सेंटर पे कि हाँ ये पूरा सिक्योरिटी देंगे, लेकिन वहाँ से एक पेपर निकल गया और आप कह रहे हैं कि छोटा सा इशू है. एक पेपर अगर निकल जाएगा तो फोटो तो उसकी कितनी बना लो.
I think the sheer frustration is actually has to be, you know, seen from a very human prism. It cannot be about we conduct exams at a huge scale, so these are, you know, errors which happen. This is not error. It's about these young lives. Yes, Vikas.
मैम एक्चुअली जैसे कि सर ने बताया कि रैंक इन्फ्लेशन जो है बोनस मार्क्स की वजह से हुआ है, बट मैम बोनस मार्क्स की वजह से इतना ह्यूज रैंक इन्फ्लेशन नहीं हो सकता कि मैम 600 से ऊपर नियरली 50,000 या 60,000 स्टूडेंट्स एकदम से आ जाएंगे सिर्फ 5 मार्क्स के उस बोनस मार्क्स की वजह से. वो तो मैम already.
Okay, so let's ask that to Keshav ji. Keshav, will you respond to this?
So,
that
yes,
because
I'll
of that,
tell
can you have a you know, rank inflation of such a level?
Yes, I'll tell you. There are two factors, right? There's a conspiracy theory. Assume that inside NTA, people have done the rank inflation. Let's assume that, for the argument's sake. How they were giving grace marks to 1563, they gave 15,000, right? How can they do this? They have to modify the original data, right? That is the only way, because exam is done. OMR seat is rare. And NTA says that before exam there is no problem. Now I'll tell you the student that has asked. I'm just giving because I have the data for the first rank, right, beta? First rank, there are 61 people. The moment bonus is removed, 44 will be out. What will be the rank at first rank? 17 only. So 72% people will be out. And each rank, you can tell me, 72% people will go down. This is how the rank inflation will reduce. You will not able to understand. This is statistics. Okay. You have to apply that thought process that on first rank, 72 people are gone. Then below. And who is going? The people who have answered wrong. It's not that you are doing injustice to the people who are answering right. Right? People who have answered wrong, they will go down. And then people who have answered right, they will come up.
That's actually very well explained.
And each one 50%.
Okay,
I'll just give you
Arushi and
one simple example I'll give.
Okay.
If suppose there are 100 people are running, right? I'm just giving a simple example, just to give you. 100 people are running, last 1 second, 10 people have qualified. You decide that no, give grace marks to 20 people. 20 people also qualified. Rank inflation is 30. You remove these guys, rank is 10. This is simple logic. One question in NEET, and it takes time for people to apprehend. Okay. And that's why I'm saying that go back and look into the data of the rank 1. I have just 3 minutes more,
and before I slip into a short break, let me get views also from the two girls who are NEET aspirants, Kashish and Arushi. Arushi, clearly your dad is very well informed, and he's involved in the entire process. My question is, are you of the opinion that there should be a retest, as some students are thinking? A total retest.
I still do not believe that a retest should happen, because as people are saying there's a leak, there's also people saying there's not a leak. I think both of them have viewpoints that are not yet proved. Also, looking at those 1563 students who are getting only 10 days to write another test, if that happens all over India, I don't think a lot of people will be prepared mentally, emotionally, because there is so much preparation that goes behind writing one exam. How do you think you will repeat all of that within 10 days? Have you studied the last 40 days continuously after NEET, waiting for writing another exam? I don't think anyone has studied until results came and rank inflation happened. And if they are ready to give an exam in 10 days, that is very rare. And if you prepared for 2 years to write one exam, how can you write it again within 10 days? I feel like everyone has lost momentum. and it is a very unreasonable request to write a exam. If paper leak is proved,
so then in that case, for you, you are of the opinion that your score 675, right? That's the marks that you got.
695.
695. You'll be able to, if there is a retest, then at 695, you will be able to get a good school, good medical college.
If I score a 695 again in a retest, that score came after studying continuously for 2 years.
So if you don't because you're not among those 1,563 students, then what happens with you?
If they give enough time, even then, retest is very unreasonable. It takes 2 years to prepare for one exam, and another time preparing it takes so much to come back and go through that stress again. I personally do not believe a retest is viable.
Retest might not be a good option for everybody. And in fact, for myself, it is not a very good option because the same problem is here. I have prepared 2 years for the exam and now I'm not ready to prepare for it within 10 days or the court gives the time. But my problem is if there is a leak, then re-NEET is the only option left and we have to go through it. There is no other option because paper leaks cannot be identified individually, as I feel. And if the concerned agency is ready to identify paper leaks at different levels and in the states and all the centers, if they are caught and punished in a good way, then certainly all of us are getting a good score and we will certainly score a medical college in this score. If this score was last year, we got this score, then we would have scored a medical college yet. So we don't actually have a problem and we are not adamant over it for a re-NEET. We actually want a fair counseling. We want a good college and we want a good seat. That is it.
That's a fair enough expectation, certainly. So continue to be with us. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll be back on the big fight and I will request all the panelists for their last comments.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे